man. Get ready for another amazing trading day. Let's go.
What's going on, guys? Join me for another session.
I keep calling it Chart Fanatics Live, but I think Noah keeps telling me to call it Chart Fanatics TV. But I'm like, but it is Chart Fanatics Live. yeah. Nitin, you sent me the link, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, mate. Exactly. All you need is a bit of Artan, mate. Did you move out to Dubai by yourself? Oh, okay, sick. Sick. Alrighty. Yeah, ready whenever you're. No rush anyway. Just. Yeah. Just give me a 3, 2, 1, and then. Actually, wait. Let me just one sec, really quickly. Let me just get I need to get the YouTube. Yeah, perfect. What's the where is it going? Yeah. Yeah, and then Connor, yeah, I'll bring you in like basically like 10 minutes, something like that. What is going on, my people? It's your boy Artan, and we are back with another Chart Fanatics Live London session. We had an amazing day yesterday on the charts. We hit a nice little 3-hour trade on what was it, Euro USD, which was a lovely trade. And yeah, I'm actually feeling not so tired. Like yesterday, I was like absolutely just shattered. I'm sure some of you guys could tell. I had big dark eyes. To be honest with you, I actually always have these big dark eyes. I'm using like this cream, like this Korean cream right now to like try and like to help it, but like I don't know, I just see it going viral on TikTok, but I don't think it's worked very well. But we're back. How is everybody doing? Sonia's put a question in already. Today, any giveaway? Every day is a giveaway. Yeah, every day is a giveaway, so that's why you should be here. Yeah, I'm in a vest today because it is so hot. It is so hot in Thailand right now. So I thought, you know what, I'll get the biceps out for you lot. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought it's early morning London session. You guys need a little bit of a wake up. Let's get your adrenaline pumping. You know what I'm saying? So yes. Mukalitsum, Cassidy, what's going on? Rashid. Yes, Pum. Yes, Brett, how are you all doing? Let me know. How are you doing this week in the chat? How is everybody feeling? Are we feeling fine? Are we feeling fresh? Good. Love to see it. We've actually got a really exciting day today. We've got Connor Woods joining very, very shortly in about 10 or so minutes. And you're going to hear, market analyst for a long while. It's going to be really interesting. So I'm going to pick his brain. You guys are going to learn some tips and tricks, experience, all sorts. But yeah, man, I'm so glad you guys are good. Did we enjoy the stream yesterday? Did we enjoy this? Sorry, I'm spinning on my chair right now nonstop. You probably think I'm in a microwave right now. But yeah, nice. Yes, Nora. Yes, Ollie. Born to do it 8744. I love that. I like that username. Born to do it. wavy. That's like one of them tats, you know, like believe, achieve. Like I should get one of them. Tell me about the giveaway, mate. The stream's been going about 45 seconds. Yeah. All right. Don't you worry, Sonia. Okay. Yes, there is a giveaway. There's probably going to be a giveaway every couple hours. Okay. But yeah, where are we from in the world right now? Where are we from in the world right now? Let me know where you're logging in from. I'm currently in Thailand. So I'm actually in Pattaya. I was in Bangkok. I still got my place in Bangkok, but I'm really liking the beach. I'm really liking the sun and stuff. So I am, yeah, I'm thinking about popping down here. But we're going to get onto the charts in a second. Bro, I just won a giveaway yesterday. That was so fire, bro. Made my month in it. Nobody telling me shit to ruin my day. Yes, Makalichum. Love it. Absolutely love it. Congratulations on the giveaway. Amazing. Good morning, Tara. Good morning, Maria Cat. So we're from Nigeria, Italy, Sydney, India. Wow. How multicultural. HR are loving this. So diverse. Nairobi. Sonia said, I need a 100K funded account. Sonia, you at least you're someone that knows what she wants. All right. You know, you're someone that knows what she wants. She ain't here for the game. She's here for the giveaway. But don't worry, you have a chance to win an account. All right. You should have said I need a million account. You know what I'm saying? You got to punch a bit higher than that. All right. Pakistan, Punjab, Vietnam, Cyprus, Bosnia, Italy. Wow, that's crazy. Crazy stuff. All right. Well, listen, guys, I'm gonna kick things off. We're gonna jump onto the charts. And make sure you stick around because there's going to be lots of giveaways today. Also, I'm going to break down my trade win from yesterday and also Friday. And I'm currently in a trade right now from Singapore. But I'm also half Singaporean. I am half Singaporean, half English. So shouts to you. Not that other people don't get a shout out. Not being discriminatory or anything like that. But it's rare that I meet Singaporeans on trading live streams. Oman, UK, Pakistan. Crazy. Sick. Well, let's jump onto the charts then, and let's talk about the market at the moment. And also, I actually have some really good questions. Well, off the top of my head, for Connor as well. He's going to be joining shortly as well because I'm more of a technical. I'm like a technical trader. I don't like look too much at fundamentals, but that's not because I don't think fundamentals are very important. I just think it's kind of like if I don't know what I'm looking at, sometimes don't try and make something out of nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like good to get the right information and know how to use it. So make sure you stick around for that. So first things first on the dollar. For me, as I told you yesterday, right, I was looking at a bullish dollar, but I was actually looking for these lows to get swept, the Friday low, because I saw that as internal liquidity. But then we actually respected this 1 hour order block, closed above it, and I was like, you know what, when we left this imbalance, I was like, yeah, I'm actually happy to enter there. So all I'm basically looking at today is a pullback to continue. So we have this range from yesterday. We're not actually in the discount as of yet. However, it doesn't have to. And I wanted 8 o'clock to open low, break structure and move higher. We haven't actually yet quite expanded, but it does look like we could be on our way. But again, I'm gonna let Connor give his opinion, you know, I'm saying on everything. Hopefully it coincides with the trade that I'm looking at today, because if it doesn't, then I am pissed. But yeah. Yeah, man, sick. But yeah, this is that. Let's see what gold's saying right now. Gold has been booming off to okay, say booming off, not exactly. I mean, when I say booming off, I mean it's just in comparison to EU and GU just today from Asia session. Like Asia completely rallied, but we're still kind of trapped in this consolidation. But overall, does look somewhat bearish. We came back, as I said at my weekly forecast that I sent out to my members. We came back down here, you know, broke structure here, consolidation all the way down. And my opinion is, even though that I'm bearish on gold, I do think that we could take out this liquidity here. We've got a lot of trend line liquidity here that we could take out. So it would make sense for me to come up to here. I just don't know exactly why maybe it would. Maybe, for example, gold is just at such a nice little discount, especially around this key level of 4,000 as well. There would definitely be some sort of like accumulation around here. There's a lot of liquidity around here in general, and we've taken out like, you know, we took out this liquidity here, this liquidity here, so it would make sense for price to slow down instead of just continue to dump. You know what I'm saying? Dollar wise, another thing on the dollar, right? Here's my only thing, is that I still would rather this daily fair value gap to get filled. That is my ideal scenario. And today we haven't really got that much going on in terms of US news, other than obviously Mr. Trump doing his thing. So yeah, man, gonna be an exciting week. Well, I say, is it going to be an exciting week? We don't actually know quite yet, but I'm looking for this to expand a bit more. It's just, I think, again, I'm gonna let Connor give his take on things, but just from my experience and stuff, I'm like, I need to know that I need some drivers to push price higher. But I quite like these highs. I know that this did take this high to the left, but I quite like the idea of us just pulling down a little bit and then shooting up. But let's see if the market can actually do that. But yeah, look, let's bring in Connor, if that's all gravy, with the team. And then, yeah, man, we'll let Connor introduce himself. You can, you know what I'm saying, drop some wisdom for them. I'm excited, and yeah, man, I am excited. I've got like 2 mics going on right now, knitting. One sec. I think I can hear. Oh, 1 second. Is that better? Yeah, it's just like I can hear an echo in the back. Oh, is that better? Yeah, there we go. Okay, sick. All right, sick. Well, what is going on? What an introduction. Technical difficulties. This is my tech support. I'm joking. Guys, this is Connor Woods. Thank you for coming on. Really appreciate it. And yeah, man, I'm really excited about today. If you don't mind, I can see the chat going crazy. We're seeing yo, this is my mentor, Connor. Yeah, if you don't mind, bro, just introduce yourself to the gang. Everyone's here is excited to see you. And yeah, man, take it away. The real ones, yeah. No, someone said no sound for Connor, but I'll wait. A few people, I think Connor is muted. 1 sec.
Can't you?
Yeah, I can hear, but I think maybe that's because of the other stream. 1 second, guys. We are just gonna sort this out. Knitting, any clue why? Just curiosity. 1 second, my people. We are just experiencing. He said, "Yeah, we didn't hear any of that. Fucking hell!" But you're gonna have to rewind. 1 second, my people. We can hear him now. I think. Just say, everyone, give a 1 in the chat if you can hear Connor.
Can you hear me now? Give us a thumbs up in the chat. I haven't changed anything, but maybe it's from the back end.
Oh yeah, it should be all good now. It should be all good.
Yeah, you
now.
can hear me clearly now.
Yeah, we can hear. Tara said we can hear him now, I think. If you could let him know, let me know if you can actually hear him. Don't think about it. Just let me know if you can.
No, it's good now.
Yeah,
right.
Good.
Thank
might
you.
need to do a little bit of the intro again.
I'll go out of the room and just come back. Yeah, we'll just start that again. Listen, what I was saying was, first of all, it's an honor to be part of the Chart Fanatics live show. When I saw you guys were doing a 9-hour live stream every day, I think it's something that traders need. So I'm happy to be a part of it. For now, 1 hour on a Tuesday and a Wednesday. But there's no reason why we can't pick that up if things go well. So I'm seeing some familiar faces in the chat. Some people probably don't have a clue who I am. And if you don't, my name is Connor Woods. I'm the head of trading education at Torex, the brokerage, and Atmos Funded, the prop firm. So yeah, I'm 28 years old. I've been in this industry professionally now for about 8 years as a market analyst, working my way through the ranks, should we say. So I'm sure we're going to get into a little bit of, what sort of trader I am. Artan, I'm sure you've got some questions for me, which I'm happy to answer. The truth is, I do a bit of everything because that's my job. I have to do that. So so happy to go down any route that you want to go down. For those familiar faces in the chat section, probably haven't seen me stream for a while. I know some of the guys in there. I can see Kurt and I can see Maria. Hello to you, Sean. We've got Jeanette in the stream as well. It's exciting to see you as well. Thank you very much for joining. Banji FX. I can see Brett, my good friend Brett. How are you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing well. It's very good to be here. We're going to dive into all different concepts. I've got an hour slot, and we can go from there. So if you have any questions for me, let me know in the chat section. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to this channel. And Artan is absolutely killing this every single day. So yeah.
What amazing intro. I need one of those for myself as well. I need one of those. I don't have the CV. But I guess the first thing is like, which probably is like, I guess most people's question, including mine, is like, so how do you trade? I know you said a little bit of everything, but like, if you don't mind just breaking down a little bit of just like not your entire strategy or anything, but like what is the process of just kind of like how you do things, considering you're an analyst and a trader. Just like, how are you approaching the markets? And if you don't mind showing like how you are approaching the markets like you would today. For example.
Of course. So okay, so right this second, in terms of the sort of trader I am, I've spent the last 2 years, like everyone else, I suppose, using AI, coding, etc. So as of right now, I have 6 strategies and they're all automated. I think I have to say, look, coming from my background, you have to remember that I have to know a bit about everything. And when you're a trader, knowing a bit about everything is just like noise here, noise there. It's just very difficult to be actually focused on trading. When I first became a market analyst and I was trying to trade at the same time, being a market analyst and a trader, 2 different things. And I think it took me a few years to sort of figure that out, So what I tried to do was remove some of the stress from trading out of my life, right? And the only way to do that was to just lock down for, a couple of years. And I back tested, I have a coder that I work with, and we back tested strategy after strategy after strategy all the time until we landed on a few, right? So the sort of trader that I am, and I can go into all sorts of detail on that journey, but that's me summarizing it. Is it my screen that's showing? Because if so, I can just give you a quick run through in terms of the...
that'd be amazing.
In terms of the different bots, should you say, or automated strategies that I have.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so my screen's showing, because I can't see.
Bear with, it should be in a second, I believe. 1 sec. I can't see if it is right now. Is that all? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So this is basically my MetaTrader platforms on the strategies that I have. So I've spent a lot of time gathering data. I will talk a little bit about fundamentals and like themes I'm looking out for. I do the manual side of it as well, and that's purely out of because I enjoy it, and I'm sure you're the same, Artan, right? This has sucked the life out of trading for me, and that's a good thing for my success as a trader. I have no emotion,
it's like the boring work, the stuff that's just like, where's the excitement? It's like, that's because you got a process.
I've got a process that I've followed. I've got a process that I've got back tested results on, dating back 2,000 trades, 5 years of data, whatever it might be. And I've put in all that work to benefit from it. But there is still that part of me which I will always have that manual side of trading to me. And I do use fundamental analysis to gather my bias, and then I use some smart money concepts as well as some indicators as well. So all the sort of things that I see you talking about on the streams, liquidity grabs, FVGs, order blocks, and all that sort of stuff. So I am a fan of that. I've actually got my own smart money concept EA as well.
Nice.
So if I just talk through from the beginning, so I'm not going to go through the rules of each strategy because that's my gold dust. But like in terms,
You
of
want it all? I'm joking. No, go on. Of course.
In terms
Today,
of
guys, Connor has promised to give you every single part of his strategy and nothing.
Yeah, that sort of
Nothing
stuff is going to be coming out in a few months, and unfortunately I can't make that stuff completely free, but there's an element to it that will be. So yeah, I've got a strategy called Wave Master, which is on the German stock index. You can see it sort of marking things as we go. I've also got a price action strategy, which is fully AI driven. So I've developed an AI system over the last 2 years, which has used all the things that I do in my day-to-day job to basically turn me into a good trader. So it's like me without emotion. It's pretty much what I've built. So that's a price action EA as well. I've got an SMC EA. So that does your general stuff. You can see I've actually got some trades that probably since the time I come onto the stream that have started to be tagged into. Yeah, so I've got 2 trades open at the moment. I am short on the S&P 500. I haven't seen why yet. This is the nature of and check, but I'll have a look. And I'm also short on the German stock index as well. And I've got a sell limit on Eurodollar and a buy limit on gold. So they're my SMC trades. I can have a quick look at after this to see what the criteria was for entry on that, because as I said, this happened blind. And then I've also got, these are like my mechanical strategies, the ones which are super, super simple, sometimes are the most effective, you know. So this is a simple German stock index strategy. And I've also got a golden cross EA. The session is now active, so we could get a trade on gold on this throughout the stream. And my final one is it's called Index Blitz, and that is on the S&P 500. So I'm diversified across different assets, got different methodologies, different strategies. Some are purely mechanical, where it's just like ABC. If it means ABC, you're in, and then more which are like SMC style, where there's a bit more opinion based on it, looking at fundamental themes and all that. So yeah, in summary, my friend,
my questions, because obviously like I personally don't know coding or anything like that, but how do you then, like, when you've got like these built these bots, right, that take these trades and what they're doing it autonomously now, how do you know, like, first of all, I guess, how are they all similar trade frequencies, or are they like one's like a bit more of a scalper, one's a bit more of a swing trader? Like, are they all very different in that aspect, or is it like there's some key things, like, you know, one trade a day, key rules that you have with them? And also the second question, I guess, with that is, how long, I know you've got backtested data, but like, how long would you forward test something, or even just trade on the live market with something before you end up going, do you know what, it worked backtesting, but like, I'm not doing this for 5 years because this is just clearly, and then you sack one off because you got a few. So like, you know what I mean? Yeah, no,
you're spot on, to be honest. I think there's a point of being like data driven. It's like, this is what I know has happened in history, and this is what, you know, this is why I'm back in this strategy. The truth is, in terms of frequency, for your first question, it does change. Like my Index Blitz one, the one that's on the screen now, an S&P 500, it's a bit of a scalper. It can probably place 20 trades in a week, you know. I don't have ones where, do you know, when people place like 100 trades a day, you know, it's nothing like that. I probably sit across the 6 strategies somewhere in the region of 30 to 40 trades per week across the 6. Yeah, so that feels like a lot, but obviously when it's automated, it's you know, it's not like I'm having to press any buttons to do it, you know. So that changes. The frequency does change. The truth is, when it comes to looking at strategies, what I found was the most powerful thing was not necessarily like, oh, are you using, I don't know, are you using the 20 EMA rather than the 5 EMA? No, the most powerful thing is testing different risk management parameters. Yeah, so like, if a particular strategy might perform better when I move my SL to entry at 1-to-1, or this strategy might perform better over history when I move my SL to entry at 2-to-1, or when I take half off the table. There's like 100 different ways in which you can manage risk whilst you're in the trade. And that's what I find a lot of people struggle on as well, because it's all well and good drawing beautiful charts and stuff like that, but then as soon as they hit that button, they don't know what their predefined risk is, and they don't know what their plan is when the trade is live. So they're just like rabbits in a headlight, basically.
So my stance on, well, not my stance, but like what helped me, I'm a very ADHD type trader, where like when I'm like, my pre-entry person is great, like it's absolutely fantastic, but when I'm in a trade, I'm like, oh, there's a fair value gap there. Oh, it wicked into that key level. So what's like that, and that kept me very unprofitable for years. And so I just go for 3R right now, because I'm like, I trust the pre-person so much that I'm like, I'm very happy with a 35% win rate at 3R each month. So I'm like, okay, if that's my data, that I'm like, I'm happy with that, and now I can just chill out and just like know that no matter where I am going through my day, it's like, even like yesterday, right, I hit a nice 3R trade on EU, and it reversed at that exact point. Not out of, it wasn't because I like that level. I thought it was going to go much lower, but in the trade I thought it was going to go much lower, but I'm like, nope, stick to my rules, 3R. So I'm like, whew, you really just saved yourself with that. So my that's what I need. Anyway, my question would be, with that, when you're creating these strategies, the same way that, you know, a lot of manual traders will, let's say, for example, they find out about SMC, or let's say they find out about ICT. You've got all of these strategies. How do you actually build these? Are you manually doing these? Like, for example, like you said, the risk management side, are you going at I'm backtesting these physically and going, if I move the 1-to-1, noting it down? Or are you going like, I've got this system, this AI bot or whatever that tracks I just tell it to collect all the data and put into AI, what if I move my stop loss to break even at 1-to-1? What would that now be? Or do you know what I mean? How do you go about that?
Well, I do have like when I do that, I have like my base cases, which I know like from my manual days, from my more manual days of trading, where I knew that method worked more times than not. And that for me normally, just from a personal perspective, normally looks something like, if I was in a trade and I hit, you know, 1-to-1 risk reward, I would take half of it off the table. I wouldn't move my stop loss, but I'd take half the trade off, like automatically. Well, that's what I should have been doing, you know, sometimes because it doesn't always happen, but that was my rules. And then when I got to 2-to-1, if I got to 2-to-1, that's when I'd move my stop loss to entry. So every time I went to test a strategy, I always use that risk management plan as my base case. And if that I'd get the results, boom, 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 there's your results over, you know, however many years or whatever. Okay, that's my base results. How can I optimize that to make it better? Is there a way in which we can do it? And then unfortunately, in that case, that's just how dedicated you are as a trader. Like, I sat there for hours with my coder thinking, right, is this another way in which we can risk manage better? We spent more of our time trying to understand how to manage risk in play than we did on what the rules were of the strategy. Don't get me wrong, there was about 50 different strategies that we threw in the bin because like it didn't return enough, or the max drawdown was too deep. But then again, I am talking about the mechanical strategies that I have. The AI SMC and the AI price action EAs that I've got, they're like, you can't backtest that, because like what you're doing, for example, unless you've got like a set entry rule each day, that speculative side of trading is the hardest thing to do. And I admire yourself or anyone who's profitable doing it that way. It's definitely possible to do that. With the stress and the nature of my job, it was just impossible to be able to be a good speculative trader all the time. You know, like what you do on marking those trades on a stream. I could mark them on a stream just like you, and I'm sure we will today. But in able to do that consistently with my life and my job, and I'm sure a lot of people in this chat have that same issue, it's harder to be consistent than it is if you've got like mechanical ways of doing it. So completely. What I would say, one thing, when you said about swapping out strategies, or how do I know, never become married to the edge or to the strategy. Like, I've obviously got personal favorites, etc. But as soon as, at any point, which does happen, you can't avoid it, if my strategy breaches my max drawdown from the backtested results, then I go, right, you're out, and the ones that I've been researching come in, you know, so I keep loop going over.
So if taking so let's just say, right, I've got a mechanical strategy, like I have a set, like not straight mechanical, I'd say it's about 80, I'd say that's 70% mechanical. It's like the daily time frame is is that, and then I have like 4 different models, which is like London manipulation, Frankfurt continuation,
Okay.
New York reversal, and New York continuation. Right? These are pretty mechanical. It's all liquidity sweeps. The entry model is exactly the same, but the daily time frames, I categorize them, but they're slightly more interpretive. Right? Let's just say, for example, it doesn't work for me. And let's say for you, for example, right? Let's say you have 6 consecutive really bad months, depending on what your parameter of bad months is. Are you, because I think it's controversial, because some people might be like, well, if you just because you've had 6 months of bad losses doesn't mean that you should give up on your strategy. You were just in a bad market period. As long as you stick to it, your strategy, it's going to pan out in the long run. But like, what's your opinion on that? Because I think you're right, where if you notice an edge isn't working anymore, I do think that you need to adapt, but there's a fine line between chopping and changing your strategies because you're not just performing, and being like, no, do you know what, something needs to change. So for the viewers, and for I guess a lot more of like people that maybe aren't coders, for example, like maybe they don't have access to a coder, maybe they don't understand AI, how can they apply, someone that maybe does ICT or SMC or whatever these, the debate strategies are, how can they understand when to call it quits with a strategy, or at least know how to change their model to, you know what I'm saying?
No, I completely understand what you're saying. That, I understand people haven't always got access to coding skills, and I'm not very great either. I'm just lucky I've got a good business partner. But okay, so when it comes to the losses situation, right, this is something I battle with quite a lot, because there's a lot of people out there on social media that will elevate wins and hide losses, which is understandable because they want to show off that they're profitable, etc., etc. And I'm not saying in some cases people don't make all that money, but I'm sure in some cases they do, but it's hard to filter out who does and who doesn't, let's be honest. Now, as a professional trader, or as someone who's following a system, for example, or following rules, as you well know, it is impossible, no matter how good you are, to win all the time, right? So when it comes to like expectations, the research that you put in, and that's not necessarily back testing using coding, like forward testing it with a trading journal, for example, you're going to find a point in time where you made that strategy or that system may not have made anything for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. And when it's easy, because like if I'm showing you on the screen now, this is just an example equity curve of one of the back tested results. I'm sorry if it's a little bit blurry because I'm just pulling it from a presentation because I wanted to show everyone. This is like the profit and loss equity curve from one of the strategies, right? So it made 500% over 4 years with a 46% win rate and 1,600 trades back tested and a 21% drawdown, right? If you go back and you go back to say, I don't know, I think in the middle here of 2023, all the way to 2024, February, the strategy was flat, if not did nothing. So when you look at the total profit over that time, you're like, wow, this is great. That what people fail to understand is that as soon as they go through a period where it doesn't make money, they're just like instantly like, oh, I'm broken. I don't know what I'm doing. Then they get emotional. Then they over risk and they do all the typical things that retail traders do. But if you actually knew your data and you knew your system from a forward tested or a back tested perspective, you'd be able to set realistic expectations and be able to sit through those moments of drawdown or those moments of flat periods like you see here. So say, for example, typical retail trader starts joining this strategy in September of 2023, which is here, right? And then made nothing all the way through to say February of 2024, right? Made nothing. In that period, you think, well, they would be shouting at me if they're following my system because they'd say, you don't know what you're doing. And then they would have been off on a different strategy or 10 more strategies since then. For the person who kept executing that edge because he knew his data, would have been able to benefit from that period of time over the next 2 years where that strategy did really well. So then after that period, because trading is a long-term game, but it's treated like gambling, right? So if people, like the person who would have sat there and gone, right, let's just stick this out because I know my data, would have benefited from a lot of the profit that you see in that top left-hand corner just by being patient and just by knowing what their tested results are, either forward or back tested.
So you would be willing to, for example, in this, right? Let's say you've got, I don't know how many years, but let's just say it's 10 years of back tested data on this, right? Would you be willing to go through like what if just for this one in particular,
Yep.
the example you're showing, what is your max that you would be like, okay, we've been in drawdown now for 3 years, now I have to turn it off? Like what is your limit for, just for one example, for example?
Yeah, but it's very, very simple rule that I have. The limit is if at any point I breach the 21% max drawdown from my tested results. So so like, for example, one of the strategies hasn't made any money this year. Blame the war, do whatever you want. The conditions haven't been great this year. That's just the fact. This year hasn't been as good for my strategies on my portfolio as it was last year. And there's just, it's Trump, the war, random pockets of volatility here and there, a lot of randomness, a lot of change. That's just cycles in markets, right?
Yeah.
So I would always say to myself, unless this 21% max drawdown is breached at any point, I just keep executing. So then I basically say to myself, I can never blow the account, whether it's, props even easier to make money in this regard, because you can just make sort of 15% and you'd make like a lot more than if you had like a 5K live account, of course.
Yeah.
But I would always just say to myself, no emotion. I've got the results. I trust it, trust the system. If at any point my drawdown on that strategy breaches what I've tested, then I say, see you later. In comes the new one, which is why I'm always researching in the background different ways, different methodologies, because some edges will work some of the time and not the other time. 46% of the time, this strategy technically lost money, right? It's got a 46% win rate. Yeah. So more, as you know, you've got a 36% win rate on a 3-to-1. So 64% of the time, you're losing trades on average.
Yeah.
People think that like people can't sit through that. It's just
yeah. 100%. So, okay, interesting. And so what would you advise for, manual traders or people that are trying to do it, do these things like yourself? Like how, let's just say that somebody is at the start of trading. They understand, terminology. They understand, maybe indicators or whatever. They have an understanding of the tools of trading, but they're putting a strategy together right now, whether it's learning from someone else or whether it's, they're trying to put it together themselves. I guess that's actually a good question for you as well. It's just like, I guess, sorry, like 5 different questions at once. But I'm basically saying, would it be
a podcast?
Yeah,
we should do a podcast.
Yeah, 100%. But how would you say someone should go about, trialing and testing a strategy? As in, am I learning from someone in particular? Am I identifying these tools and piecing different pieces of this puzzle together and then getting data on it? And yeah, how would you approach it if you had to start? And how do you approach it now without, without, let's say, for example, a coder
or automation and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. What I say to people who come to me and looking for help or whatever it might be, is what I tell them is like, what do you enjoy in terms of analysis? Because let's be honest, analysis is probably 20%, 30% of the game. That's probably me being generous. The rest of it is risk management and psychology, let's be honest. So I say to them, right, we'll focus on the strategy stuff first. That's the same thing that everyone seems to get caught up in. So I'll be like, I don't know, I'm on gold chart at the moment. I'll be like, what's your favorite concepts that you enjoy? Most people will say, I like ICT and SMC for obvious reasons, because they've been marketed fantastically well. And I'll say, okay, so what part of SMC and ICT do you like? They'll tell me, I like market structure. I like market structure and I like using order blocks for my entry, and I try and target fair value gaps. Well, there you go. Okay, so what I need you to do now is I need you to get a blank piece of paper, whether it be like this, and I need you to be like, right, rule number 1 is I need to follow higher time frame, structure. Okay. And then once you've ticked that rule, your next rule would be find an FVG to target. This is completely hypothetical, yeah. I'm not saying this is what
someone's definitely going, oh my god, I've got it.
It's probably a bit too simple. Like the stuff that you do with the manipulation on the open and stuff like that's what I would tell people to do. That sort of stuff, like that entry criteria. And 3 would be, using an order block, after a sweep or something like that, right? So I would say, right, what I want you to do is I want you to get a sticky piece of paper, a sticky note or whatever, stick that on your screen, on your laptop. And every time you come to trade, pick your window to trade and say to yourself, like literally just tick it off. Go onto your favorite chart of your choice, go on to gold, which most people say on a 4-hour time frame, and say, right, following higher time frame structure, yes. Finding an FVG to target, yes. Using an order block after sweep, yes. Right now you've got a trade. Execute that exact same thing over and over and over again, 2-3 months, journal it, see what you come out with. Then when you
my next question really quickly on, just sorry to cut you off there, but would be, okay, cool. Because I remember when I first started trading, I was doing that. But then I go I'm doing it on the 1 minute, the 5 minute order block, the 15 minute, the hourly order block. Would you recommend, for example, picking one time frame and using that one, or would you be like, do you know what I mean? Because then if you pick loads of different ones, it's now you've got possible. If you pick 4 different ones, you've got 4 times the data now to collect. You know,
you're exactly right there in terms of time frame. So here's what I say to people on time frame. People always that the scalpers say that the swing traders don't make any money, and the swing traders say that the scalpers don't make any money, right? So when I've back tested things on different time frames, the nature of the 1 minute time frame is it's more random than the weekly time frame. That's just a fact. So you have to factor in that when you pick your time frame, the time frame you pick that's what your equity curve will look like, most probably. So if you're a 1 minute trader or a 5 minute trader, you'll have longer periods of wins, big profits, but probably steeper drawdowns. Can you handle that? Yes or no? Are you that sort of person? Are you more of a risk averse person, a risk taker, whatever it might be, right? Or are you someone who prefers to just creep up? The returns are a little bit slow, but your drawdown's a little bit more protected. If so, pick a higher time frame. I don't have an opinion on what's best over the other. You know, like some of the strategies, most of them are 5 minute time frames, to be fair. And that's why the drawdown sits around 25% or 30% in worst cases, and the profit's a bit higher. If I switch that to a daily, my drawdown probably drops to sort of 12%, but the profit dropped too much for me. You know, that gap wasn't bridged enough. So that gap was too small, sorry. So that would be my advice to people who are trying to pick timeframes.
Okay, that's really, really interesting. So, and then what would be for you, or I guess, I mean, this is different for every person, but do you have, for example, let's say, for example, you're like, okay, this strategy is, if I'm risking 1%, it's making me 5% a month. That's my baseline of like, after all the data I've collected, 5% a month is the minimum here. Like, do you have do you know what I mean? Like, do you have a certain, when you're testing these strategies, a certain factor where you're like, yeah, it's profitable, but it's not that profitable, so I'm sacking it off?
Probably, yeah. I guess that comes with a bit of comparison. I think like you have to be realistic in the sense that, you know, if you're trading prop firms, futures, props, or whatever market it might be, I think you can get away with having less profit overall because you're more capitalized, right? So even making 10% on a 100k account, your quid's in. But if you're trading a brokerage or like your personal accounts, and you've only got 5k, you have to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of like what your overall profit needs to look like over a certain period of time. You know, so I would always like to pick a strategy which sort of averages around the between the 40 and the 80% mark per year would be amazing. Like consistently. I mean, you have to understand here that hedge funds make 15% on average. So if at any point you're beating that consistently, you're in the top percentile of investors.
And what are they exposed to? What I know, you know, when we say like, they make about 15 to 20 or whatever, it's like, what's the risk to them? Like, what's their max drawdown? Like,
exactly. You know, yeah, I mean, their max drawdown is whatever the stock market is, which, by the way, can still drop 20-30%. But then what do? They buy it up. So it's different, right? I'm not trying to compare investing to trading. Trading is definitely, obviously, more risky in that regard. Well, that makes sense, right? Because you think about hedge funds and long-term investing, their max drawdown or their risk that they put into what they do is a lot less because their time horizon is so big. So you're just never going to lose. Oh yeah, that's the point of investing. If you plow into an S&P 500 tracker today and keep putting in money to your 45, obviously you're going to have a lot of money. But with trading, it's always good to use that benchmark. Can I like double the performance of a hedge fund? Because it feels good. But also you have to understand that there's more risk that comes with that. So you're going to have periods where your sort of profit and loss looks a bit more skewed than a straight line.
100%. Well, that was really, I think even with me, like, for example, that's super helpful because like me, I'm getting into futures, for example, like a lot more as of recent. I'm CFDs predominantly, like German 30, like all the DAX basically. I look at EU, GU, gold, but I do want to look at the Nasdaq. And for me, it's been like, look, I've been profitable for a few years now, and I'm like, oh, go into a new strategy. I'm like, whoo, okay, you gotta like start that process again. And I'm like, do I want to start that process again? And I'm like, well, look, you actually have a system. You understand how to start that's why I was asking those questions, where you actually have a foundation now to go. At the start of trading, I didn't know what I was doing, didn't know the tools, didn't know how to play the game, and I didn't have experience. Now I know how to play the game. I have tools and have experience, but now I need to tweak a few things. So rather than just create out of thin air this new strategy and use indicators or whatever that I've never used before, start to go, what, like you said, what rather than, for example, what you said, what you like. For me, what I try and say to people as well that are even coming in my mentorship or whatever, I'm like, what do you believe in? Like, what if there was a part of trading that you're like, I don't know what I'm doing, but one thing that I believe in is that, for example, when we sweep a daily high or low, and I know, and it's around New York time, and it's overall bullish, that I just get these really good expansive moves to continue high. And I'm like, well, if you believe in a certain part of then that's great that you believe it. Now go and see if there's an edge there with that. Like that might be your thing, but you need to have certain things that you stand by, that you can say to, let's say your cousin at a wedding says, what's this trading thing? If you had to tell me one thing that you do, be like, okay, I know there's a lot of noise in my strategy, but one thing that I've noticed is go run with that thing and refine, test. But the only thing I would say with it is that there was a point for like 3 years where I actually ran with something that I thought I believed in, but I didn't have data. So I was like, I'm so good with these. I'm so good at entering off IFVGs, just straight up IFVGs on the 1 minute or the 5 minute. Like once we get that sweep, blah, 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 blah. And for like 3 years, I just realized that I was unprofitable for 3 years. So like, it's obviously not that good, is it? Like, you know what I mean? So I had to like really just be like, bro, like stop listening to what you believe and what you think you're good at, because your data is telling you you are pants at this. So, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, let me strip myself down and go, okay, yeah, you got no choice but to make a change here. Like, and I think a lot of people, what they do, especially like, I guess like mid-level experienced traders, they get so caught up on their strategy. Let's say, and this can be a lot of any strategy really. I don't want to call ICT traders because I think a lot of them are profitable, but everyone goes on psychology. I think psychology is that they go too much on psychology and not enough on data. And I'm like, you believe in your strategy more than your data does. Yeah, you know, and I'm like, you believe that it's just going to change, but it's actually not profitable. But if you started putting your stop loss at the low that swept liquidity instead of tucking it in, you would be. But you think it's your mind. It's not. It's the date. It's there, but you haven't tested that out yet. You know, like you were saying, the 1 to 2s, moving your stops. Like it's your job to find out what is that little edge in it. Literally, you might be one tweak away from being profitable. Do you know what I mean? It's just,
it is that tiny little bit. It's just literally like having like that casino edge. It's just like 2% here and there. You amplify that over a longer time frame, and suddenly you're profitable, right?
Literally.
People want it too quickly. That's the problem.
Yeah.
People want it now, 100%. Don't they? Speaking 100%. Of. What are you
let's
now?
Well, so I've actually just hit I just started. If you don't mind sharing my chart, Nick.
Yeah, go on, share it away. I think
I'll just quickly show you. So I'm in a pound short at the moment.
Yeah.
So just make sure.
Yeah, you're sharing. I'm just looking.
Yeah, amazing. So sorry, I said this was an example from yesterday. So ignore this at the top anyway. So I'm in a pound short. I took this on. I just started a new challenge, so I've already taken profit on this, but I'm on my live account at the moment. But basically, all I was looking at really was the dollar for me. I saw that we manipulated this low, and we're making higher highs and higher lows, and this was a very big kind of like consolidation down lower. I was actually expecting us to, well, not expecting, but in an ideal world, to come into this daily fair value gap. However, considering kind of everything that's going on at the moment with the war and the stuff over the weekend, I thought I wanted this low to go yesterday. So we actually took a trade that was a win yesterday, a sell on the EU. And then I was just looking at, again, a higher high breaker structure here. So the last high, made that high, high low, higher high. And then I'm looking for a pullback anywhere in this fair value gap region, taking out the Asia low, and then I was just, again, really simple. I was just looking at 8 o'clock to open low on the dollar and then close high. So I was looking at EU and I was looking at GU. So I marked out, wait for a break of structure. But when here we were just kind of chopping and consolidating, whereas with GU, we ended up like after we took out this high at 8 o'clock, there was a big dump here. I was looking at a pullback. I usually use the 50% or the 618. I could have gotten in the 618, but I wanted to be in, and it was also marked. It was the same with a fair value gap here. So my momentum's bullish for me on the dollar, and I'm just basically looking at a continuation. Really, I'm just trying to continue the momentum down. Yeah. And if we're looking at a nice trending market, shifting bearish, it's just going boom, 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 boom.
To add some fundamental context to that, because I completely agree with you, Joe. If you just zoom out, do you know that big move higher that you saw? Like if you zoom out on the chart, that big impulsive move. Obviously, that was old Andy Burnham, wasn't it? The new UK Prime Minister that was announced yesterday. And initially, traders liked the move, and then he came out with some comments regarding like fiscal policy. He basically said, "Oh, like." He's open to being a bit more loose with fiscal policy, and that then spoofed the initial move. So then that move moves lower. So I'm agree with you on the pound shorts, and then with the dollar, you've obviously got last week CPI comes in weaker, but the dollar doesn't really go down that much, right? It's still sort of stuck between what you see right now. Yeah. But then the overriding factor is the only reason that the CPI went lower was because there was a break in the war. Now that's re-kicked off again. I think what you're seeing here is like classic displacement from a bullish move. So I agree with what you're saying there in terms of the dollar. I think we could be heading up to sort of, up to around 10. I can't see it on my screen because it's blocked, but basically where my head is on the screen. That should take profit area for me for the dollar.
Basically, this high up here, right?
Because I think you can see the sweeps along. It's not really gathered much downside momentum from that initial move, right? It's just from what you're marking there, sweeps all the way along the bottom there. It's lost all momentum to the downside. I think if we can get that break above 100.7, that you've got that higher mark there, then I think you're in. Yeah,
I totally agree with you. Totally agree. I mean, for me, from just a straight, let me clean this up. I'll just clean this up a little bit. I mean, for a straight technicals, no fundamental side of things, I'm just kind of like, really, my favorite moves are, I look for an expansion, I look for consolidation down to some sort of a discount. I then look for internal liquidity, which is basically this. And then I'm just now looking for either strong closes on the dollar to then go, okay, cool. Like momentum is now changing. We're getting some strong closes to the upside. Then the only real, I don't necessarily look for the high here, but what I will do, I am looking at that, but I'm then looking for like this one first. That's what I care about. Then I'm looking for this one next, and this one is the final one. But this for me,
taking like sort of 3-to-1 trades within that higher time frame move, but on a lower time frame.
So this is literally, I'm just like, okay. So on how I approach things is I'm just daily time frame. All what I do, and I tell all of my students to do this, is I go, if you can get good at just going literally like, this is like the simplest form of backtesting with no data, you don't even need to do, well, there is data actually, but like, I just go like this. I go on the daily and I literally just say, I want you to click through, am I bullish, bearish, or unsure? Today, not too sure. Bullish, bearish, or unsure? Not too sure. Ooh, bullish, bearish, or unsure? And then anyway, let's say for example, for me, I'd probably be consolidation
or change of character there, but is it enough?
And I'm like, cool, unsure, because it was such a big move. I'm like, all right, I'm waiting. I'm like, bullish, bearish, or unsure? I'd probably say bearish, right? And I'm like, cool, I've got one right, one wrong. Anyway, I say do that 50 times. Maybe do that like once every couple of weeks. Get good at understanding why I got this one right. What did this daily tell me? And then I'm like, now, not only are you working out about confidence about am I bullish, bearish, or unsure, but you're starting to like get experience on when to stay out of the market. And if you can get, the overall sentiment of the daily right, I'm like, then all you need to do is align yourself with that day. Don't be scalping all day. But now your win rate should hopefully go up, because also you start to go, actually, I'm unsure. Like now you should understand, rather than, when you start trading, you're unsure about everything. You're just trying to get it right. You're just trying to get it right and apply your strategy. But then it's like, okay, now you've got a bit of experience. Are you comfortable with not really knowing what's going on? And if you don't know, listen to that and stay out and get better at that. And then when the opportunity does come, for example, like a strong close like this, I'll be like, well, you got no choice but to take the trade because you're not unsure.
Yeah.
You're not unsure. You're like, if we're talking about percentages, you're 75% sure. You'll never be 100 because then you'll probably lose. But like, you know what I mean? It's like, and you just get better at it like that. So yeah, that's what I always try and say. That's how I kind of approach the markets in general. But yeah, if you could give a little breakdown of what you're looking at, maybe from I don't know if different strategies have different, have completely different views on things on assets, but if you don't mind giving a little breakdown as to like what you're looking at, and yeah, that'd be great.
Let me just quickly see if any of those trades are still active first, which I think they are. Yeah, so I'm pretty much flat now. So I'm in a gold buy myself right now from 4061. So let me just quickly go on to the gold chart and just have a look on here. Okay, so this is sometimes the difficulty, right? Do you know, when your strategy or my edge places a trade and I'm just like, oh, I don't really feel it too much. But in fairness, we did have a it would have been a bit too soon for me to jump into gold longs right now. But what I would say, we've even swept that high as well. I do think we have potential for gold to move up to around 4100, 4108 if we can take out this high and into this supply zone at around 41110. I guess that's probably what my edge has done. Now, if I mark this a bit lower here, obviously we've had the expansive move higher. That's fine. Probably could draw a little fib here. I'll see what we got. Wonder what that's come back into. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Bounced right off the 61.8 on the 5-minute time frame. So to be fair, I think I'm into a trade here, which I'm fairly comfortable with. I don't tend to interfere too much when it comes to my EAs. But say, for example, you're in this trade manually myself, I'd probably now say that if we were to get a move back down towards 4058, I think we'd probably come and fill this FVG down, and we might even come all the way down to the beginning of the move. My overall riding feeling on gold is that I think it's trapped, because what people fell into the trap of this year was that if we saw the war kick off,
then gold goes up because it's
gold
a safe
goes
haven.
up. Exactly.
Yeah.
What they failed to understand is that the nature of this style of war over in the Middle East mainly is that has a lot of oil out there, right? So the war tends to have, especially in the Strait of Hormuz, of course, direct impacts and direct strikes on oil facilities and gas facilities, etc. So that brings the price of obviously of oil higher, which is inflationary, right? And when inflation goes up, what happens to the US dollar? The US dollar goes up, the Fed are suddenly slightly more hawkish, and that then limits the gains of gold. So that's probably why we obviously saw some profit taking at the beginning of the year, and why we sort of just see it trapped, between a rock and a hard place. It's not really done anything, has it, since the beginning of June? It's been grinding lower on the whole, but it hasn't done
it's been grinding. So would you, at this moment in time, because obviously me technically even at the moment, I'm like, we're at such quite a key level that we've been in, as in just the last few days and whatnot, right? Would you be bullish to as in just kind of I guess intraday at the moment, which it does look really good today, but as in, or are you we're coming lower, or is it we're just not too sure at the moment? Because for me, I'm we're at a key level, we could come higher. I'm not sure. Maybe it's such a discount that people would be interested, but same way, I'm the dollars looks like it's going to continue.
I agree with the dollar story for sure. I think people need to understand as well, we are into summer months of trading. We've got the war situation. I think things are really going to kick off in the markets from September onwards. That tends to happen anyway. When I was looking, if you want my opinion on gold, I think what it might do for the next 6 weeks is a little bit more of the same. I think it sort of might don't want to cancel that. I sort of think it might ping pong between your 4,200 and your 4,000 for a bit. And I think there will be a big move coming. And I think one of the main factors that you need to take a look at, I see I've got enough time, I won't go into too heavy detail on this, but for those who are into interest rates and stuff like that, if you go on the CME FedWatch tool, we've completely U-turned from the start of the year. We were expecting interest rate cuts. No one expected the war to kick off with the US and Iran, of course, which is the nature of markets. And now we go into the end of this year, and the current interest rate is here at 350 to 375. If you move into September, we've got quite a rare situation where the markets have really no idea what's going to happen in the next Fed interest rate decision. So what you have to think of is if you're one like a, say, an institutional investor or trader or hedge fund or big bank or whatever, you've probably got quite a lot of money parked on the side because you're not quite sure what Kevin Walsh is going to do with the Fed. He's not given any hints. And also the probabilities of an interest rate hike, which is crazy, is now at 53%, and the percentage chance of them keeping the rates where they are is at 37. So it's fairly 50-50. So what's the difference then? So you've got accumulation on the charts, which marries up with the probabilities of interest rate decisions. At some point, there's going to be catalysts, and that's why I think news is important as well. Not necessarily just to just study news, because the technicals are obviously a major part of it. But in terms of what the next big move is in gold, one of these has to give. Is it going to be that we get the hike, or is it going to be that we get rates held where they are? If we get the hike in interest rates, for me, that will send gold back down below 4,000. We'll probably then see a daily move that continues down. And if you think at the moment we're sort of bouncing off of this daily support zone that I've got marked. I'm not the biggest fan of this zone, but it's acting as support, but it's hanging on for dear life. And I think the markets are increasingly pricing interest rate hikes into the rest of this year. That will bring the dollar higher. That will bring, which is good for your trade and my view as well. That will bring gold lower overall, or the opposite happens, and we're expecting this more leaning hawkish Fed. The data comes out, inflation falls, the war calms down, hopefully, and if it does, that brings inflation down, then the Fed can be a bit more dovish. Yeah. Then the gold buyers will go, right, let's just come back in. And obviously, if you're looking at discount levels in terms of these sort of markets, which inherently go up, like the stock market, like gold, we've already fallen 28% from the all-time high. So we're in discount territory already. So I've got my eyes on whether we see that shift back into, let's just hold rates where we are. That'll be treated as dovish. Then we can get that move higher. But as long as this war stuff carries on, inflation is going to continue to be higher, and the Fed will be more hawkish, and that will bring dollar strength into it. So that's my two scenarios.
Interested. So for people that maybe have no idea about fundamentals,
okay,
could you do a really quick segment on, for example, the Fed is hawkish, dollar is X. If war is on, you know what I mean, assets like S&P and NASDAQ lower. Is there something just for almost just a 30-second clip of if you need to know what these terminologies or what is going on in the world, if you hear about this, the chances are it's going to affect this, just for the baseline of, you know what I mean?
Okay, so all right then. That's a good one. I like that. I've got stuff written down from courses and stuff that I've done anyway. But in terms of what's in my head, so we have to understand that interest rates are the biggest driver of how money moves around the world. Okay, so let's just talk about it from a dollar perspective in really simple terms, right? When interest rates rise, what happens in simple terms is the dollar rises. Okay. Now, if you want to go into the reasons that why the dollar rises, it's quite straightforward. Interest rates are a return on savings and bonds in that country, right? So international investors will want those returns. So they buy the currency to invest there, if that makes sense. So more buyers into the currency means that the currency's price is going to go up. So I'm trying to explain this in simple terms because it can be quite confusing. That if you've got two bank accounts and one pays 5% and the other pays 1%, you're going to move your money, to the bank account that's got 5% savings interest, right? You're not going to keep it in the one that's got 1%. So you've got Europe here and you've got the US. The US have interest rates at 5% and Europe have interest rates at 1%. As an investor, you want your money to gain more interest. So you're going to put more money into the country let's say, that has a higher interest rate, or the bank account that has higher interest rate. I want dollars now because they're worth more. the more people that buy something, the more the value of it goes up. And that's why higher interest rates can lead to an increase in the currency as well. Now, when the dollar rises, obviously the impact that has on markets as such, I don't really like this comparison with the stock market, because even in times of higher interest rates, let's be honest, the stock market's still printing all-time highs. That's a completely different story. But for the likes of gold traders out there, when the dollar rises, anything that you see on your trading view charts that's got XXX USD is going to fall in value, because as the dollar rises, there's other factors affecting gold, but gold's gains are capped. Okay. Now, from a war perspective, so I know that wasn't a very good flow chart, but it was easier to explain rather than typing all of that out. Maybe I'll share a document on this. If anyone wants to message me, I can share a document on this, which will make more sense. Now, in terms of the war, right? We all purchase oil, right? Petrol in our cars, etc., etc. So when we see a situation like the war, right? This is how you do the full circle. War situation in the Middle East, strikes on oil facilities. Now everyone sees the headlines, right? Obviously. Now, when we strike those oil facilities, that by definition reduces the supply of oil into the market. And when something is of less supply, it becomes more valuable, especially a scarce resource like oil. Okay. So when oil prices go up, what does that mean? The oil companies go, Artan, you're paying extra petrol prices next week or next month because the cost of producing oil or the cost of the supply of oil has gone down.
Connor,
we pay more.
Connor, I've been investing into Apple stocks. I can't afford my Apple stocks anymore. Like, do you know what I mean? So
yeah, exactly.
Artan takes his £200 out of the Apple stocks, and the Apple stocks crumble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all exactly the same. So, so basically, what will then happen is prices go up. When prices go up, what does that mean? Inflation goes up. What happens when inflation goes up? The Fed increases interest rates to control the supply of money. When the Fed increases interest rates, that will then obviously increase the value of the dollar. And then you've got inflation in an economy via the higher oil prices. That higher interest rates, like I said, higher dollar, lower gold. So this narrative that because we've got war, that means gold goes up, doesn't work. So you have to always bring it round to, and I can't explain it all on a stream, and people might say, what the hell are you going on about? I explain it in like a course that I've got coming out, and I'm sure you can find lots of resources online, and I'll explain it in a clearer way. But you have to, if you're going to understand fundamentals, not necessarily to be a good trader, but to understand what's happening in the world and have a bias on certain assets, you need to always think, what does this mean for interest rates? Yeah. And then once you know what it means for interest rates, you can start to have predictions on what happens with the dollar. And when you know what's happening with the dollar, you know what's happening with a lot of markets. So yeah. Wow,
that's amazing, bro. That's very
confusing.
No, that wasn't at all. That wasn't at all. Guys, you know what? Let's jump in the chat really quickly. Guys, give me a 1 in the chat if you are locked in, and because I thought that was really helpful for myself. But I want to know in the chat right now, guys, if you are getting some serious game, because I've been kind of letting Connor just speak, and I'm asking him tons of questions right now. So I mean, Bill, well done, Arta, for inviting Connor on your stream. So yeah, man, I just dropping loads of game, bro, loads of game. I mean, so is there anything in particular like you're looking for today? Like it just, I know you mentioned gold, for example, that might look like it's popping up, but anything that you can give people before you're
No, I am looking at the NASDAQ today, and in the next couple of days, we've got mega tech earnings coming out across Tuesday and Wednesday. So across Wednesday and Thursday, sorry. Google, Tesla, just the small companies. And then next week's even bigger. So I think we're going to see a lot of volatility in the NASDAQ. We already see the NASDAQ up 1.4% today. And I'd probably look at it from an hourly charts perspective. If you come down to here, I would have liked this low to be swept, to be honest, today. We still might, I probably won't get it today. I would have liked this low here to be swept, but it looks like we've created equal lows here. Or has it been swept? No, it looks like it has. So from here, we had this sweep. Just about bit weak. Okay. And then we also had, I've just lost it. At that time, we had RSI in deeply oversold conditions. Here comes the snap higher. What I'm now looking for today, guys, simply on the NASDAQ, probably heading into the US session, I'd like to see a break above this high. Because once we get the break above that high, we've basically got, here's our low. Because, by the way, I'm saying this because it seems to be no matter what happens with big tech earnings, it doesn't matter if they slightly disappoint, the results are always big. We've still obviously got the AI story, which is like saving markets right now. I just prefer to be on the long side of it, just from history. So obviously we've had a mini breaker structure there, and then we've had a higher low there. Is this going to be our next higher high? If it is, probably look onto a lower time frame to see if we can get a move into a support zone. Okay. I'd probably look around here. What time is that? That's 8:30 a.m.
Is that UK time, 8:30?
Yeah, I think.
Take out the London low.
Take out the London low into support around 28,890, 28,900. Probably have my stop loss just below here. Use that as a zone and try and ride a bit of this optimism on just something that probably looks a little bit like that.
And are you like setting a limit, or are you, for example, just waiting for some like lower time frame confirmation?
Yeah, I need to wait for the break above 29,000 first. If we can get the break above 29,000, let me just draw that a bit more accurately. So once we get that break above 29,000, which looks like it's coming, that's our higher high that we marked on the thing. And then we've got our London sweep, whatever it might be. I'm not a huge, you're going to be much better than me at that, mate, when it comes to like sweeping certain lows of the session and stuff. But I genuinely look for internal liquidity alongside a market structure, which is bullish, and then would look for something that looks like that and maybe ride that up to somewhere. Well, take your pick with the stock market, don't you? I mean, it would be great it'd be great if we can have that move up to 29,400, and that would be a 11 to 1 risk reward trade. So it's a bit
with like I'm just curious. Sorry, I'm just changing this light a little bit because it's like killing my eyes right now. Do you like look at like a buy? Like, do you have a buy only strategy, for example, at all?
Yes, I do. So my S&P 500 bot EA only trades. That's SMC. Where's the index blitz one? It only trades long on the S&P 500. Do you know how damaging the results were when I changed it to long and short? Now I do have a situation like if I went onto MetaTrader and go onto my properties, if anyone, like when people can access this in a few months time, whenever it might be, people have the flexibility if they want to change that to long and short, or just short if you're brave enough. But yeah, I mean, I know this sounds really, really like, I guess like dumb and stupid, but this is the thing that this stock markets go up, right? Yeah. So when I was building my strategy, the hardest markets to knuckle down in terms of good profitability was Forex, because it's more random in nature. You know, you get cycles in Forex. So like if you zoom out, it's always just like one big range in most cases, unless you look at dollar yen, for example. But with the things like gold and this indices, maybe I've spoken about this before. The reason which this one did so well, or the reason I have quite a few indices as my strategies, is because they're long only strategies. So in a period where there's a bull market, which is 70-80% of the time, then I make more than if you were to buy and hold that index in that time. You know, does that make sense?
Well, that's the reason why I asked that is just because, for example, like when I'm doing, like I'm CFDs, mainly Forex, and my whole thing was as soon as I started getting the daily bias correct, that was what completely like really changed my trading. So if let's say I didn't care about the daily bias on the NASDAQ, because I know that realistically 60% or 70% of the time, if I was just bullish on the every day that year, I would actually have been right about 70% of the time. So then all I really need to do is just look for longs with my entry model, and then actually when like if I think of it like dumbly, not dumbly, but like it's still thought behind it, but I'm like, well, actually then that's why I'm kind of pivoting to futures, obviously pivoting to a longs only strategy with this current bear market. But like overall in the middle of a war, I'm like, okay, you know what? Like this, like if I can just evolve, and I would personally only look for longs, because I'm like, why bother? It's the shorts aren't. It's not. It's only maybe like 20% of the year. Might as well just look for longs, you know.
Just suck it up, right? Yeah. I mean, the last trade that I'll give people for free in terms of what my systems are, I've just been tagged into a DAX long. So we are in the London session, aren't we? So that will run throughout today. My stop loss on that, just for educational purposes, is down at the bottom of this range that's been marked automatically for me, down at 24,827. As always, I target 4-to-1 risk reward, so that my take profit would be quite high. It rarely hits that. I think the take profit gets hit probably about, on average, 12 times a year, 13 times a year. So it normally sort of, if it's in profit, it sort of sits up there somewhere. If I do get 1-to-1 on this trade, it does automatically move my SL to entry. I have no issue at the moment with stock market longs in general, whether you're looking at the S&P, NASDAQ, which I'm sure you'll look at when I come off the stream, and the German stock index as well, so the DAX. So yeah, I'm fairly bullish right now.
Nice. And if you had one, just final question, because I know you got to shoot off soon, but if you had to pick one strat and one pair, if you had to be like, you know what, besides all my data, my experience, everything, what's your baby? Like, you can only trade one pair. What is yours?
Probably this. Probably the DAX.
Okay, nice. That's interesting. That's my favorite as well. Recently, like, I've only traded it for about a year, but bro, I just love the 8 a.m. 6 Frankfurt session, like 6 to 8 and 8 a.m. open. Yeah, it's just so consistent in terms of the way that, and it takes liquidity, and I'm loving it. Like,
good man. Yeah, same as me. And by the way, for some strange reason, I think across 3 of my strategies, it includes the DAX, because it's just been such a good market to trade over the last 6 years. It's like it has the volatility of the NASDAQ without it being as crazy, so it gives you enough. So it's not like the FTSE where it's dead, but it's not like the NASDAQ where it can be a bit crazy around US Open and stuff. It just seems to move so well. So I would personally.
Ooh, DAX friends. Ooh, DAX friends. We are sick, man. That's good to hear, bro. Well, yeah, obviously, bro, feel free to stay on as long as, but if you've got to shoot off, then absolutely fine. But yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm 5 minutes late to a meeting. I've just opened my Teams now, and everyone's like, "Where are you?" So I will have to shoot. I wish I could stay on.
Yeah.
I really do.
Well, thank you so much for jumping on. Honestly, in just an hour, there's so much game that you've dropped, which is amazing. And you're here tomorrow as well, right?
I'm here tomorrow, yeah. So we can continue.
Amazing.
And, do whatever.
Amazing. Well, guys, make sure you drop Connor a follow. Maybe type in the YouTube so that they can subscribe to your YouTube channel as well. But if we can drop his socials in there as well, so you can just give him a follow. But seriously, thank you so much for coming on. I've, even in the space of an hour, learned so much. So really appreciate it. Can we get some W's in the chat for Connor, please, people?
Thank you very much, everybody.
We'll let you run off to your meeting, mate. But thank you so much, man. And I'll we'll speak to you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, Artan. Cheers, guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Take care, man. All right, my people's dem. So that was W stream. That was an absolutely W stream. Obviously, I say W stream like we're finishing. We're absolutely not finishing. We're cracking on. Yeah, man, it's really, really insightful. Like, especially like with the fundamental side of things, and interest rate. All of this stuff is like stuff that we as traders we don't need too much information. It's about learning from the right people and understanding what information is actually important. You know what I'm saying? So, how are we doing today? People's dem? Are we good? I am literally in a GU short. I actually have I just took out, well, the other day anyway, I just took out a new challenge. So anyway, I've just got a few messages on it, so I can't show you. But anyway, just passed a quick stage 1, which is great. So just past the stage 1, I'm still in on my live account on this, and I'm going to go through this trade in a hot second. But I sent this into my Discord. I actually forgot to send it to the Charts Fanatics Discord. Sorry, but I'll send in maybe a little trade breakdown. But the short of it, like I said this morning, right, was the dollar for me. I'm bullish. You know, consolidation. Like basically, we had a nice expansion to the upside here. Consolidation down lower, wicking into all these wicks. I did want this fair value gap to get tapped into, but we didn't quite do it yet. We still could do it, but for me, I was like, you know what? We've got a nice CRT wick. If you don't know what that is, it's just a manipulation below a daily low in the direction of momentum. So the next target for me would be this high here. Then we had a strong close yesterday. So I was just looking at the 4 hour and going, you know what? This for me looks really good. So if I'm looking at that, then yeah, we can move higher. I'm actually just going to, I need to turn my brightness down a little bit on my screen because, it needs to be turned down on this. I'm going to do that in a second. All right, I don't even have to do it. I don't even know how to do it on my monitor. My eyes are just like, at the moment, maybe I need to like get some glasses. You're going to see me in like some like dark shades looking like Stevie Wonder, just staring at the charts. But I don't know why my eyes are hurting. I think it might be this. But anyway, so yeah, what I'm looking at the moment is just a pullback to there. Then I drop down. Again, I'm just looking at, you know, what do we like? You guys heard me talk about this yesterday, right? If I'm bullish, and this is a question for you guys, okay? If it's not your first time here, then I want you guys to tell me if I am bullish. If I'm bullish on the day, what am I looking for? Use dark mode. Yeah, maybe I need to use dark mode on this. No, it's on my actual. It's not even on the. One sec. Dark mode. Dude. How do I put on dark mode again? I've actually forgot. I'm actually completely forgotten. Canvas background. No, how do I do it again? I should know how to do this. I've done it in so long. How do I do dark mode again? I've actually completely forgotten. It's like I've forgotten how to use Trading View. All right, so one of you guys can show me anyway. If I'm bullish on the day, all right. And if you want anything, guys, by the way, for other people asking, right, just go to my Instagram at artan.fx and yeah. So what am I looking for? If I'm bullish on the day, what's one of the key things that I'm looking for? All right, I'm bullish on the day. What's one of the key things? Is this? Am I like super dark now? Wait, I probably am, aren't I? Yeah, I'm a little bit too dark, so that means I can turn up this light. I'm a bit of a tech guy now, bro. A bit of a tech guy now. There we go. We are back in the cut. Yeah, that light was pointless. It was just blinding me. It was just literally blinding me. So if I'm bullish on the day, and I'm trying to give you guys game here, all right? Double click the screen and go to the right, and then change background colors. I swear there's a dark mode though, isn't there? Right click. Chart template. I'm just gonna, you know what? Let me know if this is just mad ugly. Wait. No. That's a no. I haven't changed this in so long, yeah? But I just think that looks horrible on the chart, but I definitely need to... Ooh. That's cool. That's freaking cool, bro. No. Let's cancel that for now. But I definitely need to change this to a little bit of a... just a slightly less aggressive white, you know? Does that look okay? Or am I bugging? Okay. I think that looks all right for now. All right, so yeah, then what we've got anyway, we tapped into this 4 hour, right? Yesterday we had an expansion on the 4 hour, nice fair value gap, right? We love a fair value gap, don't we, lads and ladies? We have then popped down 8 a.m. The answer to what I'm looking for, I'm going to give you one more chance, yeah? One more, user profile, top left corner, right? User profile, this thing. Corner. Oh. User profile. Is it this? Profile. Is it gonna like settings and billing? You're gonna make me go into my fucking billing section and steal my credit card information. Click the profile icon, turn on dark mode, and turn off together. All right, I'm gonna figure this out in settings. It's just not here. All right. Anyway, don't worry. I'll do this in my own time because I don't want you guys wasting time on this. Let's give you guys some games. So yeah, the answer. I'll give you one more chance. Right? If I'm looking for a bullish day, right? Let's just say today I'm looking for a bullish day. What? And we open. This is the market open. What am I looking for? What is the first move that I am looking for on the day? Tell me, guys. I'm going to give you 20 seconds to tell me. You don't have it in your setting. Maybe I don't have it. That's a piece. What's the first thing I'm looking for if I'm bullish on the day? Come on, guys. This is a big quiz. Big quiz. If you're one of my students in the 9559FX mentorship, you guys should be answering this question. Like, and I know there's a bunch of you in here. Okay. Yes, J Trades. Damn right. You're looking for price to open low, right? If I'm bullish, I'm looking for an open low, close high. Okay. And if I'm bearish, I am looking for an open high, low close. Okay. That is what is made up of a candlestick. And not every candlestick does that. But if we're looking for a bullish move, I'm looking for in an ideal world. If I had to create my ideal scenario, Asia ranges, London opens low, taking out some liquidity into a key level, break a structure, move higher. That's what I'm looking for. Now, could the market just consolidate or go lower? Absolutely. Absolutely. But this is what I look for. This is my edge in the market. And that's why I'm making fucking money. Okay. Okay. So this is why we were in this on GU. So market opened high, taking out the Asia high and Frankfurt high, sweep on the 15-minute. We have then broken structure to the downside here, which you can see, creating a fair value gap. Now, does anyone know why I took this instead of EU? Can anyone tell me, even though EU is pretty bearish, can anybody tell me why I didn't take EU and I took GU? Can anybody tell me? Let me know in the chat. Let me know upon the chats. On the chat right now. On the chat right now. And guys, make sure, because I drop a lot of game, I'm going to put my Instagram in here. I'm looking for one new follower. One new follower. Exactly. Yep. J Trades again. This is what I'm saying. The 9559FX students are killing it today. Listen, it's because GU is weaker. How did I know that GU was weaker? Well, when you put them side by side right here, right? You put them side by side. You have the pound to the left and you have EU to the right. Let's just go like this. I'm looking for a break of structure. Okay. So we popped up at 8 o'clock here, which was right here. I'm now marking out the last low and I'm going, this for me will be my break of structure. What did we do? This candle, which is 8:30, which is this candle at 8:30, there was no break of structure here. So I can identify, do you know what? It looks like EU might be stronger than GU. Knowing that information, and I'm looking for a sell, why would I want to sell the stronger pair? I'm not going to fucking do that, brother. All right. I'm going to take the sell on the weaker pair. So yeah, GU was a sell. And I'm still in this right now on my live account, but I took this on my fundeds. Not my futures. I actually didn't take up my futures, just a couple of CFDs, but mainly my challenge accounts as well. So We just passed another stage 1, which is good on a 200k. So now I've got one more stage left on that. You know what I'm saying? 1 second. So yeah, I'm basically just waiting on this to continue lower. We obviously could consolidate a little bit for today, but I think in an ideal world for me, I'd be basically just looking at some sort of a pullback to then continue a little bit lower, you know? So why is this? This has gone so dark. I think I changed the brightness, but it's so dark I cannot even see my screen. There we go. There it is. There it is. I'm just gonna run a little bit of music. I'm hoping you guys can't hear my music. No, I'm not playing like some crazy shit. I'm just hoping it doesn't play over the music that you're listening to right now. Just bear with me 1 second. Oh yeah. Yeah. There we go. One new follower. That's what I'm looking for. So are you trading GU on futures as well, bro? Yes, occasionally I will take them on my futures accounts. That's correct. All right, guys, we've got 110 people in here right about now. Make sure you like up the stream. We'll do a giveaway at, what should we say, 100 likes? We've currently got 77 likes right now. We've got to get to 100 likes, guys. We've got to get to 100 likes. We've got to get to 100 likes. Come on. Giving out free game every single day from 9 a.m. UK time in the morning. We've got Connor back again tomorrow as well. I will be here every single morning, so make sure that you are following me up as well. And if you're not subscribed to this channel right now, click the subscribe button. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing. I am new here from Pakistan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I've already given a like, but never got selected. Just because you like doesn't mean you are selected. We do the giveaways. We don't just give away for one like. You enter in the competition, and we do giveaways every single day. So once we get to 100 likes, we're going to do a giveaway. And all you need to do, good question, very good question, Teamy_Havon. What you need to do is you need to go click the link in the bio, right, that says join the Chart Fanatics free Discord community. You click that, you go to the giveaway section, and then when it's active, you click this little blue button that looks like a party sign, and then you get like 3 minutes to enter in, and then boom, we pick a winner. Bish bash bosh, you get a new account, and we do that multiple times a day throughout the day. Okay, so and obviously make sure that you follow me as well on YouTube and Instagram. So here's my Instagram. You can click my profile and my username and actually follow me as well. So make sure you subscribe because I'm going to be dropping some serious game. But how are we feeling today, guys? How's your trading week been going? Talk to me. How's your trading week been going? Are we up? I want to see in the chat, right? I want to see up, down, or break even. How are we doing today? Let me know in the chat. Oh, let me quickly get a water. I'll be 5 seconds. Are we up, down, or break even? My people? Okay, not exactly a water. It's a singer. Oh no. This is the one I hate. Do you know what it tastes like? Yeah, this tastes like when you go to a nightclub and it tastes like the mixer. It reminds me of the mixer that they give you with like alcohol. And it just doesn't, it's not nice. It's not that nice, that's a waste. I don't like that. I don't know why I'm drinking it like I like it. Anywho, so yeah, let me know, how is your trading week going, guys? How's your trading week going? So we've got flat, up like 7, up, bullish on the USD. I'm holding gold shorts from 4081 and sells on GBP on the 618 fib. Overall good day today. Nice. I took a step back, got back into education. My mindset isn't right. I think that's a big step for me to do, though, as I have a thing for wanting to trade every day. Yes, bro. That's one of the things, man. Like when you are, you know, going through, this is a bit of a psychology speech here, right? I have actually been going through recently some of the toughest moments in my life, right? Toughest moments with like so many different things, health, relationships, family. Like there's been some real tough things that I've had to go through recently whilst I'm trading, whilst I'm coaching students, like whilst I'm like living out here in Asia, making massive moves, still doing my music. There's been a lot of stuff going on in my life, and everyone's gonna have, like, you know, traders, we have to be as composed as possible. Okay, we've got to be really as composed as possible when we're entering the charts. We can't be trying to trade to get dopamine. We can't be trying to trade to make our lives better, even though that's what we're trying to obviously do. You can't have that at the forefront of your mind when you're taking trades. At least I can't. And the reason why is because it means I'm trying to chase something. You need to look at your data. You need to look at what is just the highest probability setup, not what trade could earn me the most, or what trade should I stay out of because I'm too scared to get in that one, because if I lose that, I might ruin X, Y, or Z, right? With me, one of my issues is that when I'm super down, I will be like, okay, I'll enter a trade, because why not, bro? How could it get worse right now? You know, maybe this might give me some doping. Maybe this might help me feel a little bit better. And when I'm down, I take a lot less trades. So recently, like when I have been very down and just like got a lot of stuff going on, I try and just stick to A+ setups. And if you don't know what an A+ setup is, you need to take a bunch of trades, okay? And even if you don't take those trades and you mark them out and you don't take them, I need you to put them into a folder. Put these into a folder, maybe like 20, 30 trades that, or more obviously if you can, and mark down the characteristics of those trades and put them into a category. Over time, even every day, make sure they're visual, they're screenshots and stuff, right? You want to then become comfortable with just looking at those every single day before you enter the charts, just to scan through, just to have that muscle memory and understand what a really good trade looks like. Now you have the confidence to take it, and also you have the confidence to stay out of a trade because it doesn't actually quite look the same, because you know what a good setup looks like, okay? All right, we have just hit 100 likes. So I feel like it's time. Should we do a little giveaway? Should we do a giveaway? All right, we're going to do a giveaway, one Apex Trader funding account. Everyone click the giveaway. Oops, I just clicked it. Maybe I should unclick it because I think that's unfair. If I win it, shall I enter it? Shall I enter it? Shall I enter it? And if I win it, I'll give it. Nah, I'll keep it for myself. Fuck that. Fuck you guys. I'm keeping this for myself. No, I'm joking. I've taken it out of it. But yeah, guys, make sure you click into the Discord. All right, it's in the bio. Join the free Discord. It's free. Yeah, the same with this. This is free. We are not. It's no money, brother. Okay. Unless you want to give me you can PayPal me a $5 if you really like. Feel free. Yeah, click the button. It will enter you in, and then literally in 4 minutes, you got 4 minutes. 4. Okay, 4 minutes to enter this, and then yeah, we're doing the giveaway, and then we'll be doing another one very soon. Maybe we'll do the next one at 200 likes. So make sure everybody. I feel like one of those people that go, okay, this person there, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so make sure you like up because we'll do the next one at that. Only £5. Listen, Declan, mate, you can send as much as you'd like. I'm joking, by the way. Do not send me money. What is your favorite market to trade? My favorite market to trade is probably, like I was saying earlier, is probably the DAX, the German 40 at the moment. I feel like the German 40 is just sick. Like, I just think the price action is just so good. Like, especially, I'm probably going to pull it up today and it's going to be whack, but like, I just find that it moves so nicely. Obviously, we're consolidating right now, which isn't so good, but just overall, I just really like the way that the timing of when it moves, you know? Asian session, like even like yesterday's trade, right? On Monday, what am I looking for? Maybe I'll take this out. I'm looking for Asia to get swept. We swept Asia. And then what do we get? 8 o'clock, big move. Like, it's just always like, it's always around 6 to 8. We tend to get a liquidity sweep and a big move. Like, there's just a lot of volatility around London session, and I just fucking really like it. I really like it. All right, dollar hasn't expanded as much as I'd like. I do think that there is a possibility that we could pop lower. I do think that even though this is my point of interest, basically sweeping this and going higher, I wouldn't be surprised. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if we took out this low on the 4 hour and then moved higher. That's what I would class as a high probability setup. So I actually need to log in. Yeah, I actually need to log into this new account that I just passed so that I can take this trade later, because I think there will be a decent setup. Me thinks there will be a decent setup. Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing some dead accent. And Frank's diary. All right. And I hate. Do you know what I hate? I hate all of the passwords for prop firms, bro. They're so complicated. Like, they are the most random passwords. I know that's what your password is supposed to be, so please, guys, don't hack me. My password is not like password 000. Oh fuck. It's so long and complicated, guys. Ah. Hey. Let's see if I got it. I never get the passwords right. Oh, I got the password right straight away. But talk to me nicely, people. Talk to me nicely. Okay, so we have. I'm getting vibes that we might take this out. So if you're in on GU right now, I would happily go break even, but I also would look at maybe a continuation there. All right, whoever's just won the giveaway, one Apex Trader funded account, Fictionette. Congratulations to Fictionette. Can we get some W's in the chat, please, for Fictionette? Congratulations for the Niashan. Congratulations. Why did you take GU instead of EU, bro? So I always look at, if you're looking at EU and GU, right? They're very correlated pairs, okay? So EU and GU should normally look like this, right? You got EU here, and you've got GBP USD, something like this, right? Usually it looks like this. Okay, they'll look pretty much the same. However, if let's say I'm bullish, and you've got EU moving like this, and you've got GU moving like this, which one, let's just say it's kind of like this. Which one should I be buying and which one should I be selling? You got to think about that. If I'm bullish, well, we're making clean higher highs and higher lows here. But on GU, we actually broke a low here. This low here. So that means that against the dollar, GU is actually a little bit weaker. So I'm more willing to sell GU because of that breaker structure than I am EU. And what we saw here was we had a breaker structure on the 15-minute on the pound, but on the euro, we never had that breaker structure like at the same time. So like even like now, right? If I would have taken this trade, I would have lost on EU. I would have lost. But on GU, we're riding very nicely. And that can be the difference between a winning or a losing day, just picking the right pair. So do your analysis on the dollar, do your analysis on EU, GU, and then look at, when you're looking for your entry model, you want to see which one's weaker and which one's stronger and pick that one. Pick that one. You know what I'm saying? Yes, the time window was like 6 minutes or something like that. Don't forget to like up the stream, guys. We're gonna do another giveaway at, let's say, 200 likes. I think we're on 105 likes, or maybe 150 likes. Maybe we'll do 150 likes. Let's have a little look at the charts quickly. No, I don't think there's an entry for me on German 30 today. I am looking at this high, like I was saying from yesterday. I am looking at this high to get taken. It's just there's not been any entry today. It's just been. On the Nasdaq, I am looking at. I mean, like Connor said, there's a lot of earnings reports coming out soon, so that could affect price a fair bit. We've got daily fair value gap above here that we could tap into and then dump from, but I'm not too sure. Yeah, I'd be cautious. I'd be definitely open to shorts though. It's just that big expansion at the moment. I'm not too sure. I'd look for shorts there. I just don't like shorting the Nasdaq that much. That's just my opinion. I don't like shorting it too much. I prefer longing. Gold looks all right for now. Like we could maybe pop higher, but we're just at the bottom of a range, so you know we could consolidate around here or something. Have I frozen, by the way? Have I frozen, guys? No? No, okay. For some reason, no. 1 second, guys. I thought I'd frozen. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, sorry, guys. I thought I'd frozen because on my end it looks frozen, but obviously you're good. Cool. Yeah, guys, let's do a little Q&A session. Okay. I want you guys to ask me some questions. Is it about trading? Is it about like whatever it may be? I want you guys to let me know, ask me some questions. And I will do my best to answer these for you, man. Let's have a little Q&A session. Bear with me, guys. Give me 1 second. Just sending in this chart. This song is playing for me right now in the background. It's like one of the worst songs I've ever heard in my life. Got cooked on EU news on GU at 7, came out good though. Thought EU would be weaker. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? You got to be careful of the news, man, and you got to look for immediate price action as well. But sometimes you can just be unlucky. Like, let's be honest, like you can just be unlucky sometimes, man. We're still in this right now. Buy off to touch wood, do a little shopping, need to spend. Don't forget looking for DXY 100.78. Nice. Yeah, drop some questions in the chat, guys. I'm going to answer some key questions. Uncle, did you see my question? I've never been called uncle before. I thought I'd look quite young. Fuck! Man's an unk now. Shit! Is that where I'm at? No. Man said big unks, you know. Man said gramps. Well, yeah. Is trading maybe that stressful in life? Fuck. Anyway, what was the question? What's the top 5 most things to avoid whilst trading? The first thing is no, we're not good. That is not catching on. We're not addressing me as unks, by the way, people. I swear to God, if that ends up becoming a thing, yeah, I will literally leave the stream. If I wake up tomorrow, yeah, and I come on and I'm like, yes, people, and you're like, yeah, hey, unks. This is not catching on, all right? Look at my freshly shaven face, all right? I'm a young, thriving male, okay? Anyway, so let's go through some questions. So I want you guys to really throw in some questions right now. We're gonna do like a nice 30 minutes of just answering some questions, see what you guys need help with, and I'll try and run through some stuff. Man said Uncle Artan. Fucking sake. You know what I'm saying? I do have a dad bod though. I've got to be honest. I do have a bit of a dad bod, but I'm losing weight. What do you reckon? I used to be a bit chubbier, innit? But I am losing a bit of weight though. No, I'm saying I need to. I've been called Artan Tate and Unks in 2 days. I really need to lose the Artan Tate thing though. I'd rather be called Unks than Artan Tate. Like, because people are going to be like, why was he called Artan Tate? Like, and that's mad. There's no association there. You know what I'm saying? Man said boo-hoo model. Hi, is it still too late to short GU? No, it's not too late to short GU. I just wouldn't be shorting it right now. Basically, I'd be looking for a pullback to something like this to then come lower. That's what I'd ideally like to see anyway. Yeah, I'd be waiting for New York session maybe, but it might just hit TP already. Obviously, it'd be good for this, but I actually want to get in another entry on a different account, so I'd like to get a pullback before we do that, but we may not get one. We may not get one. So let's go through some questions. What's the top 5 most things to avoid whilst trading? The first thing I would do is avoid taking a trade when you know that your dopamine levels are low and you're desperate for a trade. The second you find that you're desperate to take that trade or win a trade is when that trade probably won't go in your favor. And not only that, the trade that you take when you're searching for dopamine, you'll be blinded by what is high probability and what is you're going to be blinded by your needs and wants, but the market doesn't give a shit about your needs and wants. You just need to take the highest probability setup. So that's the first thing. The second thing I would probably say is avoid trading when you're extremely tired. These are my top 5 things, right? They might not be yours. These are mine. Next thing is if you are unsure of the market, but you still want to pull something out of it, don't take the trade. I would also avoid also staring at the charts. Personally, I don't really manage. I occasionally manage trades, but I always tell people to just let your trades run to 3R and just forget about it because the data is better. But there's occasions where you can. What the fuck is that? Oh, I'm sorry. Ignore it. Completely ignore me. Oh, that just made me crease. Bro, there was a pop-up on the screen. There's a new pop-up. And I was like, what is that? Also, I think as well, yeah, if you're going through a really hard time, like, again, not to keep talking about it, but like I've had like a bunch of things that have been really tough for me mentally. I'm feeling a lot better today because I've just had a good sleep and whatnot. But you gotta understand when you're not going through a good part in your life, and trading won't take you out of that. I don't know barely any traders that have traded themselves out of a really tough situation. Like, it's really hard to do that. Like, even with me now, I've took the trade today. I took the trade yesterday because they were strong, high probability setups. But just because they're strong, high probability setups doesn't mean that like I should be taking loads of trades. It just means I took them because they were strong. And yes, you can feel a bit better. Like, I mean, it doesn't scratch the surface of what I've been going through. However, you know, like winning a trade when you're down doesn't really do that much for you mentally. If you're going through a really hard time, doesn't really change much. Okay, it's just great. I won a trade. Losing a trade, however, when you're in a really bad state, can make you feel really fucking bad. So you want to make sure that you are just trying to give yourself the best opportunity to actually do well when you're about to take on a trade. Does that make sense? All right, let's run through another question. For the beginners who don't want to tell their immediate friends they want to start trading, how do they find community, a few people they can trust and talk to about their experiences? Not to plug myself, but like, guys, like I've got obviously first of all, Chart Fanatics. Like, you know, we've got the Discord in there. You can speak to all these everyone in the chat, you know. everybody in the chat, like everyone who's in these you need to join a trading community, and that's what we're trying to build here at Chart Fanatics, right? It's really important to speak to other traders. I think that in any business that you get into, it's just really important to have like-minded people around you. Whether people are losing, whether people are winning, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. It's just all about learning from other people's experiences, and not having to go through all these things yourself. Like when I first started trading, it was pretty much just me. I had a David Lloyd's gym membership, and I was literally every single day, I wouldn't even go to the gym. I'd just go to David Lloyd's. I was using it as my office, and I'd just study every single day. That's all I was doing. Study. I did that relentlessly for about 2 years. Then I did the same thing in Thailand, right? And that's when I become profitable. And it's hard when you're doing it yourself, but you need to make sure that you're looking at what other people are doing in the sense of, what do I believe in? Like, what do I genuinely believe in? What are the concepts that I genuinely believe in? And what are they doing that I think works well? What could I use out of that, right? That's what I would say. But community is very, very important. In an ideal world, you don't really want to tell people that you are learning trading at the start, because it puts a lot of pressure on you when you're like, this might take you 1 year. It might take you a year to be profitable. It might take you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like genuinely, like it might take that long. And what you don't want to be doing is telling people that you're trading, right? Learning trading in your first month, and then, which is fine, by the way, but like they're going to ask how the trading's going in month 6, and that's going to feel like a long time to them. Then it might be a year, then it might be 2 years, and now you're like, oh, I need to tell them it's going really well, but it's not really. And it's like, now I'm ashamed of that. Listen, everyone's on their own journey. And the way that I used to tell people, right, is that obviously it was years were going by and I wasn't profitable. People would ask, how's the trading going? And I'd go, yeah, man, still learning so much. Like, it's going really well, learning so much, just literally just gathering data, and hopefully should start working out soon. And I just keep saying, like, because that's what I am doing. I'm gathering data, I'm learning, I'm getting a lot of experience, and I'm really close to where I want to be. That's how you respond when people ask, how's trading going, and you're not profitable yet. But you have to believe that. Don't tell people it's going, oh mate, it's going terribly, because it's like, well, yeah, but you're not actually a full-time trader yet. You're learning trading, and you know how to trade, but you're not a full-time trader yet. So like, it can't be going badly. You're still learning. It's just not going the exact way that you wanted. What's going on here? Oh. Keep throwing your questions in. Bro, please analyze XAG or XAU. What's the bottom XAU for a swing trader? Gold right now for me, I think we could pop up a bit higher, but I'm still bearish on the gold. On gold. I mean, this wouldn't be a bad swing position from here. Like, if I'm honest, I don't think this would be a bad swing position, like something like this. But like, I just can't really see us popping up much higher than that. If the dollar continues to push higher, especially when you look at the monthly time frame, right? This monthly was such a strong close that it does look like we're probably just going to push lower into here, you know? Something like this. So I expect us to kind of like maybe just pop up a little bit, take out some liquidity maybe into here, and then drop a little bit more. Does that make sense? Still waiting on this GU. One second, guys. Just got to listen.
Just listen.
I'm just listening to a voice note, guys. Does look like the dollar could continue higher from here, you know. I would rather see one push down though, because then I could get another entry. Yeah, we're gonna do another giveaway. We're gonna do another giveaway at 150 likes. 150 likes. We're gonna do another giveaway. My people's them. I'm listening to. Oh, you guys can't hear my music that I'm listening to, so it looks. It must look like I'm dancing to a like a really chilled out mellow beat. I always keep forgetting that. Have you faced your demon while trading? Yes, I have faced demons whilst trading. Sorry, I'm just getting up and stretching really quickly. But yes, I absolutely have faced my demons whilst trading, guys. I've done some bad things trading. Not like that, like fucking hell. But like, yeah, man, I've blown accounts. I haven't actually, to be fair with you, I'm actually not that bad at, like, my risk management's always been pretty good. That's never really been my problem. My problem is just like volume of trades. Like that was always my issue is the high volume. Something like it's got so much better over the years, but like I would look through my month and let's say I've taken like 30 trade. No, it would be more than that. Let's say I've taken like, I just remember back in the day, I would probably take like 2-3 trades a day, yeah. So like 60 trades in a month, like literally 60 trades in a month. And I'd look through them and I'd go, genuinely, I'd say about like 20 of those were bad trades. Like 20 of those. And I'd be like, oh, like fucking hell. Like how, like, okay, as of this month, today, you're not doing that. You're just doing the best setups. And then I'd just, 3 days would go by and I'd be doing well with that, doing well. Boom, like I just lose it again. Like I just crack, you know. So yeah, that was always my problem, was high volume of trades. German 30. Don't forget to like up, guys. Dancing to Michael Jackson's one J Baby Shark. Guys, yeah, make sure you join the Discord. The Discord link for Chart Fanatics is in the bio. Make sure you also, as I said, make sure that you subscribe to my channel as well, because I'm gonna start dropping some serious game on how I trade and everything in like long form YouTube videos. I know I'm literally on here every day explaining it anyway, so you don't have to, but I'm gonna put it. This is my Instagram that you can click on here and follow me, but also click my profile, go to channel, and then subscribe, because listen, you're going to miss it if you don't, and there's going to be a lot of games. So shouts to anyone. Let's see who's followed. Let's go through my followers right now. Shouts to Elmu. Shouts to Bishwas. Trumuko, Top G Manas, Hadrian, Alpasaka, Jeanette Evans, Alex Thomas. I think we can get a couple more followers. I think we can get a couple more followers. Man. Oh wait, damn! Today's stream is longer than usual. No, it's not longer than usual. G. Same time every day, cuz. Same time every day, cuz. Are you streaming from the UK? No, I am not, sir. I am actually streaming from Thailand. I'm in Thailand right now. Yeah, I'm streaming from Thailand. From Thailand, Saudi Arabia. I'm in Thailand now and I need more baht. Are you streaming from the UK? No, sorry, I just answered that question. What the hell is wrong with me? What do you look for to take a trade? I look for a bunch of things. I look for the higher time frame. So first thing I look for when I'm looking to take a trade, I look for the higher time frame overall direction. Okay, so that could be, for example, higher highs and higher lows, or lower lows and lower highs, right? Then I am looking for key levels. So what are my key levels? These can be previous daily highs and lows. Oh, what's going on? There we go. Then I'm looking for key levels. I'm looking at previous daily highs and lows, 4-hour fair value gaps, weekly highs and lows, or session liquidity. Then once I've got those key levels, I'm looking for a 5 or 15-minute entry model. Now, this can be a breaker structure, can be an IFBG, but for me personally, my A+ setup is a 15-minute breaker structure with a fair value gap resting as it broke structure. And then I set my limit, enter, and then I'm targeting 3R. Very simple stuff. That's how your strategy should sound. Okay, if you're learning trading or whatever, like that's how your strategy should sound. I'm somewhat interested in shorts on this right now. On the DAX. Only from intraday price action though, but yeah, I wouldn't mind taking let me just see from the high to the low. I would be on taking this. But my stop would have to be, I'd probably go on the 618. I'd look at this as well, basically. But would I want to enter on the 618? Do I believe it's coming all the way back up there? I'm not too sure. Maybe I'd go something like that. But I like to tuck my stop always at the high in it. Did you check from the window? You're from Bangkok, yeah? Sick. Is anybody here from Bangkok? Anybody here from Thailand? Is anybody here from Thailand? Where are we from in the world? We've got some new people in right now. We've got over 100 people watching right now. I want to know from every single person right now that is subscribed, that is locked into the stream, every one of you, every single one, you, I'm talking to you right here, okay? Where are you from in the world? What city? And tell me where you are at with trading. Are you full-time? Are you learning? Are you doing it on the side? Are you unprofitable? Are you struggling? What are you struggling with? All I want to know is one small sentence of where you're at in the world and where you are at with trading. That's what I want to know. That's why we're here, guys. Why are you here? You know, why are you here? You're not just here because I'm an incredibly good looking human being and you're like, wow, this guy's, you know, it's pretty hot and he's, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that, not everybody anyway, is thinking that. You're thinking, wow, I want to learn some game. I want to learn some trading. So talk to me. Tell me, where are you at with trading? Are you just trying to catch moves and copy people? Are you trying to learn? Like, what are you know what I'm saying? Bangkok, Thailand, just started full-time last month and still struggling. That's fine. But are you full-time trading as in like, are you full-time making money trading or are you full-time learning trading? Part-time trader but struggling with consistency. Okay, this is good though, guys. Like, talk to me. Like, transparency is everything. This is a community for a reason. This is like when you guys are transparent with me, it means that I can actually help, you know, like I can start making content around it. That's why, like, for example, even my YouTube channel, right? I'm going to start dropping a lot of content around this, but I need to know from you guys exactly where you need help with or what you think you need help with. Because a lot of people, what they think they need help with isn't actually what they need help with. You know, I thought that my psychology was really bad in trading. Turns out my strategy was just shit. You know? Romania, full-time funded. Nice. Full-time trading already from Shania. Nice. Full-time making 100K per month. Damn, son. Damn. From Brazil, living in Portsmouth, UK, trading over. You're getting this really nice. Portsmouth. I used to live there. I used to be there quite a lot. Dubai, lots of indicators and confusing myself with it. Okay. What indicators are you using? Because the thing is, right, is that indicators are great if they help with your overall analysis. But sometimes indicators can be noise. You can see my chart. I don't use indicators. The only indicators I use is literally just to mark out the session liquidity. Like, this is the only one that I use personally. And that's, I wouldn't even really class that as an indicator. It's just me being lazy of marking out the session highs and lows, right? So that's all that is. It doesn't show me anything more in depth or exemplify any data. Did I just use an exemplify like I knew what that word means? Because if I use that in the correct contents, then great. If I didn't, then I just might have just sounded like an absolute idiot. All right, I'm going to make a note of some of these. Okay, I'm going to make a note of some of these. I want to know what you're struggling with, guys. That's what I want to know. I want to know what you guys are struggling with, okay? This is what we're going to do each day, okay? You're going to tell me what you think you're struggling with, and we're going to address some of these, okay? I'm just noting some of these down, and we're going to address these. All right. We are going to address all these. Give me a minute. In the meantime, guys, make sure that you like up the stream. Make sure you follow me on Instagram, Chart Fanatics as well. Join the free Discord. The link is in the bio. If you give me 1 minute. I'm just writing down a bunch of these, right? And don't just tell me. I want you guys to be honest, all right? Honesty is everything in trading. If you can't be honest with someone else, you're not going to be honest with yourself. So don't just say I'm unprofitable. Tell me what your problem is, all right? It's not often that you're going to get someone, a full-time trader, that's actually going to listen to the chat and actually genuinely help. I'm telling you, you go to all of these other let's say any live streams. I'm not shitting on any others, but I'm just saying, like, most people will just stream and trade and they don't really give a shit. I'm literally trying to give you guys some free advice right now, okay? So I'm noting down some of these. All right, cool. We'll go through more tomorrow. Do I have an X profile that I can follow? Yes, it's Artan LDN. I'm just going to put it in here. But I don't really use... I need to get back to Twitter, but I just haven't been using it at the moment. Okay, so we'll go over everyone else's maybe tomorrow, but I'm going to start off with... Someone said... I'll paste it. So let's do this here. So someone said, struggling with moving my slot loss. Rewind. Struggling to move my stop loss to break even too soon. I have this rule on going break even when I go 1-to-1 risk to reward. A lot of trades go to break even and then hit my planned TP. So this is how you are going to stop this problem. You have a rule where you go break even when you go 1-to-1 risk to reward, but then it stops you out and then it goes to TP, right? Why are you doing that in the first place? Is it because you're too scared of the trade losing? That's probably what it is. Now, what it might feel like is it might feel like these trades are stopping you out at break even and then running to TP. but you need to actually go over data. Okay, I'm assuming that because it feels like it's same with me. I don't like going break even because it hurts more knowing that it stopped me out and then I've missed out on profit than if I just lost a trade. Genuinely, it hurts more. I hadn't enough confidence in the trade to let it, hit my take profit, other than just being wrong. So what I would do is I would go over all of the trades, and if you don't have this data, that's your fault because you need to start journaling as of right now. Okay, no excuses. Tough shit. I get it. You might not have learned how to journal or whatever, but there's tons of videos that even I do on Instagram, everything, right? I say it on the live stream. If you're not journaling, your time starts now. End of. All right. And if anyone wants my data journal, go onto any of my reels on my Instagram and type in journal, and it should automatically DM you my data journal. So you can use the template. It might not be the same strategy you trade, but you can edit it and do what you want. Right. So you need to find out, is this profitable or not over, let's just even say a short period of time, over 3 months. Would you have been better off going break even at 1R or letting your trade run to 3R? You need to go over every single trade and find out what would have been which scenario, if you did it for 3 months, let's just say from March to July, let's just say, if you just went 3R and didn't go break even, what would you have made? And if you went break even every single time and targeted 3R, what would you have made? You got to find that out. That might be the edge that you're looking for. That might be the catalyst. And it might even be, do you know what? Actually, why don't I just, you need to find out your win rate as well at the moment. But what are you targeting? What are you actually targeting? Are you just trying to target key levels? Do you have actually a fixed risk to reward? These are the questions you need to ask yourself, because it is hard when you don't know what, you're just going off vibe. Are you going break even because you're just not that, I don't know, you're just scared of losing the trade? Most of the time, that'll probably be what it is. When I look at this, right, a lot of people would have got in here, they come back, stop them out of break even, and then ran. But in my mind, I'm like, it's a nice breaker structure, healthy pullback, keep going, So don't try not to get scared of the trades. Try not to get scared of the trades. Have confidence in the decision, but you need to also listen to the data. Okay, that's the main thing, is listening to your data. All right. All right, guys. So next one, let's have a little look. So the next person said, I'm from Singapore. Shouts to Singapore, my home country. Singapore learning, not profitable yet due to inconsistency, inaccurate entry levels, indiscipline from impulsive trading, and stop loss levels. So what I hear from this is you don't actually have a solid strategy. Okay. Now, that's not to offend you, right? You got to remove your ego in this sense. And this is what changed my trading, is that I don't think you've got a solid strategy, because you're inconsistent. You've got inconsistency, inaccurate entry levels, indiscipline from impulsive trading, and stop loss levels. Right now, you've got a lot going on here. You've got, for example, let's just take this trade, right? You might have had a stop loss here. You might have actually entered here, and it's there's too many components that are now wrong. Okay. With me, I always recommend you need to have a mechanical entry model. Inaccurate entry levels, what does that mean? You need to find out, are your key levels that you're at, are you looking for a 4-hour fair value gap, a 4-hour daily level? I don't know if people trade support and resistance that much, but is it a daily support zone? What is your thing? What are your key levels? Try and identify 1 or 2. Don't identify 4, 5, 6. I know so many people that look at 1-hour fair value gaps, 4-hour fair value gaps, daily fair value gaps, weekly fair value gaps, 5-minute fair value gaps, 2-minute, 1 minute. And I'm like, bro, that's so much, bro. Just cut it down. You're going to get enough trades. Don't worry. You're going to be in enough trades. Okay. If you just pick 4-hour and 1 hour, So cut that down. And then indiscipline from impulse trading and stop loss levels. Stop loss levels, create rules for yourself, bro. But like when you got so much going on, my rule is, I don't know what strategy you trade again, but my stop loss is always at the high that took liquidity. Always. I know a lot of people that would do this, for example. Fair enough. Like you got a really good trade, but I just have a rule and I'm like, this seems to work. So I stick with it. You know, I look at 15-minute and 5-minute breaker structures. That's what I look for. And I stick with it. Okay. In order to be consistent, you need to have something to be consistent towards. Most people, when they start trading, they don't actually understand what they're really doing. So they're blaming a psychology. They're saying I'm not disciplined and everything. But like, the reality is you don't really have set rules. That's why I say, for example, with the 9559 FX strategy, all of my students that are in here will tell you that it's very rule based. Yes, you're not just going to be profitable like this. You still need an element of like interpretation. It still takes some IQ, some skill, but you need to be somewhat mechanical. So you need to be as rule based as possible, be as disciplined as you can to stick to those rules, and then have just a strong mindset and confidence to enter a trade. Right? That's what you need. What you don't need is to just tell yourself that, you know, I can trade. I've got this talent for trading that I'm just impulsive. And bro, psychology is not as important as most people think. It's important and it can ruin your trading 100 million%, but you need to get the fundamentals right first. And then the psychology to stick to your strategy is important. All right. So that's what I would say with that. We'll do another couple questions, guys. Let's see how many likes we're at right now. Give me a 1 in the chat if you are enjoying the stream. I'm trying to give you guys as much game as possible right this second. Nice. Maybe we'll do the second. Should we do the second giveaway when we get to 150 likes? Why did I say that so fast? That was so quick. That was unbelievable. I said that quicker than my brain could even process it. ADHD trading at its finest. 111. Yes, I'm glad people spam 1 in the chat if you are enjoying the stream. I want to see as many ones as possible. We're still in this EU short right now. Sorry, GU short right now. Gold, I think, is too bullish for me to short, but I am bullish on the dollar. I do, however, this is my ideal scenario, guys. So really, I'm actually getting a really good. This is really good for me, where the dollar's pumping, the dollar's dropping, GU's still dropping, and I actually think we're going to get another entry in New York potentially. I'm looking for these lows to go. This is basically what I'm looking for. That's what I want to see anyway. Whether we get that or not, I don't know. Oh my god, this Thai woman who's like taking care of the house, yeah, is the most amazing woman in the world, yeah. Yeah, come in. Oh my god, she's made me food. This woman is incredible, guys. Can we get some W's in the chat? Oh my gosh, you've made me cut. Oh, she's made me some food. What a legend. Oh my gosh. Yes. Let's show the camera. Wow, guys. Wow. Damn. Oh, wow. That is looking serious, guys. That is home cooked. and she said she's an amazing chef. So, wow, what a present! You make at home?
Yeah.
Wow, damn, guys. I've not had home cooked Thai food. Only restaurant.
European food inside. Very good.
Nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Look, this is my. You can say hello. Look.
Hello.
Hello, Sarika. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'll eat in a minute. Yeah. Thank you. Kapunka. My friend is he's zip lining. Yeah. So he'll be back soon. Yeah. Thank you. Pardon? Yes, thank you. Kapunka. What a legend. Nah. Yeah, I'll leave 10 star. Don't you worry. She actually makes me crease. What a blessing, man. What a blessing. Nah, she's amazing. Do you know what? Today, she actually came round in the morning and I'll show you. She brought over these turtles. So sick. Like so sick. I was just in the garden. Yeah. Guys, you want to spam one in the chat if you want to see a turtle. Do you want to see a turtle? I know this is a trading stream right now. We're waiting for our setup right now. I'm waiting for the dollar to push lower. Do you want to see some turtles? I know that we're on a trading stream, yeah. But right now, do you want to see some turtles? I think it's only right. Yeah, do you want to see some turtles? Risen Usman, this one on your bingo card list today. Henry, oh my god. Hello. Alright. Oh, he's tired. Sleepy.
Yeah, you walk on the stairs.
Oh, you took him to the beach.
Yeah.
Bro, he's getting taken on beach day out and everything. Look. Hello.
Okay, you okay?
They're tired. They look sleepy.
Bobby.
Bob.
You okay?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bobby.
Bobby. This one, Bobby's a bit more of an OG, like. Oh wait, see if you can see. Wait, I need the autofocus to work. But... Yo, G. Yo, cuz. Yeah. Ah. It feels so weird in your hand. I hope you don't shit in my hand. Oh shit. Yeah. This is the world's first trading and turtle stream. Is it a tortoise or a turtle? Turtle. Wow. Oh, there you go.
You okay, man? You go shower.
Yeah. Kapun Kap, thank you so much. Yes, I will. Thank you so much. 11 o'clock. Okay. I will. I need to wait for my friend just to double check. Yeah. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. Come over and ask. Yeah. Come and knock. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Thank you. Kapun Kap. What a legend. Next title for our stream is going to be live trading with Mr. Turtle. So do you know what? Yeah. So this is how amazing Thai people are. Yeah. So this woman was obviously like her just helping us around in the house and whatnot. And I've had some life stresses and whatnot. And she was like, oh, let me talk, like proper auntie. And then she was talking about she's got a big health problem and stuff like that. And she was like really just like so warm and welcoming, and then talking about her life and everything. And then anyway, and she's like, obviously she's a local Thai person here, and we were just asking, like, she used to teach cooking, like that's what she used to do, but now she's a housekeeper. And we were like, earlier I was like, oh, what's your favorite dish to make? She was like, oh, I don't know, what do you like? And I was like, khao soi or cad prao. And she was like, oh, nice. And then literally, I think she thought that I was a bit upset yesterday, or tired. I was really tired and I was a bit yesterday, but today I'm good. So she's literally, how sweet of her. She's literally gone home and made me, like, bear in mind, like, she's not like we're not paying her like or anything. Like, she's literally just gone home, heard our conversation today about me being a bit like low energy and whatnot, and heard that I like caporal, and then gone into home and made us some. What an amazing person. Like, like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, I've only known her for 24 hours. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Like, such a nice person. It's crazy. And then she brought around the tortoise as well. Turtle, sorry. Do you eat tortoise? No. But what a legend, man. I'm so glad that there's nice, you know, like when you meet someone that's just a really pure-hearted, nice person, it's like, it gives you faith in humanity, you know? So, on the dollar right now, the 4 hour right now is looking a bit like, I don't know, it's looking like we could take out this low. We've just consolidated inside this 4 hour. And I'm leaning towards the fact that I would like this to consolidate, and then maybe 1 o'clock opens lower, and then we start pushing higher. I would like this to consolidate. I'd rather us not. The only reason why I say I'd rather us not push up from here is just because my New York reversal trade, that I've got like a 72% win rate with that. So that means that I'll be able to get in. I'll be very confident of taking this trade to the upside, because I have a bullish bias and it will be a New York reversal. So to me, that'd be great. EU is still pushing higher, but we're coming. I think we're definitely coming lower from this fair value gap here. This was the trade from yesterday that I'll break. Oh, I've broken down a few times, but this was the trade from yesterday. Today, no trade on EU right now, but we've taken out that 4 hour high. So it's quite interesting. This could be an entry. This could be an entry, but we'll have to see. GU is about to hit take profit. I don't want to speak too soon, but that is coming down for that, man. I'm just looking to see if EU is worth it. It does look worth it right now, but this don't look bad though, does it? It's just the time. Again, like yesterday, right? With EU, I took it with slightly lower risk. This trade, slightly lower risk. Luckily, we got out right where we did at 3R, like bang on. But it was just the time. It was 12:30. And right now is 11:30. So it's not even, it's even worse than 12:30. But did that take this? It did take it. Let's see how this 15-minute closes. Wait, that food. I've got to bust it open right now. Got to bust it open for the gram. Bust it open for the gram. Sorry, guys, but I'm going to have to do a taste test quickly. I can't believe she's done this for me. Just bear in mind, this isn't my maid. Yeah? This isn't. I'm not paying for a maid. This is just like the woman who just kind of checks up on the condo, and then she's just literally just said, "Fuck it." Like I didn't even ask her. Like she just gone, "Yeah, I'll make it for you." Like, well, she didn't say that. She just turned up with it after a conversation about what's your favorite Thai food. Oh my days. Woo. Spicy, but that's slapping. I might have to. Damn, son. W for Auntie alive. Bro, will you make a live trade? We took a live trade this morning, G. I'm just waiting. Like, I'm patience, man. Patience is everything. Patience is everything. Okay? Don't rush. Don't rush trades. If you're here to see scalping 24/7, it's not the right stream for you. I'm trying to tell you exactly how to have patience, discipline, and I'm someone that is I overtrade. Well, I used to overtrade a lot. I'm trying to show you exactly why you need to be patient and wait for key levels. This is what real trading is. Don't get me wrong. New York session in the open and stuff, if you're on the lower time frames, 100%. Like if scalping's your thing. But right now, just gotta wait and be patient. I'm conscious though of this. So EU has taken out this high and we are moving lower. GU, have we hit take profit yet? Waiting for GU to take profit. 3R. This is what we took this morning. I can't eat it yet, guys. We're streaming cuz, but I'll eat it in like 15 minutes. I don't want it to go cold though, but I'll do a little be right back screen and I'll just quickly eat this food for like 10 minutes and then because I am starving. I need some energy. Drop some hair versus tortoise theory knowledge. We need to hit 150 likes, guys, and we'll do the next giveaway. Babe strain. Probably right now, I quite like the Mac 1, like in terms of Thai. Nearly about to take profit, guys. Can we get some W's in the chat once this does? This will be a nice 3R. 33333. Yeah, boy. I still didn't get the bloody soundboard. An idiot. Yeah, I was feeding the turtles this morning. Like, I don't know if you can see that, but I was feeding the turtles. All right, we're nearly about to hit take profits. Nearly about to hit take profit, my peoples. Them. Get ready. I want to see a million. You know what? Maybe should we do a little giveaway if we hit W's in if we hit this take profit? I think maybe it's right. I think it's only right, isn't it? I feel like it's only right. Once we hit this take profit, and if we get W's in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Every time I watch Artan, it's just W's, Dante said. Yes, come on. I mean, not every time, guys. Don't get me wrong. Not every time. But we've had it W yesterday, W today. It was a W last week, but then the week before I was doing every day, we did have two losses. But like overall, that's what like +8 are in like 2 weeks. So amazing. Get ready. Get ready. I want to see 100 W's in the chat, and then we'll do a giveaway as well. All right. All right. Nearly there. We're so close. Maybe I can take a nibble of this food. Have we got time for me to quickly take like one bite of this food, guys? A review test? No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't have time. Drum roll, please. Nearly there. Come on. Fucking hell, I'm getting tired doing this drumming shit. Oh my God, come on, bro. Of course. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. Oh my God. Wait. All right. If we get this W, every single person in here has to follow me on Instagram. That's the deal. It's a good deal because we are literally right there. So I feel like I've come out the winner in the scenario. Boom! Boom, 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 boom! W's in the chat. Can we get some W's, please? Serious. That is a nice 3R, 2.97, whatever the fuck you want to call it. 3R from today's stream. Called out. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Another 3R yesterday on EU. Let's see what EU's doing right now, actually, really quickly, because there might be a trade here. It's the DXY's moving like this. There could be a trade here, guys. If we get a pullback, there could be a little trade here. Let me just look at this. There may be a trade. Not right this second, but not too sure right now on this, but let me just put this like, I want to see a nice fair value. Like, I want to see this break properly. So this is what I'd basically be looking for, is like something like this. But anyway, guys, W's in the chat, please. All right. Come on. Turtle trading. I think the turtle gave me a little bit of inspiration on that one. Turtle gave me a little bit of inspo. You know what I'm saying? I thought I'd come with my relaxed fit today. My relaxed fit, my shoulder. This is what I'm saying. The arms are out. The shoulders are out. We're 2 for 2 this week. 3R yesterday, 3R today. You know what I'm saying? It's not a scalp. This is just patience. Patience. 100%. No, I'm not saying that. I was going to say 100% win rate this week. Well, it's fucking 2 trades. Of course, it's going to be 100% win rate. But yeah, man. W's in the chat. That's what I'm saying. London session on a fucking London pair. Pound US. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's only right from a London boy. London boy with an elegant swagger. Don't be taking them like Jagger. Trying to make peas I don't really want. Passer. None of that matters. Yeah, nice. This is not nice, though. On EU right now, it's just not that great. Still not really expanded to me. Like, I'm still I'm still feel like on the dollar though, we're trapped inside this range. Like, I still want lower price. So I would love it if we could just start like shifting towards the downside now. Bro, are you in a trade on gold? No, I'm not. I was only in that trade. I don't like gold today. Gold has been very bullish in Asia session. And because I'm bullish on the dollar, I don't like that gold is also bullish. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I don't like that. I also don't like this liquidity. Like, I don't know. I just don't like gold today. Me know I like gold today. How are we getting on with our Bitcoin trade? Oh, this is a bit of a swing trade, but we're still heading higher. Guys, once we take out these highs, though, I'd be looking for a big old short. Sounded like I was saying, I'll take a big old shit. No, I'm looking for a big old short. No, I'm saying. W. All right. Nick, should we do another giveaway? Is it giveaway time? Jeez. All right. I just need it for my story. Just doing a quick video for the story. Damn, son, caught live on stream with all of the members and also M. Swain has just passed that phase 2, cuz. Everybody's done it. You know what I'm saying? Litness. All caught on stream. If you are not joining the stream, then you are a donut. See you there tomorrow. Lit. The whole gang is got W's today. Yeah, giveaways live in the Discord, guys. All right. Anybody that asked the question, how do I win the live streams and whatnot, or whatever it may be, like how do I win the giveaways? Then go into the bio, right? In the description of the video, click the free Discord, join it. When you go to the Discord and you're in, you then go to giveaways, right? It's in CF official. Go to giveaways. And then click the little party icon, right? The little emoji thing. Click it, and then you will be entered into the giveaway. And it ends in 9 minutes. In 9 minutes, that's when you will get the win. All right. Okay. 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 Alrighty. So I am looking at a higher dollar. I'm just like, I wouldn't mind getting in an EU sell here. We'll just clean this all up. Oh no, I'll keep it there for now. Just cleaning all this stuff up. We're inside this 4-hour imbalance right now, so like I'm liking the idea of this at the moment. I am liking it. We swept these highs. Okay. I would like this to be lower though. I would like a bit more of a push down though. I don't like it that 11:30 would be the high of the day. But that is a strong move on the hourly. So I would need to see a bit more aggression. Like really I would feel more comfortable with this low going. Guys, you got 7 minutes left until the giveaway. I'll announce the giveaway on here in 7 minutes. I don't like it that we're still ranging though. I just don't know if I see the dollar coming all the way back down. This hourly is probably going to be quite important. Because if we just chop in here, then that will be, you know, this is a bit of a consolidation right here. That's why we're quite fortunate that we managed to pull this out of the market. Again, all because we picked the weaker pair. Very clear price action. I just don't like it that it's so choppy. Gold's moving a bit lower. Gold, I'd probably look. I ain't looking at gold today. Nasdaq, we're in my area for shorts. We are in my area for shorts. I'd be looking at shorts from here. Yeah, I'd be looking at sells on the Nasdaq. Be looking at shorts on the Nasdaq, mate. Do you know what I mean, lad? All right, 5 minutes left. All right, we've got a new hourly candle right now, so let's see what we decide to do. I think it's too much of a chop for me to enter. Oh, but that 15-minute is a strong close, though. I think it's worth the risk. I think it might be worth the risk at half risk for me. I'm gonna know myself. I would rather us push lower. I'd rather us go like this. And for this to be my entry, like a fair value gap here or something. Hmm. 5.2. Okay. What do I need? All right. What do you guys prefer, entering on your phone or entering on your laptop? Just out of curiosity. I prefer entering on my phone. I don't know why. Bear with me, guys. I'm just having a look. I just said to my friend, I was like, sorry, I'm on stream right now, innit? And he was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, calm. And then it's auto filled it saying calm down. He's like, oh, all right, like fucking hell. All right, so yeah, this is what I'm kind of looking at right now on Euro USD right now. I don't like it that I think I'm going to take this as a half risk, but I just like the strong close. I don't know if we're going to come much higher. Strong close on the 30-minute, on the hourly is fairly strong. I would rather us come down and take this low. That's what I would rather, but I'm willing for us to, like, you see that we're trapped in this range. Like, my New York reversal play is so good, but this is a very strong reaction here. So that's why I say I would rather us show us a bit more momentum and then we get a pullback and then go. But I need to kind of just wait. Like will I take it? That's what's going through my brain right now. We did sweep this high, but I feel like it's. Fuck you talking about? All right, I think I might be willing to take this, guys. Is anyone looking at anything right now to take? GU's just obviously sinking, which is great. There's just no entry model for me. It doesn't meet my requirements. But like maybe you could short it from here or something, but I don't know. Yeah, I would rather this pull down a bit, and then what I would like to see is us push lower, right? Then New York Open pops up, taps us into, like, for example, this fair value gap here or something in a discount of the leg down, and then we continue that move. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm on. But I would happily, I think I might take this low risk, like half risk. I don't use low risk. I use either normal risk or half risk. Beautiful. What is everyone looking at right now? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chatteroony. Tomorrow we're also gonna, don't worry, we're gonna be making sure that we go over the questions. We're gonna do a Q&A. All right, every day we're gonna do a Q&A, and you're gonna tell me about your trading problems, and we're gonna figure out how we can improve these. Okay. My one-to-one students that I have in my private Discord, they obviously get this in pre-London, and they get their one-to-ones. You guys are literally getting for some free tips and knowledge, okay, every single day. So make sure you make the most of it. Make sure you subscribe to Chart Fanatics. Make sure you're locked in, you know. Sorry, I was just, oh yeah, that's it. Okay, we're getting that big movement now, which is nice. And what I'm looking for really here is this break, and then maybe even this on the 15-minute as a key level. All right, shouts to all the new followers on the Instagram. Trades with Ken, Bishwash, It's Adama, TMR, Hadrian. If you're not following me on Instagram and you're not subscribed to the YouTube, make sure you do right now. Okay, at Artan FX. This is looking good so far, guys. This is looking good. Obviously, I'm not in right now, but I will be shortly. As in, I'm not in anything, but I would like to get in like a little bit of a pullback, something like this. Yeah, still waiting. All right, guys. Actually, no. Let's wait for this. Let's wait for this. Actually, no. Let's do it now. Right, guys. Yeah, I need to take a really quick, like 10, 15 minute break. I just need to really quickly get a drink, toilet, just for a second. So whatever. Toilet. I need to go fucking take a shit. No, guys, professional, nice and professional. That's why I'm here. I am going to be back in 10, 15 minutes. I will be looking at this for a point of interest on here to pull back to then sell. So keep your eyes on this, but don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Okay, because we'll be doing one more giveaway. We're doing one more giveaway. I'm going to pick someone who is still locked into the stream. Also, we do have a trade potential entry here, but I think I need this 15-minute candle to close, and also I need this to pop up to then come in here. So we've got time. But watch out for EU right now. GU should just be dumping. We've already hit a beautiful trade on that. Dollar looks like it's going to continue higher right now, which is great. Maybe a little bit too aggressive for my liking because we may not get a pullback, but I think we're just going to start rallying soon. So don't worry if you didn't get in a trade right now. We do have a potential for a pullback. Even if we continue to expand, we could get a pullback and continuation. So don't cry, don't beg. All right. I'm going to be back in 10-15 minutes, and I'll see you guys very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, bro. I'll literally be back in like, I'll literally be like 10 minutes. Yo, my people. We are back. And we still got an hour and a half left. We've got a trade idea that I'm looking at currently right now on a Euro USD. I am looking at further continuations as a sell. Can we get a 1 in the chat, please, if we are still locked in? If you have not liked the video yet, make sure you are liking. We are not done. Don't you worry. So spam the like button. Can we get to, what are we on? Are we on 150 likes yet? Let's check. 148. Come on, guys. Let's get to the 150. And we need to get to 200 likes by the time New York session is starting. So make sure you do that. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. Sorry about that. All right. This is what I'm currently looking at. I'm looking at a pullback to this I'm looking at a pullback to this fair value gap right here. So I'm actually going to set my limit at the moment. Now I'm going to use half risk because I'm conscious of this high getting taken at the start of New York session. I am conscious of that. Obviously, GU is more bearish, but right now we do have that break. So maybe we could get something like this today. That's what I'm looking at. So how many? 6.5. Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, this mic is way too in my nose right now. One sec. Okay. Yeah. So the reason why I'm going half risk is because I'm just conscious that the high might get taken on there, but the 15-minute looks good at the moment. Let's see if we get tapped in. Because we do have this 50-minute fair value gap that we could just move from. But I would like a higher move just to the discount. Like, that's my entry model. That's what I stick to. So let's see if we could get it. I would want to see us wicking. Slow consolidation up. Maybe 1 o'clock taps us in. That'll be great. And then we can dump. But this is what I am looking at right now. But as I said, it's going to be, I'm going to be going half risk because we've already hit a really nice trade on GU today. We've got a nice 3% that we took on stream, 3%. And all the private members that are in my Discord took that, which is amazing. And this is what I'm looking at currently, just at the moment. What's the dollar looking like right now? So yeah, the dollar could, this is the thing, right? The dollar could come down to like, dollar could drop though all the way down to here. So maybe I'd look for that. Maybe I'd even look for this. Maybe I'd even look for that, to be fair. Maybe I'd look for that because if we pop up higher, yeah, I'll probably go for this. I think I'll get a little bit of a less tight. Nah, let me stick to it. I'm going to stick to it. Let's see. But we are in this fair value gap right now, so we could react from here and just keep going. New York reversal is my best setup, so that's why I'm I would rather see the you know what I'm saying? Let us see. Could we get 2 W's on the same day? W yesterday, 3R. W today, 3R. 6% up on the week so far right now. I'm not trying to get overconfident, but I'm pretty bullish on the dollar, pretty bearish on the EUGU. Let's see if we can get it. And in 30 minutes, we've got market AI coming as well. What's everyone looking at? Is there anything in particular you guys are looking at right now? Gold for me. The thing is with gold, right, is that gold's been a lot more bullish than EU and GU today. I don't feel comfortable selling gold, even though I'm bullish on the dollar. So I'm leaving gold for the time being. I do think that gold will come lower, but it's just this is too much for me right now. It's too bullish in the short term for me to look for sells. German 30 does look like we've taken quite a lot of liquidity here. Let's see if there's an entry model on German 30, actually. Again, not too sure about this. Don't think we'll come up and take that high, but we could. We could. London has created a high, so yeah. Could get in on German 30 like this. I'd maybe look at something like this. But let's see how the daily looked. This all starts at the daily. I mean, took out the previous daily high. Still somewhat bearish. That was a very bearish candle the other day. I'd be happy looking for a short there, to be fair, you know. Obviously, the New York session could just open high and do that, but I think that looks quite healthy. I would have to put my stop there, though. Taking out the previous. I rarely enter trades though on the German, like on the DAX, whether it's German 30 or German 40. Rarely. We had a bunch of people hitting some W's today, Kerr. Do. Still not tapped in yet. Still not quite tapped in yet. I just need one more drive higher. One more drive higher. Actually, wait. This is on 50% is... Really, that should be it, but... Let's see if we can get a drive, one more drive higher. That's all I'm looking at. Oh shit, what's going on here? No, bro. I'm actually fed. You know what? This actually looks quite nice. I'm actually gonna go dollar. No, I'm actually gonna go this. Okay, this is where I'm looking at right now. This fair value gap right here. That's what I'm looking for. That's actually what I'm looking for right now. That looks clean. Yeah. That 15-minute fair value gap, that's what I'm really looking for. And that will be this. So to be fair, I will go normal risk on this. I'm going normal risk on this. Let's just see what this is. All right. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Euro USD. Let's see if we can get it. Let's see if we can get it. Obviously, there is a chance that we could come and take out this high because the euro, but I just see that 4 hour and I'm like, do I envision the next 4 hour candle taking out that 4 hour candle as well? Big wick up, big wick up. I mean, I'm not saying we can't. Absolutely not saying we can't. But I would like to see us get tapped in and then dump. Let's see. Let's see. Are we locked in, my people? Then I'm not in yet. I'm not in yet. You should do some freestyles every win. Who's actually watched any of my music? Who's this? Sorry, watched any of my music? What a stupid thing to say. Who's actually seen any of my music? Listen, I said it again. I said it. Who's actually heard any of my music? We're not quite in yet. This could be close though. We're very close. Very close to getting tapped in. So close to getting tapped in here. I'm not actually tapped in on this yet. All right, we're in now. We're in. We're in. This will be my final trade of the day. Obviously, there's one more scenario where we actually pop up here higher and take out the London high, and then we go. And I will take that if we were to do that, just on the basis that my New York reversal trades have the highest win rate. So let's see. What do you think, guys? Do you think this is going to be an L or a W? We took a W yesterday on EU. We then took a W today on GU. This is all caught on stream. But now we need to see if the dollar can pump. If the dollar can pump, then EU, should start moving lower. All right, we've taken out this high here into this fair value gap. I'm bullish on the dollar. We broke structure here. So for me, two scenarios. First scenario is we start moving down now. Second scenario is that New York set, we consolidate here. New York session pushes up, takes us out, and then maybe we have a reversal. I'm happy to do either scenario, but I would like this 4 hour candle to start moving lower. Like this is the fair value, the 4 hour fair value gap that I'm looking at. I would really like the dollar to not consolidate right now. If we pop down to here, that could be okay. I'd be fine with that, but it does mean we'd be in a bit of drawdown. But I do think we will probably come down to here and then move higher. So I'm hoping that doesn't mean that we get stopped out. We are in. Ugh. Look how, wait, let's look at EG right now. I mean, it's so different, isn't it? But this is what I said before, right? This is aggressive manipulation down here into a really key, I think it was a month. No, it was a weekly. Yeah, weekly fair value gap. So there was always going to be a bit of a reaction here. I'm just hoping that because we've taken out both of these highs, that maybe we could like have a bit of a reversal now. Big expansion today though on EG. I don't trade EG. I think it's a shit pair to trade, but it's nice just in terms of to understand if we're bullish or bearish. But it does kind of look like Euro could. But let's see. German 30. I mean, this was what I marked out before. This could be an okay POI, but again, if we pop up higher, then no. But I'm not actually in this right now. I haven't set a limit or anything like that. But that is a potential GU is popping back up, but look, we just absolutely sank. Bitcoin, the long is still doing well from yesterday. Yeah, still looking to target up here. And then once we're up here, I am looking for a big old short. Gold right now into this fair value gap. Still got to see what I go on. Let's see what's going on here. All right, let's see what's going on here. It's looking all right. It's looking okay. I'm not like, I'll be honest, guys. The dollar, I do think the dollar is going to drop into this fair value gap. I'm not mad at it. Like, if it doesn't, I'm not mad because obviously we're in the trade. But the only thing is that I do see it coming down to here. So that would mean that we're going to have to wait a bit of drawdown. And the reaction here hasn't been very aggressive right now. But let's see. We're in. No need to panic. No need to overthink. My post-trader self is not as good as my pre-trader self. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's probably the same for a lot of you guys as well. FVGs are my bread and butter. Yeah, fair value gaps are my bread and butter. Like, I love fair value gaps, but I used to enter only on fair value gaps. Like, as in, like, that was my key. Sorry, that was my entry model, was fair value gaps. But now I just use 4-hour fair value gaps and daily fair value gaps as my key levels. And then I drop to lower time frames and look for my entry model. Anyone that wants anything to do with my strategy, right? I'm going to tell you right now, okay? Comment PDF on any one of my reels, okay? And you will get my, you will get that, all right? Okay. Still not got like the reaction that I want right now, though. It looks fine. It looks fine, but I need to see a bigger reaction. Otherwise, if the dollar decides to drop more, then it's peak. Yeah, I've got a feeling that this may be an L. If the dollar decides to keep dropping. It looks good for me. Like, this does look good for me. Like, on the EU, this does look good, but this is just my only thing is that the faster we drop, I need this to come down to here and then just react. But New York session is on the way. Guys, we have got Jev coming from Market AI in 15 minutes. So he'll be talking through Market AI, the platform fundamentals, how you can use that to increase your trading edge as well, which is going to be really interesting. because I'm looking to potentially start using that as well. I know a little bit about them, but I'm going to ask. So if you have any questions or anything like that, send them in so that I can ask them. But it's going to be very interesting. But yeah, so far, not mad at it. I'm not mad at it, but let's see if we can get a little bit more of a reaction. Like, it's been a bit of a consolidation London session for EU. GU, absolutely not. German 30, have we popped up? German 30 still hasn't come up to this discount. This would be my entry for German 30, the DAX, basically. I think that actually looks, to be honest with you, a little bit better than... It actually looks a little bit better than EU. But let's see how we get on. Let's see, Kurt. Bread and butter. Put it on my dead butter, yeah. What is... One sec. Just bear with me, guys. 1 second. Oh, yeah. I'm actually I only need to go for... That's actually all I need to go for, to be fair. Really, I should go for this low, but this is what I need. Let's see how the 1 minute's moving right now. 1 minute slowly creeping up, right? I still am pretty conscious that we will drop, but what I don't like... Oh, wait. I don't like the small sweep here. And then I don't like that we swept here. Like, I feel like we're still trapped in a bit of a range, but I'm willing to take the... Like, that's why I've taken it. I'm willing to take the trade based on the fact that the DXY has moved, has expanded a little bit after taking that. We haven't necessarily broken this higher. We're still in between this range. So this would be great, though. If we came all the way down and took out the London low in New York Open, I would then be comfortable actually getting back into a trade. I would just rather us continue higher right now. New York comes in, we slowly consolidate down into this POI, and then we continue higher. How it goes. US Tech, let's see. Nasdaq's in my zone for sells, but I would definitely want to see more of a manipulation. Like, we've taken out these, but I definitely would want to see. Yeah, I mean, Nasdaq, I don't really trade it in London. I would leave it for now. Gold. Yeah, I'd leave gold for now. AUD USD. It's very bullish, isn't it? Wow. Fucking hell, man. Very bullish. Like, compared to everything else, that is very bullish, bro. When the real comes, and who was only with me when I had dollars. What's everyone in right now? Bitcoin's still doing all right as well. Let's just see if I would like to see a nice reaction here. I would like to see a nice reaction. What's the chat saying? Can you leave us some profits on for? Man, like Usman inside. Everybody, let's get to 200 likes. We've got 10 minutes before Jev is coming on from market.ai. I don't know if it's market.ai or market AI. I just call it market AI, but I'm saying it because I don't want to say the words wrong. Bro, Usman's the one taking all the profits for Miji. I'm just getting my own back because he's been killing it recently. What's everyone looking at? What are we looking at? EU, GU. Do you think this is going to be an L? Do you think this is going to be a W? Obviously, I do have a little bit of reservations about this trade just because I'm expecting the dollar to pull back a bit more. And I have a feeling that because euro is quite strong at the moment, got a feeling that we could take out this high one more time and then dump. We've got 9 minutes left of this candle. 4 hour. How's that looking? We could pop up again high. Let's just see if we're in a discount of this right now. Yeah, we're in a discount. Not the biggest discount, but we're in a discount. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. What pairs is everyone looking at right now? What would you like me to chop up? What would you like me to chop up? Just going to have a quick stretch. Quick stretch for them. Wow, that wasn't a stretch. That was a back crack. That was a back crack. This EU, I'm waiting for early sellers to be trapped. If it drops now, I will watch it. I nearly just said incest. I said interesting. Fucking hell, mate. But do I want to lose my job? Fucking hell, mate. That's why it's like live streaming and shit, man. You got to watch what you say. I don't know why that came out. All right, cool. Like so far so good, but I need to see more of a reaction. We've tapped into this fair value gap. It's just I'm waiting for this open. Such a small sweep though here. That's the only thing. Looks all right though so far, doesn't it? Balls on it, lads. Just moving something on the way. Yeah, that's calm. All right. Just doing a quick good luck spin in the microwave. Because why are we doing a good luck spin? Because this week we are cooking. All right. This is called the cooking spin. All right. This week we are cooking. Okay. Because that's how I cook. I don't really cook. I cook in the microwave. But so far so good. I would like to just continue seeing a bit of an expansion to the downside. I don't want this to get et up. If this 15-minute gets et up really quickly, that's going to be a little bit concerning. So some people could go break even here, to be fair. Seven minutes until 1 o'clock. Where are we locked in from in the world, people? Where are we locked in from in the world? Are you a hot pocket, man said. Where are we from in the world right now? All right. I'm going to be on stream for 1 more hour, and we're going to be joined by Jev from Market AI very, very shortly. So everybody, let me know, where are you from in the world? Where are you locking in from? And how is your trading going this week? I'll go first. I am from London, the UK. Been trading now for just under 5 years. I live in Thailand full time. And this week I am on plus 6%. So going quite well, and I'm a full-time trader and also rapper. If you want to check me out, it's Artan. So we are from New York, Kenya, Hawaii, Portsmouth, Poland, the UK. Where else, people? Where else? Where else? Pakistan, come on. Poland. We're cooking. We're cooking. Obviously, look, guys, I hate saying that we're cooking when we're in a trade because anything can happen. So I literally do not want to overgas anything. But we are 6 hours up this week already. So that's, even if I take a loss on this, it's no problem. New York stepping in soon, so. Let's see. I don't want us to chop here. I understand if anyone goes break even here, I would totally understand it. I would totally understand why. But this dollar momentum is I think it's fairly strong. Yeah. Let me just create an alert so that when we get to these highs, I can see where we're at on euro. So we got South Africa. I've been trading 5 years, trading full time. Nice. Peru. Have you taken this trade, bro? Show P&L. Okay, bro. There you go, mate. I know you were trying. I know what you were trying to do. Okay, I know what you were trying to do. All right. I know what you were trying to do there. Okay. Stop it. Not here. Not on this stream. We don't do that. All right. Not on Chart Fanatics. We're actually traders. Okay. We don't do them things. All right. You should know that by now if you've been locked in. All right. You should know. Okay. I don't always trade because I don't really like. Everyone's got different size accounts and stuff. My goal, I don't care what size you trade. I just want you to get good at the game. That's all I care about. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care what account size you have. And you shouldn't care what account size I have. It's just all about, are you good at going, does price go from here to here? You decide how much you risk. You decide how you manage your trade. You know what I'm saying? All right? Unless you guys want me to talk about money all day. If you want me to talk about money all day and not teach you how to trade, then fair enough, but no. All right? This is what we do, okay? Germany, Greece, London, UK, green on the day, week, and month. But let's go. Bangkok still here. Come on, G. My VPN says Idaho. Hey. The bro is doing something dodgy. Somebody check his hard drive. Kenya still beginning on trading, still practicing liquidity, and yeah, join Chart Academy early December. Sick. J Trades, I'm starting to think it's me, lol. Market's been sick when I haven't been trading. These markets will play with emotions so much, man, even when you're not in it. Yeah, my bro, but that's why it's always important to regulate your emotions and just try and that's what will happen. You'll go for a bad period, right? You'll go for a bad period when you don't really know what's going on with the market. Next thing you know, you go, I'm not trading anymore. I'm not trading anymore. I'm too emotional. And then the market goes in your favor, but it's because you couldn't ride the down. You won't be there for the up. Does that make sense? Someone said, I would move my stock to a bit in profit, but that's just me. That's totally fine, bro. For me, I just don't do it. If I'm happy to lose the trade, otherwise I wouldn't risk it. If we drop lower, maybe and then we do it maybe, but I'm not willing to, my data tells me that it's different. From Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, 2 years into trading. Nice. Slovakia, Nepal. Nah, bro, you're not a bitch, bro. That's not the case, bro. It's not the case. It's just this is how your mind works, bro. Trust me. We're going to go over, we're doing a 1-to-1 on Thursday. All right. So don't worry. This is just how it works, bro. And it's a lot to do with psychology, this part. So don't stress about that, bro. I have been going through a lot recently as well. And it's just about understanding when the market is decent, when it's not, and just trying to play a part when you need to play a part. It's part of your learning experience, bro. You cannot miss this part. You can't skip this part in your trading. You just have to. Benin Republic, nice. Wow, we got some crazy people sorry, not crazy people. I mean, people from crazy different parts of the world. Fucking hell, I'm about to get cancelled. Anyway, okay, guys. So, make sure you lock up the stream, guys. We have got Jev from Market AI who is going to be joining us in the next minute. I'm just going to pause my music in the background just to make sure that I can hear everybody. But yeah, if we're all ready and set to go, then let's bring him on. And let me know when it's all set. One sec. I just so I can see that the camera has actually joined. Give me literally 1 second. This is a little bit delayed upon the YouTube. Yes. What is going on, brother? How are you doing?
Oh, you guys can see me now? I'm on like the main view?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we can see you now. Stop picking your nose.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for having me, man. It's a pleasure to be here. Excited to talk about the markets, break down some fundamentals, and share a bunch of value to the audience. But yeah, I don't know if you introduced me, but my name is Jeevan. I run Capital Hungry and a co-founder of the Market Dashboard, the market platform.
Yes, amazing. And so is it how do you call it? Market AI or just or
I just like, so MRKT stands for Market Research Knowledge Terminal.
Okay, amazing.
Yeah, so we just call it so it's just the abbreviation's market, right? So we just call it market. Yeah.
Okay, amazing.
Make
so
it become a household name, you know?
Okay, so for the people that don't know, can you just explain to everyone that's on the stream, like everyone on here is trying to learn about, like, you know, essentially just how to improve their trading in any capacity, whether it's technicals, fundamentals, or anything. Can you give people a reason as to how can we use this as an edge? Because a lot of people either don't understand fundamentals or don't care about fundamentals, and I understand why. I'm looking at a chart. Sometimes people can say it's already priced into the market. I don't care. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. That's why I'd like to know your point of view and how you utilize it.
So
or, a lot of traders utilize it.
So right off the bat, like I personally dislike how everybody like sort of puts technicals against fundamentals, like they're at war or something. You know what I mean? I think that's extremely unrealistic. At the end of the day, we are all trading financial markets. It's more than just lines on a chart, simply put, right? You have all of these global real world events going on that have led to monstrous volatility, huge money moves, whether it was Brexit in the 2016, 2017, and the pound was collapsing, whether it was the 2019 first Trump trade war. I traded through all these, the 2020 pandemic, 2023 banking sector failures. Up to this day, we're seeing the Iran war in focus, right? So all it means about looking at fundamentals is understanding how these real world events are impacting central bank policy decisions, because those central bank policy decisions of what the ECB is doing and what the Federal Reserve is doing is exactly what's really setting the price action on your Euro USD chart, right?
Yeah.
Now, the difficult thing is that there's no barrier to entry for the markets. And a lot of traders join the markets being misled through social media gurus and being told and taught that trading is very black and white. But trading is not black and white. Trading is extremely difficult. And the actual financial part, the fundamentals part, it's made difficult to learn on purpose. Even when you look at the general public, they're financially illiterate by design. They like the system, the game, it doesn't want everyone to know how to exploit taxes, everyone to know how to do it better in business, how to move your money to make more money, how to position yourself during certain real world events are going on. Because if everybody was doing it, then no one's doing it and the edge is gone, right? So with the financial markets, the difficult part is the learning of a new language. Finance is a new language. So most traders will say like, they'll say, everything's already priced in. That's 100% false. You'll see when a data report's coming out and it can still hold weight for the next 2 days. A CPI report can come out and that becomes the direction for the next 2-3 days. Yeah. And I'm not talking about the CPI release, which is taking traders out, right? I'm talking about the actual CPI outcome and how it impacts interest rates. But even concepts of corruption, concepts of competition, concepts of human nature and pricing in, that is all fundamentals of the financial market, right? So for me, I'm a huge advocate of using and maximizing my skill set of fundamentals and technicals, because when they align, those are the highest probability setups. And another great example I can give you is many traders will face certain psychology problems. They'll think it's a psychology problem. Like, man, I can never wait for my entry. When I'm in my trade, I end up closing too early. I always second guess my position. I don't know what, and this isn't really a personal psychology issue. Yes, you could train yourself to just set your RR and wait for 1,000 times, but when you have knowledge of what you're really doing and why, rather than just saying like, oh, price can go from this support to that resistance, but you don't know the path it's going to take there. The path it takes there is a trouble, right? That's where everyone starts second guessing. When a price goes up and you're in a buy, you're in profit feeling euphoric, and then it smashes back to your drawdown. The ones with a bit more fundamental knowledge and conviction that they know they're playing a certain economic event, they know that they waited for this key price in a certain RR, it removes a lot of these psychology issues that traders once thought they had, right? So that's what we're trying to do with market. We're trying to make market accessible, easy to follow, remove that learning curve and roadblock so it complements on the chart. It moves hand in hand with the technicals, right? Yeah.
So I want to do something real quick with you, right? Can I, Nick, could you share my chart real quick? So what I wanted to do is I wanted to talk about my trades, my 2 trades for the last 2, and I'm going to tell you my analysis behind it, right? And my thought process in terms of fundamentally, which is very limited, just bear in mind. And then I'd love for you to, like, if you can, like, share through what your experience, for example, with the platform, how you would kind of explain, like, whether I'm right or wrong or whatever, basically, just kind of like, okay, this is how I would look at it, maybe, or your technicals are good, but this is fundamentally, this is what I'm kind of looking at. So, like, for example, right now, for me, just overall, I mean, I've got my strategy, right? Which is
sorry, I couldn't see your screen. Okay, so the Euro USD chart, right?
Yeah. So for me, for example, I'm bullish on the dollar just because, and again, very limited knowledge because I don't want wrong information. I just go off mainly the war. So I'm like, cool, the war's kind of kicking off and getting worse. Nothing's really progressing. There's like occasional peace deals that are maybe going on, but it doesn't look like it. It just looks like the war's continuing. So I'm bullish on the dollar in general. We've had a big expansion to the upside on the daily, consolidation down. And then I'm now looking at this fair value gap to be like, let's tap in and go higher. So that's why, for me, I was in a short from yesterday on Euro USD. And I was in a short today on GBP USD, mainly because I'm just bullish on the dollar because of the war predominantly, really. So I'm just looking at continuation lower. But if you could, like, so that's like pretty much like, you know, that's pretty much it. But if you don't mind maybe sharing how, doesn't necessarily matter about like the strategy as such, but if you could share how maybe alongside my technical analysis and my limited knowledge of the war, what would that, you know what I mean? Like what extra info, or like how could I use the,
like,
or anything?
You're on the right page where you understand the dollar is gaining some support with the war headlines re-escalating again. But there's a couple of things you have to understand on why is the dollar gaining strength as the war is escalating. So basically, as the war has been escalating and energy prices have been rising, oil goes up, natural gas goes up, thus inflation rises, right? So the reason dollar is picking up strength is expectations that inflation in the US can be higher for longer. So that means the Federal Reserves cannot cut interest rates. They may need to hike interest rates. Markets are always forward looking. They're always trying to be 2 to 3 steps ahead of the masses and even 1 step ahead of their competition in a dog eat dog financial world, right? So because the energy prices are rising now, inflation's looking elevated at the moment, then they're pricing in that the Feds will hold rates and not cut. This is bullish for the dollar, right?
Okay. And how would I go about, like, obviously not to be, it's like, for example, salesy, but like, how would I go about that? Because for me, it's like, you know, you're saying like, when do these announcements come? How would I know that they're legit announcements? Or like, you know, what do I do with that? Like, where can I find that information? How do I apply it? And how do I know it's not just noise? Because there's a lot of information. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of information from here, there, and everywhere. And how do I apply that to specific assets. For example, with me, if we take just my case, because everyone's got their own separate cases, if I do like Euro USD, gold, and the Nasdaq, for example, how does that like affect me? Because that's sometimes what I think. I'm like, that's great that I know this information, but how does that affect me?
For interest rates are the primary driver of everything in the financial markets, like interest rate positioning, interest rate policy, and any data report that you see ever come out, whether it's non-farm payroll jobs, CPI, PPI, all markets do is take that data outcome and start pricing in what the central bank will do next, and that is the true impact on the charts, right? So for example, if you wanted to assess like, how do I know inflation is starting to rise higher right now? Like, what do you mean inflation's going up? Well, in the near term, you could look at prices of commodities like natural gas or your energy markets like oil, and you could say, okay, there's a war going on, oil's up, inflation's rising, right? But none of this is noise. It's just that it's interesting because you're trading it, you just don't know you're trading it. You know what I mean? Like the dollar strength short term is off the geopolitical risk premium starting to spike and getting actively priced in, right? This is why I'm personally expecting dollar to go up to like 101.8, 102 on the dollar index chart there, right?
Yeah.
But another thing we have to look at with this war is, I don't know if you remember the start of the war about 3.5 months ago. Yeah. There's been a little bit of headline and edge decay. So even though we're getting all these war headlines, these escalations, it's holding less and less market impact because nothing holds market impact forever. Eventually events get priced in and the market whales move on to the next shiny object, right? So for in your instance, if to keep it as simple as possible, let's just say you're coming on to a market here.
Basically, am I hitting TP or not? Because I need to know right now.
It should, honestly, it should. So I don't know if you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the dollar index on our market dashboard, right? You have like your scenarios, your support, but this is what's really important. This is what I was explaining to you. So the beautiful thing about market is, what you could go do what I'm telling you. You could go collect all the data points. You could go look at natural gas, look at oil, look at fertilizer prices, freight costs in the Strait of Hormuz right now, and then assess, okay, inflation's rising. But that is the information that we collect, consolidate, and translate to you in an easy to digest form. So it's very simple, right? You come here, you can see you're on the dollar chart, dollar firms near 101 as the Iran war lifts oil and Fed hike odds. So the Iran war increasing oil price is the main driver of dollar bulls. And you can see the day trading time frame, which most of us are day traders. Like you want your 1 to 3 RR, you know what I mean? You want to play within a few sessions. So you can see the day trading bias is bullish here. Now, you can use whatever levels you want. Everybody has their own way of mapping out support resistance, supply, demand, discount premium. You know what I mean? Tomato. You do what works best for you for technical analysis that makes sense to you. But the fundamentals are objective. You can't like work around the fundamentals. You can't say NFP can't come out amazing and you say it's bad. You know what I mean? So anyways, so here you can see it gives you a quick little update of why dollar is doing what it is. A bias.
Is that daily? Is that daily, or is that like an overall the most important sentiment of the week? Or do you know what I mean?
This is a daily, like for the day trading time frame. You know what I mean? For the day trading time frame. So then you come down here, and then this is what's actually telling you, okay, the day trading bias on dollar is bullish. But why is it bullish? This is what's supporting the bias, right? So you can see higher energy prices reinforces the Federal Reserve keeping interest rates up higher. Interest rates up higher is a bullish factor in economics for dollar. It's like 1 + 1 = 2 with math and economics here, right? And then you can also see that the US dollar on the global international stage is your world reserve currency, right? The dollar is classified as a safe haven currency because it's your world reserve currency. 60 to 70% of transactions are still in the dollar. Majority of debt is denominated in the dollar. You still have the petrodollar. So whenever you're having a bit of the Iran war conflict, its safe haven demand is picking up as well, right?
Yeah.
And then besides just higher energy prices, with Iran continuing to blockade Hormuz, there's expectations that energy prices can be up for a while. It's not just going to be a short spike on oil and it comes back down. That gives a little bit more support for the dollar as well. But these factors, you have your main factors of telling you why it's bullish. But then as headlines come in, like for example, you can see the news feed here. We just had a little bit of a weekly jobs report. This might give dollar a little bit of bears in the short term, the outcome of that, right?
Yeah.
So stuff like this is all coming up in your feed. But anyways, so you have your feed, you have what is supporting the bias, and then as events come out in the news feed, it populates here. Like, okay, there was another event 8 minutes ago that's adding on to inflation being higher. There's another event showing the Iran war is escalating. This is what we call your attack metrics. Trading is a game of strategy, a game of attacking and defending, a game of being a risk taker and a risk manager, right? So you don't want to you do not want to just know what is supporting your bias and just only mindlessly look at that. You also want to know what can flip your bias.
Yes.
So if we have CPI coming out or we have a jobs report coming out and that jobs report is weaker, you have to look out because that could flip your bias. Or for example, like you said, the war's been escalating. That's bullish for dollar, right? 6 hours ago, there was a headline that Iran may meet some mediators in Pakistan. So diplomacy, negotiate back and forth. You know the drill, right? So that's something. It's like, so that's something. It's like, okay, dollar was having a reaction to that. Be careful about that, right?
Yeah.
So it's just everything you need is in one single view. Like if you want to know a level at the top or a level at the bottom and what can push price there, like you can populate that. If you want to know the economic events coming out, you can populate that. And we don't just give you a calendar or headlines or information just to flood your brain, right? We're giving it to you so you can take action. You can either attack, make money, or you can defend and protect your money, right?
Yeah.
So the platform is always active to give you action. So for example, we're looking at dollar right now. You want to continue your Euro USD shorts. So for me personally speaking, I'm still sticking to the day trading bias. I can see a nice little bullish structure like you're highlighting forming here, right? Higher highs and higher lows. If we can break above this point and turn this resistance into a support, we have a clear range up into the 101.4s with the geopolitical risk premium still holding some weight. Now, for me, I wouldn't really want to take fresh entries here because it's in a little bit of a middle of a range. I would have preferred to get the entries down here, hopefully where you got on that other trade you were showing. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Right. So if I'm trading dollar, I'm going to stick to either buying from down here, looking for confirms to scale in positions or hold positions further if we can break up here, have a great range to play up into the 101.4s. And I'm going to be keeping an eye on how headlines come out. If there's anything that's breaking news that can support my bias, right? So you can see that, for example, headlines are coming out 24/7. But we have filters for that. You can see what is popular, what is breaking news, what is high impact, and you even have your economic data, right? I usually just keep it on. Yeah.
Is there any news, for example, that you would recommend, or is there anything here that is like, we've got big news coming out that because of the uncertainty, it's like, you know what I mean? Maybe we should wait for this news, or we're waiting for the CPI, or something along those lines, where it's like, I don't know.
Not particularly this week. Like we just had all our inflation reports the previous week, which were actually lower inflation reports, but it got faded out because energy prices started to escalate again. Energy prices started to rise again, right?
Yeah.
So, but anyways, like for example, that that jobs report that you saw come out, it's not hard hitting. It's like, you know, the ADP private sector jobs report. They release a weekly pulse report as well. So that came out, but that's nothing too crazy. But you can go to obviously your calendar and you can look at all the economic events that you have, like any calendar. But the key here is, let's just say the next set of important US data this week's pretty quiet. Let's just say it's initial jobless claims. The key here is that you get a playbook, right? So you can click your asset. I'm going to click on gold. I like to trade gold. We give numbers that most economic calendars do not provide, like a minimum and maximum. Whenever your data number comes out and it exceeds the minimum or maximum, there's way more volatility. And a lot of traders are completely unaware of this because most calendars they look at only have a prior and a forecast. So when we have this min-max data and when we have the forecast, now we generate these playbooks. So you get your little snippet of what the data is, and you get a potential playbook of if it comes out at 220, or if it comes out, sorry, I was just making it on dollar to make it easier. Like if it comes for $1 here, if it comes out above 220, it's very bullish for the US dollar, right?
Okay.
And so forth. Or if it comes out lower, So
and would these be like mainly the high impact, like just for your advice, like with people using the platform? Is it like, would you mainly focus on the high impact, or would you be like really like would you say that this is quite in depth here and you only really need the summary parts, like, for people that don't necessarily use fundamentals too much but they want to understand it? Would you say that it's important to learn the like like the medium news and whatnot, or would you say maybe stick to like this section of a certain section of the platform, like the
I just personally keep it to medium and high, you know what I mean?
Okay,
but
cool.
I think so the way we designed this platform of, like, for example, let's go to the news feed here, which is already on like the news feed's integrated to the main page, but you can also just separately open it, right? So we want traders to stay on the platform, play with it, so they can have they can get their attack or defend actions. But not just that, the more, like, for example, I always tell everybody on this platform, it's better to scroll market than to doom scroll on IG. Like, for example, US Treasury Secretary, or Besson says US government shutdown unnecessary. Someone's like, what's the government shutdown? You can get the impact right away. It can give you the analysis like, oh, this is risk on for US equities. It would be bullish for stocks, bearish for treasuries, bearish for gold. But then if you really want, you can click teach me as well, which prepares a quick little lesson of what is government funding? What does this mean? And it's like, oh, this headline touches on the concept of government funding and its potential disruption. In many countries, the government operations, programs, and services are financed through this platform. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, just a really quick one, because this is we could do this in like real time then. Is there a way that, so right now, right? Obviously I took a short on GU this morning and it's absolutely dumped, right? Really good.
Yeah.
I'm bullish on the dollar. However, my Euro USD short, like Euro's been like, Euro against the pound, the Euro is extremely strong against the pound right now, but like, I don't understand why. I don't really get what, like, obviously I know the new election and stuff like that. Maybe that's,
I think, I'm not, are you from the UK? Are you from the UK?
Yeah, I'm from the UK. Yeah.
Bro, I've been seeing the headlines of like every few hours, some UK politician resigning. Some UK politician resigning, some UK politician quitting. But that's a great question. Why is GBP so much weaker than Euro? Yeah. So with that, we also have introduced this feature. This is the Ask Market. I want to name it Market Wizard or Market Insider. These guys want to keep it more simple, just say Ask Market. But unlike ChatGPT or any of these other just chat bots, they don't have real-time price data. They're only scraping public sources, and they don't have the playbooks and all the framework that we put in there. So we could ask that right now. Why is
good?
So you can see it reads it the steps. It's not going to Yahoo Finance. You know what I mean? It's not going to some Reddit article. It's reading markets GU bias, markets Euro USD bias, markets Euro GBP bias, right? And then it'll give you this breakdown why sterling is underperforming the euro. And it's because of these three reasons right here. The UK economy is contracting. The UK economy is weakening. You have softer UK wages. You have that political uncertainty. You have the Bank of England. But remember, I told you, everything goes back to interest rates. It's the first factors are always going to be something interest rate related, right? So let's zoom in on the screen there. So you can see it goes through these steps of the data we feed it, of the question you're asking, and then it tells you why sterling is underperforming. And then it also gives you the same type of setup of like the chart, the price level, the target level, what could flip the bias, support the bias. And you can also, what I also love is from down here, like this is just a summary of those other charts, Euro, GBP, stuff like that, right? But what I also love is down here, it'll show you all the related headlines, but then you can keep following up here. It's like, okay, I understand now why the British pound has been underperforming a little bit, right? Okay, so now show me the economic calendar for UK and Eurozone this week, right? So this is what I mean. The curiosity you have of wondering these things, plus playing on this platform and being active, it's going to keep your brain so sharp. You're going to continue to sponge knowledge, and you're going to continue to learn as you go, right? You're going to continue to learn as you go, because you want to ask these questions. You want to come to the economic calendar, for example, Japan, for anybody that trades JPY pairs, we got some exports data. You want to see what the data means, what the impact can be very bullish or bearish for Japanese yen. And then obviously you understand through repetition, it becomes second nature, right? Yeah. So our whole idea was simplifying the financial market language. Just like you see tax code in your country, the book, the tax. It's not made accessible on purpose. You know what I mean? It's made extremely difficult to follow in lawyer terminology. Very, very like pinpoint by the book. That's the same with finance. It's because financial literacy is pushed on purpose. They don't want individuals to become knowledgeable on interest rates, on debt, on credit cycles, on how these things don't just impact the charts you trade, how it impacts your house price, how it impacts your credit card loan, how it impacts how you could leverage your debt or how you could move in business, right? So that's mainly how we've been building market in that sense, is giving the trader everything they need in one view and one platform, bringing the fundamentals in an easy digestible language to the charts that they already love. It's not fundamentals versus technicals. This is the market. It's fundamentals and technicals.
100%. Because I was going to say to you, would you say it's to have a bias, it's technicals first supported by fundamentals, or fundamentals first supported by technicals?
So I use fundamentals for direction and expectations of ranges to play. So for example, let's just say you're from the UK. Right now it's 2015. They announced Brexit, right? This is a fundamental event that is going to sink the British pound. So I want to ride that narrative. I want to milk that cash cow as long as possible. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to use fundamentals for the direction and the conviction of like, as long as Brexit's going on, I'm going to keep shorting the pound. Now I use technicals for entries. Technicals is to analyze market structure. So even though you have Brexit going on in this fake scenario, right? It's 2015, Brexit's going on, pound is dumping. With intraday price,
I don't have any facial hair or anything like that.
What?
I'm a much younger person. I have no facial hair or anything like that.
Oh, yes. But anyways, you should know about Brexit, bro. You're in the UK.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm just making dead jokes to keep
okay, good. Thank goodness. But anyway, so even though you could have something like Brexit and British pound over the next 6 months is going to be bearish, that doesn't mean you could just close your eyes and sell as a day trader. For me, price is the number one most important factor. If I'm looking to play Brexit, the fundamental narrative for GBP bears, and keep selling GJ down or keep selling GU down, I'm going to wait for a pullback from a low, hit that premium supply, a key area of interest, use the technicals to identify the area of interest, use the technicals to identify the range to play. And then also, after I take the entry, I watch the technicals to see, can I still keep holding this position? So for me, fundamentals is direction, which way I'm going to trade, is the conviction to continue sticking to that trade, not second guessing, not going back and forth between buys and sells, trying to milk a fundamental narrative. And then technicals is for the precision of analyzing structure, analyzing entries, analyzing your exits, the range you want to play, the risk versus reward. Because for me, this deep 10 years in, I won't even bother taking a trade if it's not going to give me a day trader 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. I'm not even going to participate in it. You know what I mean? It's not worth my time. As long as you never control these types of aspects of what it takes for you to participate in the markets, you're always going to be addicted to the charts, and you're going to trade every day, trade every session, trade up and down, jump from one bias to another, right? So, and then traders think they have a psychology problem when they do that, but it's really a lack of knowledge of not really knowing what they want to take advantage of in the market. Some of these biggest trader plays you've heard of, like popular one, Michael Burry, the Big Short, right? Yeah. Michael Burry's Big Short, shorting the stock market, expecting it to fall. The narrative and playbook came from fundamentals. It came from expecting the mortgage market to collapse with the research he did. It didn't come from looking at the chart saying this may flip here, right? But then you would continue to watch the charts, watch how liquidity is flowing through different asset classes to support your bias or take away your bias. So just to summarize, let's just say I want to trade gold buys. I want to trade the gold buys because I'm noticing some strong fundamentals for it. Central banks are picking up their gold purchases. China's buying a shit ton more gold. The dollar, and not right now, a dollar will stay strong for your trade, but the dollar's starting to turn bearish to help gold buys as well, right? Then I'm like, okay, those fundamentals make sense. Then I go to the gold chart, and the weekly just hit a bullish trend line or a bullish structure point, right? So then I'm like, okay, the technicals and the fundamentals are aligning right now. I execute on that, and I'm not going to second guess that position because the conviction I have in the fundamentals. And then all I'm doing after execution is looking at price and headlines to either confirm holding trades further or deny and needing to risk manage and cut a loss so it doesn't completely destroy my progress.
So would you be able to do a quick breakdown on, like, for example, gold right now, your just like your overall opinion on gold? Because I think there's quite a few gold traders in here, I'm sure. So it would be nice to just know, like, from your perspective as well, just technically and fundamentally, how you'd piece that together through market AI.
Yeah, sorry, I think my mic unplugged. Is it all good? You hear me?
Yeah, no, you're all good, all good.
Okay, perfect, sweet. All right, yeah. So you guys can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I love to trade gold. I've been a gold trader for like a decade here. Now, we can see that going to the swing trading time frame, gold is at a critical higher time frame support at 39.50. It's a pretty large range from 39.50 to 39.70 here, right? This is after we've already had excessive bearish price action and structure due to the Iran war and energy crisis and spiking inflation concerns. For me, I think that gold is going to start to turn bullish on the higher time frames due to the war is going to be short-lived. Central banks are going to start to heavily pick up their gold purchases, and the markets are going to go back into pricing in rate cut bets. So for me, I'm going to be looking at this level and even a break above this level for starting to build swing trading positions on gold buys. But then looking to scale in on the day trading time frame. So I'm going to be looking at, now we come back to the chart here. This is that same higher time frame level support, which you can see we had a little bit of a reactive double bottom, which is just highlighting sellers fading out, more buy orders accumulating. We're starting to get stronger bullish price action, highlighting that the war risk premium has been digested so far, as we're in stages of the war rather than the prime stages of the war. And we did have last week lower CPI, lower PPI, lower manufacturing prices paid, aka the fundamentals are starting to shift more bullish for gold, and we're holding that swing trading position area. So for me, I'm going to keep a buy limit down here at 39.90, and I'm going to look for manual entries here and here. So I'm going to see, even through this session specifically, with New York trading, I always like to trade a little bit after the New York Stock Exchange open, like about 10, 15 minutes after. I don't like to trade the actual New York Open or a data release, like whipsaw out, buy stop, sell stop. I don't like to do that, right? So I'm going to be patiently waiting as we have a little bit of a resistance here, a little bit of a trouble point, but we are starting to shift out of that bearish structure, potentially see buyers accumulating and building back to the upside with the war risk premium priced in. I'm going to look for a short-term pullback, higher low around 4,030, 4,040 for my entry, with validation to hold further and going through the check marks for my entry, and then to scale in positions, or at least have the technical validation to hold positions further above 4,070 to target right into 4120. So the position would pretty much end up looking like something like this.
Right.
Yeah.
And do you mind clicking the what price can push here thing on the top left? Because it would be good to know, like, if I'm looking at that naked chart right now, just to be like, okay, interesting. So
yeah.
Like,
so this is basically what upcoming data reports could push price in your favor. If the ADP employment comes out at a miss, which it did a little bit today, that was the one we saw come up a little bit. That was a miss, right? If we see energy prices go back down and inflation concerns dissipate, these are catalysts that can push price up to here. And then also, we have all of these fundamental supporting factors. So as I'm sitting on my terminal here, exerting patience, sitting on my hands to wait for the most optimal entry to have the best advantage of a win in the markets, I'm going to be keeping an eye on headlines as they come in, and I'm going to be seeing if the headlines support the bias or flip the bias. And I'm also going to be assessing that with price action. So far, I think that going into the New York Stock Exchange Open, after a little bit of a liquidity grab through the NYSE Cash Open, once we do that higher low and sort of snap back above here would be my entry. Invalidation point would be below these bullish impulsive move candles as we're waiting for the pullback. And then the target would be up into here for like a pretty good 1 to 3 risk versus reward trade of playing some discount higher time frame pricing on gold for buys, as well as those fundamentals I'm talking about.
Interesting. So when people, for example, like even like I see people online where, you know, with the war, you would assume that gold is when there's a war, a safe haven, right? You're like, oh, money goes into gold and, you know, the dollar or whatever. Right now, obviously, we're bullish on the dollar. So most people would have, over the last kind of like 6 months or however long it's kind of been, that I think for a few months that gold's been dropping, you would assume that if the dollar is going to pump, then gold's just going to continue dropping. So how would
it's not that, like, so gold's a safe haven, yes, right? But when this war started, when the Iran war started, gold was at all-time record-breaking highs. Is it really a favorable hedge of risk to buy gold at all-time record-breaking highs after it already had such an aggressive rally? No, it's not, right? Price is always one of the most important things. But going back to what I'm telling you about the rates, the reason dollar was bullish and gold was bearish was because this war had very unique context where the US and Iran had like a Looney Tunes cartoon style dual blockade in the Hormuz, right? That spiked energy prices. Higher energy prices equals higher inflation, which that means the central banks can't cut interest rates. They need to keep interest rates up. So then yields rise, dollar rises, gold turns more bearish, right? So number one, price is very important to assess if gold's going to be a safe haven, right? Even if you look at
and is that able to do with the you know, your the ask market? Is that, are we able to like kind of ask that in?
Yeah, you could say like why was gold bearish during the war? Isn't it a safe haven? But when the war started, gold was right here. This is gold after a huge impulsive rally. You know what I mean? So is that where, when I just think about it through like the lens of the macro, is that where the market whales would really want to position their capital right now during war?
Yeah, they want to take their money off the table because
they want to take that money off the table. They want to jump in on dollar, which was at a discount price. You know what I mean? Dollar was at that higher time frame discount price, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, let's just, so this market ask market feature, it's a teaser still, but let's actually test it. That was great to bring up.
Is this a little exclusive? Is that what you're telling me, mate?
Wait, the ask market's not released yet.
Oh,
this what I'm showing you guys. This is just an exclusive for you guys on the stream. We did not release this yet to the public. We're still testing it and stuff. We didn't want man searching like big booty or something in the chat, like show me a big booty. You know what I mean?
Come on, chat. This is a little exclusive. You know what I'm saying? Can we get some W's in the chat for Jev?
Oh, you guys have a chat going?
Yeah, we've got a YouTube chat going on. It's popping off right now, mate. It's absolutely popping off.
How do I see the chat?
I think everyone said, Jev, can you make sure that Artan gets a subscription for life on market?
Yeah.
I don't know why everyone keeps saying that. It's so weird.
So this is why the muted safe haven bid. So why, even though it's a safe haven, why did it not act like a safe haven? Oil soared instead. The Iran escalation is an energy security story first. Oil jumped, and that lifted rate hike bets and increased rate hike expectations, right? So that's all it was. You had gold at such record high prices. You had oil rising, increasing inflation concerns. Dollar was more favorable at some discount prices. And gold saw profit taking. But yeah, still crazy how they set it up here.
Interesting. I like it how it also gives the charts as well. That's really, because you know, like I hate it when it's just one sentence, like, or if I ask ChatGPT, for example, and it's just one sentence of it may be because of this, but it also could. It's just like, this is like especially when I'm trading, I don't want like a million pieces of information. I kind of want it like, all right, to just put it simply for me, what's the overall bias? What could potentially also affect my bias? And I don't want
beautiful point you brought up. That's a beautiful point you brought up. So the reason behind that is like so a lot of people are like, oh, why can't I just go ask ChatGPT these things? So these other chat bots, they have what's it called? They have too many liabilities that they can't give you direct financial information. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like there's too much at risk for them as a company if they start giving you black and white, do this, do that, right? So for their chat boxes, anything related to finance, it's usually very generic, very open-ended, and more of a maybe this, maybe that, with no access to real-time pricing or any institutional headlines. It just scrapes public free sources, right? With the market engine, we bypass that. We bypass that to say, like, no, we want direct information. I want to know simply why did 1 + 1 = 2 here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we want that information brought back to the charts as well. We want to see the headlines that led to that information and so forth, right?
Yeah. Totally. So all right, amazing. I mean, I'm pretty like this is really helpful. I mean, for someone that, you know, I guess this is for everyone, right? But how would somebody who just has no real idea about, it's their first time ever, you know, getting into fundamentals or anything, what's like the baseline of just Because obviously it can seem quite overwhelming if you're looking at so many like little things or digging into things. Where would someone start? Like where if someone's just signed up today, like where are they starting and what would you say? Just start off with this. Don't worry about anything else too much. This is the baseline of things. Do you know what I mean?
I would say the baseline is just your home view right here, and mainly the chart here. And then on the bottom, you go through the tour, and this will basically walk you through what you need and why you need it. So we're going through the tour as an example right now. For me, I onboarded with gold because I love gold. It says, okay, this is your bias. You know what I mean? This is your bias, your fundamental and technical bias. Day trading and swing trading, pick the one you trade if you're a day trader or swing trader. And then it shows fundamentals translated directly on the chart. All the headlines, I forgot to show you guys that, but you can click any candle and it'll tell you what it did. I can't believe I didn't show you guys this yet. But you can click any candle on the chart. You can click any candle on the chart and it'll tell you the headlines that came out, if there's any economic data, why it moved that way for back testing or future preparation as well. Right? You can click any candle here and it'll tell you what it did. This red bearish candle was stronger.
Is that on the daily candle or is that just the daily? Oh no, that's the hourly. Oh, okay.
Any hourly candle you can click and see what happened.
What would you recommend is like the what would you recommend in terms of candle? Because obviously like sometimes there might be too much noise if someone's like, but I'm bullish on the daily, but now I'm looking at every hourly candle. It's like, what would you recommend people look at
this is just general information of what happened during each candle, right? It's not going to give you like follow this. So let's go through the tour. Let's continue through the tour. So step one, you get your bias. You get the direction you should be playing with the fundamentals and technicals. Step two, the fundamentals are directly on the charts. You can click any candle. You can click what can push price here, and it'll show you what happened. Step three is your target level. So based on a day trader, this is your potential take profit if your bias plays out. Park your exit around here for continuation plays riding off pullback area. And then it goes to show you the pullback zone. This is a suggested zone where with the bullish bias, if price pulls back to here, it's still an optimal price to enter a great trade with the trend. Then any candle, see how it moved. This is step five, is what's keeping your bias active right now. These are the points driving the bias on the time frame you're trading. Headlines stack onto each other to strengthen them, and your conviction grows with it. So a lot of people will be like, okay, gold's bias says it's bullish. I took a buy off the pullback area, but I'm starting to feel doubt. My palms are getting sweaty, knees weak, mom spaghetti, you know what I mean? And then instead of getting nervous, your conviction still remains strong because you're looking at what's supporting your bias and what's populating it there.
Yeah.
But we don't want you just to attack the markets. We want you to attack and defend. Know when to take risks, but also know when to sit on your hands or know when to cut a position to minimize losses. So what could flip it bearish? This is your early warning. Headline stacking here means your bias is wearing thin. Get out before the flip. And then here is your calendar events, which you can click to get the playbook. I accidentally clicked off it, but you can get the playbook and how to follow that. This is your live news feed of real-time headlines coming in and how they can impact what you trade. This is your high.
Can you personalize that bit? Like, like when you're, for example, like let's say I don't trade like JPY or I don't care about JPY. Can I just keep it to like, for example, gold or gold, euro, and the DAX, for example, so that it only pops up for things that might. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, you could filter. Sick. You know how you could like filter an economic calendar? Like you only want to look at it. Similar idea here.
Sick.
Right? And that's the beautiful thing about market is like, for example, I look at it for stocks too here and there. You know what I mean? I look at it for stock markets. I look at it for currency pairs. I look at it for commodities, gold, everything in between.
Okay, sick. Amazing. I mean, let me see that. You know what? It'd be good. It will see if the chat has any questions about this, because I feel like I've got a lot of information from that, which is like really, really, really helpful and insightful. But I think it would be nice to know. Someone said, "Did you hear that thump sound? That was my jaw hitting the table." I need to use that
That's
at a bar.
That's
as
what
a
we want to
chat
hear.
line.
That's what we want to hear.
But yeah, amazing. Well, it's a little bit delayed on YouTube, so I don't know how long the it's going to take before the questions come up. But is there anything in particular that I don't know, like anything that you would like, you know, maybe people are into fundamentals and they use, I don't even know if there is, to be honest with you, another platform or another way. I know some people might use like Forex Factory just for like, you know, or whatnot, just for like little bits of news and whatnot. Is there anything in particular that you would say just is I don't know, any kind of not any final words, but like, you know what I mean?
Mainly with any, like, I know we're coming to like near the end here, but mainly with our future shows that we'll be doing weekly with you, I more want to start diving into showing the platform in action and showing like, right, like this is a great day to just talk about general fundamentals and talk about the platform, but I want to start getting into I want to start getting into the trenches, you know what I mean? And then showing
100%.
like how I actually use it. Why did I just use this headline to execute a trade at this gold level and break everything down in that fashion?
Yeah. Well, do you know what's good as well? You can because it's like around this time, and I start in London session. It'll be like if I lose a trade and I'm like, I got the bias wrong. You can be like, listen here, you absolute cheers, bro. Listen here, you absolute donut. The reason why is because Bank of England are hiking interest rates, and you took this trade. Like, what an idiot!
No. Maybe once we get more friendly, we'll start roasting each other. But no, not yet.
Not yet.
Nah, too early.
Too early. That's sick though, man. Well, I'm definitely gonna start looking at this and using it. I mean, for me, I think that the bias was the most important thing that like changed my trading. Like whether it was technically trying to find my daily bias or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do think that sometimes, especially over the last like kind of year or so, I'm like, even though I might not get my higher time frame confirmation on, like if I'm not looking fundamentally and I'm looking at just the daily chart, and for example, let's say I'm looking at like a manipulation high to then reverse, but I don't get like a manipulation, it's just the next day just drops. I'm like, I'll often sit out of the trade for a week or 2 weeks and not trade when the market is actually clearly bearish fundamentally, but I didn't get any sort of like, no, you know what I mean? Like any sort of know-how.
You didn't get your technical cue. So so that's what I mean. Like where I was telling you, like I use the technicals for like entries and watching how price action develops to see if I can continue holding a trade. But directional bias and conviction and like all I'm trying to do is all these real world events. There's always going to be another war. There's always going to be more political disputes. There's always going to be more elections. There's always going to be more competition between these countries for AI or whatever it is. And these events impact prices of assets we trade. So if you can see that event coming in, and sometimes like a war or trade war can hold weight for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and you can be on the right side of the market more times than not. I'm trying to milk out that cash cow until it's anorexic. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So would you say it helps? It can help quite a lot with like, I don't want to say swing trades, but like, let's say for example, you've got let's just say even like my trade, for example, at the moment, right? It doesn't look too great, but I'm still confident in it. But would you say it can give you more confidence to actually hold runners basically because of the overall market sentiment, instead of just like for me, I've got my 3R. Let me just cut it there because that's what. But it's like, listen, if the dollar is going to actually like continue going, you like. And you've got all the supporting fundamentals behind it, you might as well like leave a little runner as opposed to a normal scenario where we're a little bit more choppy.
Like, so this is what used to happen to me, right? I would trade only technicals, which is nothing's wrong with that. Trade however way works for you best. When I first started, I was trading only technicals, and I would be able to identify a bias based on trends. So, okay, I'm going to draw a trend line. Gold is bullish, right? Now, I would take a gold entry here. Let's just say I take a gold entry here. It would go up. I'd be feeling fantastic. And then it would come crushing down and I would panic close. And then it wouldn't hit my SL and it would go up again, right? This drastically improved when I started focusing on what's fundamentally driving price rather than getting emotionally manipulated by every little price wave or pullback or whipsaw. Because market price is designed to manipulate you. The market's a very seductive bitch. She wants to drain your wallet, not your balls, but you have to get her to drain your balls, right? And then you get the money out of it, right? So the market is extremely seductive. You know how many people get lost in a trance staring at the one, like I love the 1 minute, but you know how many people get lost in a trance staring at the 1 minute or 5 minute chart, and then all of a sudden they just take a trade. They're sitting on the toilet on their mobile, they take a trade. They're sitting on the bus, they take a trade, right? So when you are only looking at price, and price is so sporadic, price is so wild, of course you're going to get your emotions manipulated. Of course you're going to swing from being confident to holy shit, what's going on right now, right? A lot of that confusion gets removed when you know the fundamental bias you're playing. So for example, if I'm taking a gold buy here now and I go up 500 pips and it comes down to my entry again, I'm just going to continue to hold it. I might even stack another position. You know what I mean? Because I know that if the actual structure doesn't change, if we don't break back below these previous highs, if I see the headlines coming in of central banks increasing their purchases, inflation peaking and trending lower, then I'm not going to let an intraday price whipsaw shake my conviction because I'm playing something much bigger than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting when you're saying about even like adding to your position when it does pull back. Like that's an interesting one as well, because when you have that conviction in the fundamentals, I guess that you actually can have that conviction and you can have that. For example, for 3 months, 80% of the time we were waiting for a pullback and selling gold. And it doesn't matter. I don't care if gold was like, let's just say gold was pulling back to a supply zone, premium, resistance, whatever you want to call it. And let's just say it was doing price action like this at the zone, extremely sporadic. Looks like it could even flip. We would still sell it because we know we're at the premium sell price, the supply zone, the retest of structure. And we know the energy crisis with the Iran war has not been fully priced in yet. So there's still going to be a lot of bearish pressure on gold, bullish pressure on dollar. And then you look at your flows. It's like, okay, the Iran war is causing an energy crisis, spiking inflation, leading to more rate hike discussions. This is bearish for gold, bullish for dollar. Even though I may not trade dollar, if I'm in a sell position on gold and I see dollar pumping up, now my conviction's even stronger, right? Because I know the market whales, the ones in control, they're still digesting and pricing in the energy crisis. Their flows are still moving, that the energy crisis is in full effect. So I'm not creating the waves. I'm riding the waves the market whales create in the big ocean that is the markets. Yeah.
Right.
Amazing. Well, listen, mate, that was like a lot of really cool features there, and I'm really excited to dive into like some more just some like real-time stuff with you going forward.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited about that, man. I'm very excited. I mean, my trade's going okay right now. I'm pretty, again, Lo, this is the thing, right? Like you said, I'm pretty confident in the overall sentiment, and that's the most important thing. So but look, it's been amazing having you on. We've got New York session starting in 2 minutes, so very shortly. So we've got Pav on stream coming forward, but yeah, just want to say really appreciate you coming on. It was great. This is our first ever session together. Can we get some W's in the chat for Jeff, please? Straight away,
W's in the chat.
Yeah, man. And man, any closing statements for today or anything like that? But because other than that, man, had a really good session with you.
No, man, I just hope your audience found a lot of value in the stream. Maybe it helped enlighten them to refine their skill set more, not be afraid to dive into this, because there's a true edge in the combination of fundamentals and technicals, and you will really see your trading transform and elevate once you get through that process.
Amazing.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much, bro. Really appreciate you having me.
Appreciate you coming on, bro. Take care, man.
Take care.
Yes, my people. Can we get some W's in the chat for Jev? Serious, that was an amazing breakdown. Currently, if we're talking about this EU position right now, I think we should go break even on this, just because we have swept the Monday high right now. if you can see here, the Monday high right now. And I could see a little bit of a pullback. But we've got New York session coming on real soon. We've got Big Pav in the cut. So Pav is going to be taking over New York session. Are we excited? Are we gassed? And also, guys, you know, our trade, our GU trade hit 3R today, and we ran into, anyway, on the EU, we ran into what? How much profit was it? 1.4R, but we're not done quite yet. You could go break even. I'm personally just going to hold this out. I'll probably go break even soon though, because I wouldn't want this pulling back too much. But yeah, but it's been a W stream this week. We had 3R yesterday, 3R today. Can we get some W's for me as well, guys? You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been killing it this week, live on stream. And it's my first week full-time with Chart Fanatics. So if you guys want to see me again, then make sure you spam up that like button. Make sure you follow me on Instagram at ArtanFX. If you want continuous source, you know what I'm saying? And comment PDF on any of my Instagram posts, and I'll send you like a brief of how I trade and whatnot. But damn, Usman coming with the W's. But yeah, my people, amazing day streaming. Thank you so much for locking in. Don't go anywhere, because yeah, we've got the New York session coming on soon, and Pav is going to be taking over that. So all you're going to see is a little BRB screen for a hot sec, and then we're going to be mashing up the New York session. But well done to every single person that has done well. Someone said we already went to the club and popped some bottles on Artan's trade. But lots of love, my people, and I'll see you tomorrow at what time? 9 a.m. You know the fucking drill. And yeah, don't go anywhere, because Pav is going to be on real soon. But lots of love, my people. I'll catch you in a bit.
Mic is good. Anthony, I don't think it's registering on the. Okay, are we back? We're live again. Okay, nice. Okay, let me just take that again. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Chart Fanatics TV. My name is Pavlovic. Today, we're gonna trade Nasdaq. I'm an order flow trader and a student of Fabio Valentini. So today, you're gonna see me battle the market using what I learned from him. And yeah, as always, this is not financial advice. It's education and just for entertainment. So always trade at your own risk. And yeah, you know the drill. How is everybody doing? Let me see the chat 1 second. Hopefully we don't got delay. Last time we had quite a big delay, like 2 minutes. Maybe this time might be better. Okay, let's see. Working now. It's working. Say I'm G to test. Behind Zlatan, of course. What's up, Skiller? What's up, Matt? Good. How are you? I'm great. How are you guys? It's gonna be an interesting day. Let's see what opportunities we will get today. Awesome, Paul. Welcome back. Thank you for having me. By the way, guys, on Discord in Chart Fanatics, there's a new channel called Pavlovic. So every session, I'm gonna upload like my daily narrative, not the bias, more like a narrative because it's something I'm gonna lean towards. But yeah, so if you go to Chart Fanatics, the Discord, I think you can find the link somewhere here in the bio. And yeah, you can find a channel there, so you are in sync with what I'm doing. And also, I did publish my order flow guide for beginners. So if you're totally new to order flow and you want to learn pretty much about like how I'm trading the market using it, then you have a PDF there. You can download it and yeah, check it out. Okay, let's see. Who is this in? What's up, Sherry? Bias bullish. Nice. Yeah. All right. Shall we start? Let's swap over to the chart and yeah, let's get going. I'm just gonna take up my quote report. 1 second. Can we combine order flow with ICT? 1000%. Yeah. ICT is price action, order flow is volume. You combine it, magic might happen. So for sure. I know that you ICT traders, you trade the liquidity sweep and then the fair value gaps, inversion fair value gaps. And for sure, for example, if we look at the pre-market profile, you guys are plotting out these levels, if I'm not mistaken, right? You plot out the highs and the lows where you see liquidity. In my world, it's just value area high. So you wait for something like this. I also wait for something like this. But I also want to see, this is where I analyze the big trades, the volume, the big players. I want to see, for example, buyers stepping in here, pushing price higher, trying to do so, failing, ultimately failing, and then I'll take a short to go lower. While you guys look for the sweep and then the confirmation using fair value gaps and all of that. So yeah, for sure you can combine it. Like everything goes hand in hand. Okay. Let's see. Go to 1 hour time. It's pretty clear if you accept range or reject. Okay. What's up, Priyan? Top copying. Man. Okay, I'm just gonna take up the COT report. 1 second. You guys don't know what that is. I think that can be a good start because I want to share with you guys how I build my daily narrative. I don't just look at price. I look at a lot of other stuff. I'm gonna show. Let me show you guys how I start my day. Let me put this over here. I think it's gonna be visible on the screen. And yes, every session I aim to go through something, at least one lecture or something small, so you guys can pick up from my session. What's up, Fez? Okay, let me see. Yeah, you guys can see. Yeah. Okay, so what we have right here is the trading story. It's a public documentation. It's a public website, so anybody can access it. It's for free. So how I usually start my weeks is like this. I go into the COT report. This is, by the way, commitment of traders report. Really simple. It shows you how the big players are positioned in the market. That's it. And just logically, you want to ride the wave of the big players as they are the people that move the markets, right? Not us, retail traders. So that's why I use it. So using this COT report, we can see how they are positioned. And really important, you want to, okay, I trade NASDAQ, but I pay attention to SPX, to ES. Why? Because this is the biggest asset, right? The biggest market. It's almost like Bitcoin, Ethereum, but this is like, yeah, a lot bigger. So yeah, you come in here and what you want to pay attention to is the non-commercial. These are the speculants. And you want to pay attention to the changes. You have the long term and you have the short term, okay? Long term is just to get you a narrative like, okay, how are they positioned long term? As we can see, they got 296,000 contracts short at the moment and 253,000 contracts long. So we are long term more bearish in that sense. However, short term for us scalpers and also intraday swing traders and all that, you want to look at these changes. So for example, they added 9,400 contract shorts and they added 10,000 long contracts. Okay. That's more like a neutral day. It's not so significant difference. So for this case, I will call this a neutral day. But if sometimes you have a lot more maybe sell contracts entering the market, and then you can also see long contracts getting exited from the market. Then you get an idea like, okay, the big players are more bearish now. But yeah, and then I also do skim through NASDAQ, of course, just to get some idea. But you can see at the numbers, just purely at the numbers, 72,000, 75,000, and look at SES, 250 to almost 300,000. So it's a big difference. Yeah. But yeah, from the looks of it, COT report, neutral. So not so much to take from that. Okay. Then, next thing. What I do look at always is the value, right? Because I follow our principle called auction market theory. You want to track where is value going. So where is volume going in a sense now. Like I shared in Discord, this is what we see. So if this was Friday and this is Monday, so yesterday. Value, we're down here on the composition volume profiles, value real low. And the composition volume profile is like a long-term, it's a long-term volume profile. It's 3 months of data. So see it like that. It's like a narrative to me, right? So we came down to value real low, and like normally when we come down to value real low, or value area high on a volume profile. This is like discount and premium levels. We might expect maybe here, for example, we're in value area low, buyers coming in, and yeah. And then to confirm it in a sense, it's not 100%, of course. I want to see what happens the day after. And if you look at Monday, we shifted higher. So pay attention to the blue zones. This was where the most amount of volume were transacted. So this was where the value area was. And the next day we shifted higher, meaning they're starting to push price high, value higher. Say that quote report was bullish as well here. That's even another confluence. And by the way, don't use quote report as or daily profile framing. That's from my own experience as a signal or anything like that. It's just for building the narrative. What decides what my bias will be for today is IVB. And once it hits and once it activates, yeah, we will see, talk more about it then. Okay, so we shifted higher in value. So bullish, we are bullish on the daily profile framing. That's great. Okay, I have marked out as well pre-market the POC from Thursday up here and POC from yesterday. Why? Because POC is where the most amount of volume were transacted. And price, according to auction market theory, we want to go from one balance to another, right? So if we want to take a long, I would aim up to this POC because that's where we found value previously. So yeah, that's why they are marked out. Okay, let me see. How's the chat going? How is it with everyone? Hola, amigos. Hola. What's the Scott report? What are the institutions doing? Are they going long or short? Neutral day for the Scott report. Neutral week, actually. Hello, day 20. Nice kicks. Is the quality of chart bad for anyone else? I have it at 1080. Is the quality bad for the chart? What's up, Matthias? I love resources. Nice. Let me know, guys, if the quality is good or not. 1 second. Yes, it is. It's good. Hello, Pau. How are you? I'm great. How are you? Yesterday, we had a really good session. We actually took some trades using... let me show you guys the new tool. So on the right side, we have something called the Delta profile. I track it every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. Just to see like who is pushing, who is not, and then getting an idea who is controlling the auction. Bro, what market you open? This is Nasdaq, and we open in 7 minutes. Loud and clear. Bro, we need a very simplified way to combine it. Guide us as Matthias. Do you mean cut report and daily profile framing? Those are only, for me, context, narrative. It's not a signal. So if cut report is bullish, daily profile framing is bullish, then that's screaming bullish for me. However, I wait for IVB because that's where my edge comes in. That's my statistical edge. Okay, let me just take up this. Pre-market, mine is good. It's just the candles, we don't see them well. Aha, okay. Yeah, this it's fine. I'm gonna zoom in as soon as we get. I always zoom out just to see like the bigger picture before. So when market opens up, we do what I want to see, and then I get a better narrative, like who is controlling. That's when I zoom in, try to find the entry. How long have you been trading order flow? Whoa. I started with auction market theory last year, 2025 in January. Found out about Fabio Valentini, got his mentorship, all of that in September, something like that. And then I live traded and learned publicly. And I showed everything. I lost, I won, I lost, I won. And I've been doing so since January 1st till today. This platform, deep charts. This is deep charts. What's up, JC? Thoughts on VWAP, bands, and VWAP? VWAP is for sure a legit instrument, a legit tool. Why? Because it's an institutional reference point. So institutional traders, their algos, you know how institutionals they can't just enter because they have such a big size, like risk to enter with. They can't just enter 1,000 contracts in a second because then that would just, they want to enter in small sizes, right? The VWAP is where most algos from institutionals is where they operate the most. So they like to enter at this place. So it makes sense why we get almost always a reaction from here. So when we come to VWAP and the VWAP bands, let me take it up. So let's see. I don't have them activated. However, it's if I were to use the VWAP bands, I would use a standard deviation of the second and the third one. Let me see if it's plotted. Yeah. We quite often, if we just look at the reaction from the standard deviation, the second deviation of the VWAP band, look how many times once we react to it, we not every time, of course, but we get the reaction. And the third one is even more, because then, by the way, VWAP is dynamic value, as we got to learn. So yeah, makes sense why price, when it comes up here, we are okay. We see some selling, come back down to VWAP. You know, it's like a ping pong game pretty much all the time with this tool. But yeah, though the standard deviations on VWAP is definitely really good. And pretty much, wait, let me see. Why did I take them away? Okay, we got marked up in 2 minutes. Let's see. JC, what's up, JC? It's initial balance break. IVB, initial value. Wait, let me see. Let me see how we can put this. 1 second. You know what? Just do it easier. Orb. So you know the opening range. It's the first 30 minutes. That's what I use at least. You get the opening range breakout, and yeah, high and low. You wait for a breakout. That's it. What is your opinion on gold? I don't trade gold. I haven't checked it. How come? Why? Is there something happening with gold? What's up, Kairos? Banga. What are your settings for the VWAP? Default. I haven't changed it. Just default. Daily, period 1, and standard deviation. That's it. Morning sleep cheap. Breakout. Yeah, let's see. VWAP first is like value higher and extended press. Yeah. IVB, orb. I think it's yeah. It sounds like the same actually. Yeah, it's just different terms to it. Okay, we got marked open in 1 minute. Okay, and let me activate my IVB or orb. So, like always, my go to my model, my like main model is IVB. I wait for the breakout, then I look for an entry in the direction we get the breakout. Simple. However, if I see something else before IVB, I de-risk a lot and I can try some scalping. And that's how I do it pretty much. Which pair is this? And that's like, what I share. For gold, be careful because really China has down for gold in there. There you go, guys. JC gave you guys some insight. By the way, I don't know if you guys traded yesterday, but you guys, I were in a call with Mr. JC here as well. And wow, where was it? Can't recall the time, but Trump announced something. Where was I think it was here. Yeah, look at his candle. So we were in a call talking, sharing some insights, and bam, out of nowhere, you know, we get this. So by the way, since Donald Trump is tweeting left to right, be more conservative when you trade and don't let your account get dusted because of one tweet, okay? What's up, Amar? Where did your delta values go? A good point. No, actually, where did they go? Wait. What the hell? Maybe it's because market just opened and... Okay, let's see. You're not using delta profit. No, I am. It's just not visible for some reason. And it's not even updating. Wait 1 second, guys. Let me just... Oh, yeah. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. We took some really good scalp yesterday with this tool. We hit 2 trades, 1 to 3R, 1 to 3.77R as well. It was really good. It might be a good day, chat. Let's see. Buying or selling? I'm leaning towards being bullish because of the daily profile. We're bullish there. However, let's see. When we reach the value area low on the pre-market profile, I might look for longs. Let's see. Have I shorted? Okay. And yes, okay, you guys can't see this, but on my right side, I also have the option levels. I don't see anything close as of now. We did hit a blind level and one day max up here, got the rejection. Your resolution a little blurry. I gotta fix that with the stream, guys. For next stream, I'm gonna maybe try to, because I'm sharing it as a desktop. Never mind, we can take it then. You go. By the way, guys, like the stream, like and subscribe. Let's get the likes up. Okay, interesting. Okay, time to dial in. Let's focus. Okay, we can take away the IVB for now. Why is my delta pro from the right chart not updating? What's going on? Of delta. Second. Gonna try just to remove it and then add it. For you guys that trade on deep charts, so this is how you get it. So go to, open it up down here, go to delta profile here, press it, bam, there you have it. Just really interesting. Why doesn't it? Okay. Whoa. Okay, what's up with it? Let me just remove it though. It's okay. We don't need to use it today. Okay, let me plot my volume profile again from high to low. Extend it. Zoom in. From this low. Yeah, I want just an intermediate swing. Look at that reaction from value low. Your screen is blurry. Is it blurry? Okay, I zoom in so you guys can see better. Your big trade settings is 60. Yeah, correct. 60. I want to see every big trader above 60. So big trades above 60. I think you need to adjust your setting because it's blurry. We will have to do it next time, guys, because I don't monitor the stream. Yeah, we will have to do it next time. I don't know why it's blurry like this. Maybe if I zoom in a little bit, it can be better. Maybe on your Discord you have to. It's on Discord. It's not Discord. What's up, Viper? Are you long or short on this? I'm bullish. However, no big trades at the bottom on value low. Nothing for me, at least now. Still waiting. Keep in mind, we got IVB. We're 7 minutes into the market. Yeah. I'm still gonna wait. Why I'm waiting? Because my edge kicks in after 30 minutes, not prior, not before it. I'm a breakout trader, not a mean reversion or range trader. I'm thinking about going short. Okay. How wide is your value? TV has it at 70 general, 68%. So it's yeah, I have it set to exactly what the Gaussian distribution is based on. So that's pretty much how the volume profile, and that's what at least what I use. 68%. Okay, let's see. What are you guys looking for today? Are you guys more bearish or bullish today? And what's your game plan? Okay, yeah, now you don't need to write a whole a Bible in the chat, but just give me an idea. What you guys looking at? Something really interesting at the top is, so look at the big buyers at the top. We're getting rejected one after another. Bullish on palm oil. Okay. Bullish if break 1 day max. Nice. Okay, I like it. Neutral. Looks like we're still in the range, right? Gotta wait. At least for me. For NAS, I think a sell is coming. Okay. Sell. You know, if we get a sell and we have these low volume nodes at the bottom, a rotation back to VWAP is not so foolish. It can actually be a really good opportunity. And I don't see on the left side any significant delta level where we can get problem on the way down. So a bearish setup might be actually ideal as well. Bearish once it remains under 29,000. Okay. I'm looking at ES. I'm team bullish at Nasdaq and gold. Okay. Nice. I entered longs on Friday afternoon at the swing low, TP at all-time highs. Nice, man. Gap fill and bounce up or range all day. Nice. By the way, a good thing, good that you mentioned the gap. We have a really significant gap to the bottom. Look at this. So on the left side, this is called the RTH gap. So yesterday we closed here and now we open up here, right? So we have a big gap. This can also be a confluence if we get an IVB breakout, in my case, to the downside. And I know that we have a gap. It's even giving more, it's more confluence, of course. However, I would kill my trade at POC for sure. Because this high volume node will it's like a really high probability that we reject from there at least. We're going to get some reaction. In 1 hour chart, we are at the value area low of 1 hour range. I think we will reach the poke of the 1 hour balance area. So bullish. Okay, nice. Bearish for now for liquidity. Okay. Hey, Pav, are you seeing CVD divergence? Let's see. Nothing at the moment. Oh, wait. No, we do have a CVD divergence, so it's quite small. I would wait. Why I would wait is I want to see a big divergence, right? I want to see maybe price display or say volume display a lot lower, but price not following up. Hence, sellers are not getting result out of their effort. And that would be a bullish sign for me to take a long, and it's in alignment with value low as well. So yeah, for sure. Okay, let's just I'm gonna wait, sit on my hands, like always, and yeah, wait for the opportunities. But it will be to buy after. Okay, but then you have VWAP at which at least go to risk free. Yeah. I like it, guys. Nice. You framing it pretty good. I like how you are adding taking the narratives, the context from the market and creating a game plan. We are in sync pretty much. CVD diverge is bullshit. Why? Let me know why. We have absorption now. Okay. Patient always pays, for sure. Number one rule in trading, protect your capital. Always. Number one rule in trading. And to protect it, you have to be disciplined and patient. It goes hand in hand, right? Okay, we got 50 more minutes, then we got 30-minute IVB breakout. Start spoofing. I want a full port 1000 ticks. Okay. Can show settings for big trades. 60. I have it to 60. That's it. VIX is rising. Okay. By the way, guys, we don't have any news this week. Keep that in mind. And yeah, so if Mr. Trump is also active on Twitter, X Twitter, that platform. Bli konservativ. It can be a really weird week. We had a good day yesterday, but yeah, I think we were a little lucky because the tweet that he sent out was at like 6 o'clock in my time, 6 p.m., 18 p.m. And yeah, I wasn't trading then, but yeah, be conservative. Not that you can prevent it, but maybe the risk. At least it'll stop cooldowns. Whoa, I like the new layout. What's up, Mac? Props to production. Yeah, they did a great job. Oh, don't forget, you got company's earnings, especially good. Yeah. Good point. Was it with the AI, yeah? The only news we have is just Taco. Okay. But we do have news. Forex Factory says there is news this week. It does? No, I didn't see anything on Forex Factory. I always double check Forex Factory and financial news just to make sure I don't miss anything. On Forex Factory, I only see unemployment claims at 2:30 on Thursday. On financial juice, nothing specific for us. I think Darth Vader is buying his shoes again. Major news. Okay. Okay. Let me take up. Let me fix my tool. Why wasn't it not working? That's really odd. 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna fix the tool on the right side. I want to see Delta. Perfect. Now it's working. We're getting that bearish signal. Did anybody take a short? Look at that. Absorption at the top. Sellers accepting lower. Oy. Rotation back to VWAP, which is also in correlation with yesterday's value area high. Getting close to HVL. Nice. He said World Cup. Maybe that's what. Hey, good point. We watched the World Cup final. Bro, that was a really good final. Actually, I liked it. Like, imagine and think of it. What's his name? Enzo. Was it Enzo? He got a red card. Like, after that, I don't know. Everything went just to kaput for Argentina. Spain were holding the whole game, I'm gonna be honest. Did you guys watch the game? I know that I have a lot of football players, or how you say it, in my community. They like to watch football. How is it in Chart Fanatics? There's crude oil news on Wednesday, 10. Okay. You don't use big trade? No, I do. We just don't have it at the moment. They're not entering aggressively above 60. Enzo Fernandez, yes, Enzo. Yeah, I feel like after he got this red card, it was like pretty much over. They took over the whole game. Or they did already, like they controlled the whole game from the beginning, but yeah. Pav, which team to bet? Wait, what do you mean, which team to bet? Game is over. The final was a movie. People would talk about it for so long. Yeah, and imagine, guys, Lamine Yamal, how old is he? 19 years old? He wins the World Cup. Man, this is a... Argentina was more concerned with wrestling than scoring a goal. Did you guys see at the end what happened? Did you see Gavi? Bro, it became a MMA fight. What the hell happened? They were starting to beat each other up, and also during the game, Argentina were like they were actually beating up Spain players left to right. Which pair is this? Nasdaq. They have to make a Netflix documentary about it. Yeah, sure. It was cool. It was cool. Can you show settings for 60? That's it. Yeah. By the way, now I'm partnering with Deep Charts, by the way, and it's gonna come maybe later, but potentially I think we're gonna add it soon on when it comes on Deep Charts. So if you have Deep Charts, you can go in here. If you go to maybe, I think it's gonna be here, maybe load cloud, and then you go to, yeah, I don't know, it's gonna be in some folder here where you will get my full template, all of my indicators, everything I use. We're gonna fix it for you. Let me see what you guys say. 0 kick in 90. Yeah, Paredes threw him. That was crazy. Yeah, it was war on the pitch. Yeah, for sure. It's always Gavi, right? From the Gavi from Barcelona. He's always so aggressive, man. He's always gonna. I don't know how you say it in English, but you know when you hetsa upp, that's how you say it in Swedish. It's like you are provoking people, and they're, provoking people. He wants to fight, man. He's like, go fight them MMA instead. El Argentina. That's so weird. Mbappe played better than Lamine Worker when he was. Mbappe was a different type of. Let's not mention Mbappe. When he was younger, oh my days. Last final, he scored 3 goals, guys. Hat-trick in a final. England better. England. It's a little. I don't know. Bellingham is a beast. I think he should have won. Like, I feel like he did so good. Laptop. What's up, Alexio? When should we enter? Oh, this is, by the way, this is not Signal, right? You trade with your own risk, your own management, all of that. This is just for education, not financial advice or anything like that, okay? And I also most likely have a delay, guys, so it's not too good to follow my trades. I'm waiting for 7 more minutes, then we got the IVB range that's forming. So as of now, we have the high and the low. I'm gonna tell you something. If I see an IVB breakout to the bottom, would I take it? No and yes. Let me explain why it will be a no. So if we get a breakout to the bottom and I see a big reaction from VWAP, this is a problematic area. I don't want to short into a VWAP. That's like trying to, it's not so statistically really good to do. However, if we break out of it and then we come up to VWAP here and we get some absorption or something and then we move lower, then I would take a short. But I would not take a short if we get the opportunity here, for sure. That would just be... I don't think that will go so good. Stop loss, it's okay. Go next. That's it. Always in trading, you're gonna lose, you're gonna win. When you lose, brush it off, go next. When you win, brush it off, go next. Actually, treat wins and loss the same. It's just data in a sense. Okay, this one worked for my model. Nice. I applied this model, the trade played out. Beautiful. Next, let's go next. Trade, same when you lose. I applied this model, this trade, it lost. Okay, go next. We say rage bait for the youngings here. Okay, rage bait. Yeah. Yeah, the Gavi is a master at rage baiting. That guy is crazy. Mbappe already has the most goals in World Cup history. Swear. Wait, can I get... No, don't get... Pav, I came 8 in the trade for World Cup prediction. Only first 500. Got a share of 200. No way. Nice, Joey. Hey, it's an achievement still. Well done. Just say, I don't know. Yesterday, I was +8 and I felt my testosterone increase. What the? Okay. Let's see now. Daily VWAP with bands or ETH VWAP with bands? You know, really good question. I only use RTH. Wait, no, my bad. ETH only on the VWAP. So I have it. I want to see it throughout the whole day. I haven't tested out the RTH one. Maybe somebody else in the stream, somebody in the chat can, if you have tested out what is working better, let the people know. Yeah. I think I'm a bit much affected by my PNL. Size down. You know, something that I did before when I had problem with PNL. So I had before when I was trading. And this is something not a lot of traders actually do. It's when you get affected by your PNL, that means you're risking too much. That's it. If you're risking, say, $300 on a trade, try $50. I can almost guarantee you're not gonna feel the pressure as much, and you're gonna trade a lot better. Because if you're not getting like it's not affecting your psychology, then you're gonna think more clear, a lot better, right? You're not gonna be so focused on the PNL, rather you're gonna be focused on the chart. So size down in PNL, in the size, and then yeah, try that. It's gonna help. That's what helped me at least. Thank you, no worries. I saw. Yo man, what is the streaming platform you're using? Do you mean the trading platform? It's Deep Charts. Did you see the TikToker who predicted World Game? Nah, bro, this was fake. He changed it. I saw it. I saw the post. If you had to pick only one market to trade between options or futures, which one would you choose and why? I would choose. Wow, good. I would choose futures and I would choose Nasdaq. That's for sure. Why? I have learned. I see it like this. I have been trading Nasdaq for so long, and you get to know the asset really good, and you start. It's like if I jump between markets to try out, let's say ES, Nasdaq. Take ES for example. ES is more stable, it's slower, right? Nasdaq is more explosive and so on. If I were to go over to ES now and test it out, I don't think I could trade it as good because I'm so used to now the volatility and all of that. And it also comes down to what type of trader am I? Do I want to sit in a trade for long, or do I want to either get stopped out fast or take a win fast, right? If I were to trade ES, I could maybe anticipate sitting more in a trade. That wouldn't fit me as a person, as a trader. But Nasdaq, it goes quite fast. It's quite rapid, and that fits me a lot because I want to be right or wrong directly. Yes, that's a good answer for you. And for options, I haven't traded options. I don't know. I haven't tested it out. But I would choose Nasdaq just because of the volatility. Yeah, and it's because it fits my personality, my trading style. I use ETH for overnight and RTH for New York. Okay, nice. RTH is better. In my research, RTH works better if not trading first 15 or RTH. Okay, there you go, guys. There you have an answer. Can you show the TP and stop loss when showing the setup? Oh, it's hard to do it pre-setup, right? Because I have to see what's happening here. I don't predict, I react. I always do that. I can't like Okay, if price comes up here, retest value IVB, I'm gonna take a long here and I'm gonna do something like this. No. I never do this because then that will be like predicting, and I don't want to be a predictor. I want to be a reactor in the market. That's what my mentor Fabio Valentini teaches us all. So if we get an opportunity here, we get a breakout, retest, absorption. I have a really tight stop loss. So I have an entry here, stop loss below the reaction candle. I'm going to show you if you get the opportunity. Or you can go into my YouTube channel called Pavlovich Nomad. And yeah, I can link it to it. And you can just watch the shorts and you will see exactly how I enter my trade and how, like, I have done a lot of material there for you guys. There you go. You can go check it out. Not gonna lie, if I will size down on fund account, but on channel, I like full port. Okay. More stress equals more money. Thanks, bro. Amazing advice. Yeah. For funded, yeah, it's up to you guys always. How you trade is up to you. I like to take it slow. I get myself a Lucid account or whatever. If it takes me weeks to get funded, let it take weeks. I'm in no rush. If I'm in a rush, I'm gonna bust the account for sure. No streaming platform. Oh, I'm not the one doing. I'm just in a call. Okay, it's not me doing the stream or anything like that. Like I'm not. It's just I'm just in a call. It's the Chart Fanatics team that are hosting this stream. Maybe they can answer. Do gold for one day. I want to see your reaction. Gold. Like I love ES for mirror reversion and NQ for breakouts. You think the same? It makes sense, right? ES it's more stable, right? So I would maybe play it more for mirror reversion and NQ for breakouts. Yeah. He's doing what he did yesterday. Chart? Market? Yeah, we're just consolidating. Pav, could you give me one trading advice? Well, I saw that you wrote a lot about the full. I know that you'd go with full sizes on your trading. Not financial advice, but maybe size down. Paul, you don't trade today. I'm gonna spoof you. Okay. By the way, has anybody taken any trades? I'm still sitting on my hands, of course, waiting for my opportunity. As always, staying disciplined. Yeah. I don't see any big trades from the... what time is this? 15:41. It's been like 20 minutes, something like that, and we haven't seen a single big trade. Let me see. CVD. Let's see the pressure. CVD is planing out as well. Okay. Yeah. Let's wait. I want to see some more price development. I want to see. Now we got some sellers stepping in at the bottom. This might be interesting. Seller stepping in at the bottom, failed miserably. Yeah, I'm not gonna short into this VWAP for sure. So even if I get an IVB breakout, it's not logically nor statistically like sound for me, like good for me to even take a short there. It's like I'm shorting into a wall where we know for a fact institutional like to reload at VWAP. So why would I take a short? Not that maybe you have an opportunity. I'm not telling you guys that you shouldn't. It's like it's not financial advice, but yeah, you know what I mean. Just from my standpoint, I'm not taking a short. Hey, a bit late. How are you doing? What's up, Eldoran? I'm good, man. How are you? Pa, what is your contrast 60? because on my screen they are below a lot of 60 deep trades. That's why we squeeze. I have 60. I have 60. 60. I only want to see contracts above 60. I like to filter out my big trades. Sure, some people use 40. They want to see more opportunities, more big trades. I don't like from my trading. I want to only see like the biggest fishes, right? It's so much simpler. Exactly what Fabio teaches us as well. Do you trade supply and demand zone to be rated a fill with respect to candle closing above or below? What is your strategy? Supply and demand zone, you know, you can almost say it's supply and demand zone. However, I'm looking at my context is more about I'm looking at the volume profile. For example, I look at value area high, low, and POC. That can be my support and resistance zone. So I like my supply and demand zones in kind of. And yeah, I do look at price action. For example, when I try to enter a trade, I want to see absorption. And then I want to see a candle closure above it, because that's my confirmation of, aha, okay, we have closed above. They failed. That's a failed auction. So yeah, I do pay attention to price action as well. What time frame is this? 1 minute. And my strategy is IVB. Go check out my YouTube channel. You will find a link. You can go into tradingnomads.store and then you go to free material and you can download a link, or you can go to Chart Fanatics Discord. There's a PDF there for you to download as well. There you will see my model, order flow guide for beginners, my whole playbook actually, with all my models. You can skim through that and it will show you. Bro, when I watch ESNS at the same time, it's much better when I was watching Fan fix my issue from over trading. Nice, well done. Good job, Evil. I like it. I like it. You find your way of and it fits you, right? So perfect. Keep it up. Took short, okay. Good luck with that. Let's see how it goes. Bob, you look like a mix of every race for the community. Could you do DNA? I'm from Sweden, Serbia. I have a little Italian in me, Greek. Wow, wait, what? I did a DNA test actually. Yeah, I actually have a lot from Italy and Greek. I got blue eyes and dark hair, guys. Okay, time to focus. Let's see. Yeah, we're doing good, but we don't have momentum. Okay. If we break through VWAP, I'm also looking for short. Let me just check my option levels. I want to see. We got HVL at 29,006. No, 29,006. Yeah. Oh, look at that Dutch. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, 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 oi. Can you show delta volume? Yeah, there you go. That's an equal low liquidity sweep. Okay. Just got home to watch my broken English trader. Know what I mean? Guys, I'm the only guy in the Chart Fanatics stream roster that has the broken English. Guys, have mercy, eh? Please. Hopefully it's good enough so you guys can understand me, huh? Do you look for diver? No. Only looking at that. Hola. Beautiful country, but the food is expensive, man. The nature is unbeatable. Ah, you mean in wait, which country? Sweden. If you talked about Sweden, yeah, we got a really beautiful nature. But if you talked about Italy, yeah, of course, of course, of course. Okay, we got an IVB breakout. Let's see what's happening. Now I want to pay attention to the right side. Let's look at the delta profiles together. Who is controlling? Okay, we got sellers at the bottom. Look at that. Look at the sellers stepping in. Oh, wow. Let me just take up one thing. 1 second. Yeah. So, something I picked up from Mr. JC himself. Yeah, I'm gonna pay attention more to the volume on each candle now. See where volume is going in correlation with the delta. Let's see, buyers are stepping in. Let's look at the bottom. Volume is at the bottom now. We got a B shape, so clearly sellers are pushing. But look at this. We have a lot of buyers at the bottom stepping in, so we want to see if they defend it. But we are also at VWAP, guys. Keep that in mind. I would like us to come away from VWAP because it's like a magnet as well. It's a dynamic value and price tends to chop around VWAP. So trying to take a trade out of it can sometimes be really painful because we might chop actually around it. But let's see. Sweden. Ah, Sweden. Yeah. Sweden is lovely, man. We got such a beautiful nature. Such a beautiful nature. However, the people here are, it's not so, you know, when you're in other countries, you guys are super, how you say it when you are social. In Sweden, you know, people, if you look at somebody, he's gonna look at you like, what the hell are you looking? They don't say hi to each other. People don't say hi to each other here in Sweden. We just go walk past each other. But if you go to a foreign country, I swear it's like people just love to talk. I love that, but it's not here, unfortunately. However, in Göteborg in Sweden, I don't know if I said it in English. Göteborg. People are more social there actually. But yes, but Sweden is good. Hopefully the people saying broken English know multiple languages. I know 3, so they're struggling. Nah, this is great. I love my community. I love this community as well. You guys are great. Look at the sellers at the top. Wow. We really have a battle here. Now it's just a matter of who is winning, and will we be aligned with the guy? Are we gonna anticipate that are we gonna select or trade with the winning side? That's the thing. Just gotta figure it out. I'm prone to taking a long here, a failed IVB breakout just because of this VWAP. I don't see any big trades though. Why we're getting nothing? Literally nothing. Oppa. That's beautiful. Look at the sellers trying to push. No big trade still. No sign for me to enter. Buyers are willing. Look at this. I want to pay attention to this sell data level. Look at this significant sell data. And look at all of these sellers. Everyone lost here. And when they lost, look what price went after. What the price did after. Look at this candle. This one. It makes sense, right? All of these sellers from the delta. Look at these sellers here, here. And then when they lost, we got a really big squeeze to the upside. And it makes sense. That's how I like to frame my trade. I want it to make sense, not just, okay, price did this. No, I want to know why price did that. That's why I study volume. I want to know why price did that. And volume is the result, and price is the result of volume. Yeah, I think you get it. Okay, no, Skiller. If you type something, then I'm not. You're crazy, bro. VWAP is just B for TP. Wanna be social? Go to Italy or Spain. People are social there. I'm planning to move to Spain or Italy. Actually, I'm looking for a house with my fiance. Yeah, I want to move to a warmer place. First of all, guys, we have in Sweden maybe 1 week of summer. Then after that, you gotta go get yourself a winter jacket. And yeah, I would like to move to a little more hotter, warmer climates, environments. But the thing is, in Sweden, since it's cold out here, you can trade. You're not gonna die out of heat. Like, you can trade, at least you can sit by the computer. But when you're trading maybe in another country, I don't know, might get super hot. You gotta blast like 5 ACs there if you wanna be. The full port of VWAP system works well. Okay, nice, bro. Oppa. Look at the seller stepping in now at the bottom. Failing again. Still waiting, guys. As long as I don't see any big trades, I'm just gonna sit on my hands and wait. That's my rule. Has to be. This is why it's good to have a community to trade with. When you trade alone, or what I did when I traded alone before, I didn't have a community. I would look for so many opportunities because you get bored. Actually, you sit, and it's really frustrating. Okay, today I would not get bored because I'm disciplined. But if you go back in time, if I were in like a position where for example, when I didn't trade on live, I would definitely go and watch somebody, maybe go in with a community and trade with them. Talk a little, talk a little. Doesn't have to be about trading every time. Like, it's good to get your mind off. So you obviously be focused. I'm dialed in every time. I'm looking at the chart, of course, but it's good. It's not a big tax on your emotional, on your psychology. You can literally see sellers be taken out. Yeah, it's cool, huh? Look at that, sellers at the bottom again failing. Bam, squeeze up. We got it two times now. Still no aggressive sellers. Or buyers. Probably don't trade. I'm missing fair value gap. Why not Bali? Bali is hot too, in a good way. Doesn't Bali have like a lot of spiders? Some dangerous spiders. I heard about it. Oppa, now we got the big trades all the way up here. Did it make sense why I would not look for a sell in this area? We talked about it before it happened. We said I don't want to take a sell into. I don't want to take an IVB breakout sell here because we got VWAP and it's gonna most likely act as a wall because the institutional like to reload on this level. Yeah, it saved us quite a bit. Is the yellow line 58 VWAP? Yeah, true. I always listen to you. I always listen to you when I'm trading ES, but I wouldn't if I traded Nasdaq because okay. I get you. That's also one thing. Sometimes listening to a streamer or whatever, when he trades, it can be like, you shouldn't take my words. I lose as well, guys. You should always plan your own ideas and so on. Just because I'm saying, okay, I would not take a short here. If your model says go short, execute on it if that's what your data is saying. Okay, it seems like we're forming a B shape soon. I don't know how much I can trust this setup to go up, but let's do this. No, I don't see anything. Okay. Buyers at the top, they're willing to pay higher prices. Look at that delta. If we trade below here, these buyers are losing then. We might have an opportunity for a small short. Look at the seller stepping in here. Let me try it. Keep in mind, I'm doing small risks because it's not my IVB breakout model, right? I don't like it. Look at the bottom. Buyers are stepping in. Going break even here. Let's just trail it. Follow the price. Look at the sellers on the delta level. Oppa, there we go. Now I like to do aggressive trailing, so I like to trail with price going like this. Thank you. That's a good first trade. I tried to eye it to a 1 to 2, but it's fine. Okay, first trade. Yeah, we can. What is it? 1.892, something like that. 1 to 2. Do it simple. As always, I always do it simple as well. Okay, looking for another opportunity. Best analysis is your own analysis. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I thought spiders are more Australian than Bali. Hey, I don't know. Eh? All I've heard is that Bali has some spiders or whatever. And yeah, guys, I don't play with spiders. I don't play when it comes to spiders and all of that. That's like my kryptonite. Later, you can have a look at my deal while you was executed. Okay, nice, JC. What is strong stream is not stable. Wait, rewrite. Are big trades not absorption? Yeah, they lost. We traded below here. Okay, let me go recap the idea on this trade so it becomes clear. So we have big buyers pushing up, right? Look at the big buyer here. This is something in my community, we call it flow trading. So big buyers stepping in here. And then I pay attention to the delta. Wait, what does it need? Look at the delta on the right side. They try to push price up above here as well. But look at this. Look at this zone. Sellers stepped in. They were like, nah, you're not going anywhere. And then if you look at the candle on this one. Okay, sorry about the... It's not so good to draw on deep charts, unfortunately, but I think it's going to be added better soon. Maybe I can plot it like this. So if you look at, yeah, we see the seller stepping in here. Defending. We see buyers on the right side trying to push price higher. What did price do? Look at the price. Result? Nah, you're not going anywhere. So this candle invalidated this buyer and this buyer, this big trade. So my idea is that like this, it comes up and then I see the seller stepping in on the delta profile. Look at the right side as well. That's why I take my short. I was like, okay, they're stepping in here. Stepping in. Okay, let me try a short. Stop loss above. Take profit here. So it becomes a 1 to 2, something like that. So that's the logic behind this trade. Okay, let's wait now. Bali has bigger spiders or more poisonous. Yeah, I'm not playing with spiders, guys. Really, that's like, yeah. No continuation. Paul, why is 6 afraid? What? Paulovich, after stream, can you check Discord? Yeah. Clean, simple, and quick. Yeah. Yes. I'm gonna try to scalp my way up. I'm looking at the current days developing POC up here. It's gonna act like a magnet, so maybe if I can see an opportunity to take a long, that can be look at the buyer stepping in at the top. But I don't like how they are failing every time. And now the sellers are stepping in. Let's see. Let me try it. I'm looking at these sellers. They failed, right? So I'm gonna try to play on their weakness, on their, how you say it, on their failure. So if we go higher now, I want to capitalize on it, on them closing their position, risking my profits. If it doesn't move as fast as I'm anticipating it to do, then I might as well either trade my stop loss quite quickly or kill the trade. Look at the seller stepping in. Oy, they're stepping in. We want to see them squeeze. There's the squeeze. There you go. Break even here. Now this is risk-free trade. If it goes to the moon, go. We don't care. Something I always do. You know, we have POC right up here, right? I hate when price, sniffs the target. So what I do is I take my profits. If it goes up here now, I'm going to trail it. Bam. Good trade. Another one. We're getting good opportunities today, huh? One sell here and another trade here. And it was the same logic again. Nothing super. I tried to eye it again. Nah, this was 1 to 9. We can call it 2 trades, 1 to 2. Bello. What is time? 16:30. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good. 2 trades, 2 wins. We continue. How do you put it up? Go right down here, press DIY Delta profile, and then you get it. I can share my template, you guys, with you on Discord, and you can, you will get it. What about Sri Lanka? Oh, no idea. How is it there? You're reading it well? Not lucky? You read it very well. Hey, JC, after the meeting, huh? I had a meeting with JC yesterday. I got some really good insights from him. I love learning. Guys, doesn't matter if you are making good money trading, but always be open to learn. I lower my ego for always. It doesn't matter. And if my mentor, Fabio Valentini, is open to learn, I should be open to learn as well. So, and it's in everything. It's like not just trading, just generally life as well. But yeah, I picked up some stuff from him yesterday. I'm applying it today, and yeah, We're doing some good trades. We're looking good. Okay, bello. Now we're at POC, and I would not look for any more for any more trades. Why? Because POC was my target. It's not my trade area. I don't like to trade it. Pa, please share template on Discord. Yeah, I will, for sure. Yes, okay, but JC is hard to get time off for us. Makes sense. JC's. Does the bubble disappear if they close their position? No. Once Pop getting used to it, he can share it with you guys. Okay, now I'm waiting. Okay, how has the day been going for you guys? Let's go back a little. I want to hear, how was your trading day for now? Has it been good? Have you guys won? Remember to like, guys, the stream. Join Chart Fanatics Discord. Like and subscribe. You know the drill. We broke above previous buy delta, right? Buy delta? Do you mean the value area high? We're at it right now. What's your rule of maximum trades per day? When you reach a point where I know it's really good to have rules, of course you have to have rules, but for me it's like, if I see my model 5 times during the day, I'm gonna execute 5 times during the day. That's how the level I've reached now. It doesn't matter if I get 20 opportunities. If I see my model, I'm gonna execute on it. I don't know. It's reached a point, like, discipline wise. I don't need rules for. I have rules, however, if for an area, for example, on the IVB breaker, if it fails 2 times, that's it. I'm not gonna trade that opportunity anymore, that idea anymore. But regarding maximum trades per day, I don't have, okay, obviously I don't want to be a machine gun going with 50 trades a day. That's like, I know for a fact that my model doesn't allow that. But yeah, I think it's clear. That's how I do it, at least. Nenko is okay. My palm oil is not okay. Not so good. What happened? How's it going? Why? 0 trades? Aha. Okay, then it's good. You know, you don't have to execute every day. Can make being patient is much better. Like, it's you don't lose money. You're disciplined. It doesn't kill your psychology. No trades for me now. I'm on Euro USD for exclusive discounts. Giveaway. Yesterday is still at my entry. Okay, nice. Little green, well done. 0 trade. Okay, well done. 3 stop loss and I'm done. Is that your rules? 1 win, 1 loss, up 150. Done the day. Can't be too greedy. Bello. Very good. You know, there's a saying, you know, Kaizen? There's a video about this. The Japanese people have a saying. So how does it go? You should stop eating before you're full. It's part of the Kaizen. Go on YouTube and search up Kaizen trading. You're gonna get a video about it, and it's super good. It's really good, and it can help with your psychology. They also say, like, for example, when you lose a trade, stand up and drink a glass of water. Why? I did some research about it. You know, when you want to revenge trade, your brain gets something called negative urgency. So what you only have to do to stop revenge trading, for example, or over trading as well, is this. You have to break the pattern. So your brain does this right now. Revenge, you lose a trade, you get frustrated and mad, and then you want to take a trade to either get revenge at the market or like repair the damage that the market did to your brain. Like you lost the trade and it takes a little toll on your brain. So what you want to do is break that pattern, and to do so, stand up, drinking a glass of water is more than enough. Because then you go from, instead of just losing a trade, getting mad, entering another trade, you go from losing a trade, getting mad, standing up, drinking a glass of water, and you are now broken the loop. And it's a higher chance now that you don't press or like you don't enter another trade. But go search up Kaizen on YouTube. I have a video about it as well on my channel. And yeah, you can see it's gonna help you. I know some people that have tested it out as well, and it has helped. Why didn't you try to take anti-IVB? I was looking for it. No big trades though. I took 1L on value low of 63 tab. Okay, it's fine. What if we partner up with for merch? Would you go to jail for us? No, yeah. Which of your models was it today? It was more of a flow trading today. So it's scalping small moves within the range. We had the anti-IVB model today. I did not take it because I didn't see any big trades. However, I took some trades on the way up. And I took a short term. A correction trade. But yeah, today we got 2 wins. Not that matters. The important thing today is that we were disciplined and waited. That's it. I don't care about the wins or losses. Took 5 hours on simple logic to as well, but I didn't read. Busy. Can you go over anti-IVB again? I took the retest of Lord, absorb, seller. Anti-IVB. We get a failed auction at the bottom. Sellers trying to push. They fail. We close our back in. Retest here. You want to look for absorption again and then go send it higher. That's anti-IVB. By the way, guys, check in the chat. Our moderators have put in. It's a giveaway. It ends in 5 minutes. Make sure to enter. Put this the exclamation part slash. Put that in the chat. How you say it in English? Yo, can we get the guy that made a diss track on IC to do what the hell? And don't forget to join their Discord. They have a lot of giveaways. Here you go. You find the giveaway in the giveaway channel on Discord. Link in the chat to join. Okay, let me remove this and this. We are right now at POC. So currently is developing POC. If I zoom in here for you. So I don't like to take trades here. Why? Because POC acts like a magnet. So it tends to range here. If I try to take a breakout out from POC, so away from POC, it's a high probability we just go back and I get stopped out. So yeah, here I sit on my hands and I'm totally fine with that. Let me turn off the print. By the way, guys, what do you think about this tool that we use today? I think it should, I hope it makes sense, and it's like how it's a good tool that you can implement maybe in your trading. I myself, I love it. It's really good. So yeah. Pav, Lucenab doesn't accept Morocco. Is there any way to get in with them? Ooh, no idea. No idea. What was your bias for today, Pav? Bullish. Bias was bullish because we the value closed higher. We shifted higher in value compared to Friday. And yeah, I was bullish today. We did not get an IVB breakout yet though. And yeah, but that's fine. We got the opportunity to buy down here. No big trades for me to enter though. Alex G is looking for an advanced profile trader right now. Are you gonna apply? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. No. After a very long time, I'm joining giveaway in every window. Join. Made $70 done for today. Well done, brother. Nice, Alin. Need some water. Let's see if we got some CVD divergence at the bottom. Not really. How do you determine your bias every day? I look at the daily volume profiles. So I want to let me do it for you. So I pay attention to the value area and POC. But most, like, look at this, the value area. If we are shifting higher, meaning value went higher. This was Friday. This was Monday. Then for Tuesday, today, I'm bullish. Why? Because value shifted higher. Okay. I'm bullish for the narrative, just to start my day. It's like a confluence. But if I have IVB breakout now, then that's my statistical edge saying, aha, now IVB broke to the upside. We are bullish here as well. Then I'm gonna put my foot on the pedal and even risk more, because that's like a symmetrical day for me. We have profile framing bullish, IVB bullish. This is how I get my bias. I wait for IVB breakout actually, but before IVB, I also have a narrative by using the daily profile framing. That's also how I get my bias. Like, not bias like how you see it. Confluence, context, narrative. It's a building, it's one block of the, it's one of the building blocks to like give me the bias for today. Bro, it have my stop loss by the tick? No. W to win. Well, Pablo, guess what? What's happening? Cliff back 400 in Azure 7 misthinking that starts today. Hey. It's okay, you made 400. So you look at the movement of the RTH POC profile. Yeah. And the value area, but POC is the most, where the most volume were transacted. So if that shifts higher, sometimes you can have a day like this. Let me show you. So say, for example, you have a day like this. You have like a day that's overlapping with each other. Then usually we say it's a balanced day. However, wait, let me do this instead. If POC is here and the next day's POC is up here, even if the value area look like this, it's telling me, aha, okay, the most amount of volume, so the level POC, the fair value, the fair price, in a sense, it's rising a little. So it can be a good indication, like, okay, we might get the squeeze higher, we might go higher today, even if we are overlapping with the value area. So yeah, I pay attention to the blue area, value area, but I also pay attention to POC. I have a video about this as well. You can go on my Instagram. It's called put it here so you can see. Here's my IG. Go in there and there's a video called How I Get My Daily Buys. I go through it all. This is why I only take momentum trades. Momentum trades is for sure. Okay, wait, we might get a breakout after all. Look at this. Let's see if we get one last trade. I got 15 more minutes. Then that's also actually one of my rules. I stop trading after 5 o'clock. Sometimes I can go maybe 1 minute, 5 minutes over it. I don't want to be too precise, right? But yeah, that's usually when I stop for the day. Let's see. I want to see price accept above. I don't want to see buyers failing at the top like we are doing right now. Look at that. Look at the delta level and the big trades. Failing at the top. We're not accepting them. That's not so hot. Not the best to see if you want to take a breakout. I don't know, Corvenson. I don't know how you can do. Pablo Bello, I won. You won. Good job. Congrats. Yeah, we are failing. We got a failed auction at the top. That's not nice to see. Okay. Nice. Yeah, look at that test as well. Failing at the top. We have another IVB, anti-IVB setup here. Did anybody take this? Rotation back maybe to where the buyers previously stepped in. So right there. Oi. Pav, I kind of over leveraged that short right now. No worries. I'm up 2K. Okay. Opa. What is this volatility coming from? Guys, is this... It's not Trump, I hope. What's happening? Shorted, but not on live account. Good. Breaking. Took it. Nice. Wait, what happened? Okay. What was that volatility? I was like, please don't tell me we get another another Trump tweet. Thank God. Interesting. Let's see. Your chart is too much blur. We're gonna fix that. By next time, we're gonna fix it. I don't know why it's blurry. Maybe increase this the quality. Do you have it to max? From special Orange Man probably watching a live stream. What's the setting for the delta level on your right, Pop? Delta latest minute, 5 minute, 0. I'm gonna go through it all like this, and then just stop the video, go back in the stream, and then yeah, You can watch it. Day 20 done. Nice kicks. How did it go? Oppa, look at that 60. Look at the big sellers joining. Sellers are willing to push. Value area high. My bad. Value area low on the P shape. It's not blur. Yeah. Lost today. It's okay. Go next. New day tomorrow. Thanks, man. No worries. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Look at the sellers at the bottom. I'm looking at the delta. Just look at how it's developing. B shape on the current 1 minute candle. So a lot of volume on the bottom with sellers here, but we're not going lower. I'm interested in taking a long, maybe. Let's see. I want to see sellers losing, buyers stepping in. And I want to see it reflected on the volume profile on the 1 minute candles. Sellers at the bottom failed. Buyers are here now. Okay, let me try it. Take away this. I'm gonna try a small scalp on this one. If these sellers now get rewarded and I see buyers failing like this at the top, then I'm gonna kill it manually. I don't want to take a stop all the way down to this. Yeah, they're losing it. Okay. That's a loss. Go next. Choppy failed auction. I wanted to anticipate a breakout because I liked the momentum. I liked how the sellers lost here at the bottom. We did not get it. Thanks, man. No worries. Welcome to Pusti Gamma with low volume, ladies. I'm still interested in taking some scalps on the bottom of this value low on the P shape. Because of these sellers. Okay, now we're getting the move. It took me out and went. What if on a failed auction? Yeah. I saw the sellers on the bottom. I want to take a small scalp, at least up to value area high. Back retest value area. Do you use Gex? Yep. Yeah, I use Gex. Okay, we got 5 more minutes of the stream, guys. Maybe it's time to round off. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Make sure to like and subscribe. I'm gonna do a recap of today's opportunities, what I took, what I saw, and yeah. Pav, I told you in one of balance people said they were accepting. What? We might reach 1 hour short pocket. Pav, look at. Okay. What gex levels on QQQ you have? I don't have it now. I have it on another chart. Wait 1 second, guys. I'm still looking. I'm looking for maybe another opportunity if we get a push lower. But if it accepts higher now, that's it. Seems like the volume is drying up. Yeah, CVD has totally dried up. Okay, that's it for me then. Let's do a quick recap of today's trades, what we saw. Let's do this. Let me take away this. Okay. So we came into the market with a bullish narrative because we had daily profile framing telling us that. I was looking at VWAP for a failed IVB breakout actually, so an anti-IVB. We did get it, however, we did not get any big trades for us to take the trade. So we had to sit on our hands, and that's totally fine. We accepted back into the opening range. What I saw then is this. Okay, I can't have the delta levels now where we were, but it was something like this. We traded below these big buyers, meaning they failed, and we took a 1 to 2 scalp. That was the first trade. Let me put it like this. Stop loss was something like this. It was 1 to 2. Big scalp. Then we accepted higher. And we saw during the time on the delta profile on the right side, sellers had lost, buyers had stepped in. And we had something like this. Another 1.8, 1 to 2 risk reward trade. Okay, and lastly was just we tapped into value area low on the P shape. I saw sellers losing, as we can see on the right side. We tried a long, covered us below the absorption on the delta levels, looking for a squeeze higher. We did not get it. We got stopped out. That's it for today. So 2 wins, 1 loss. I would have taken something like this. Good day. Okay, let me just make sure. How did you go for you guys before I pop off? Let me know how we went. By the way, for next sessions, it looks like we're going to shift higher in value. I'm going to also be bullish, and I want to see what happens once we reach up to Thursday's book, because that's where we might find some sellers or buyers stepping in. But yeah, I'm not streaming here tomorrow. I'd rather be on Thursday. Okay, for me, switching to Ninja Trader. Okay. If you're looking for a buy, what you're looking for once a big trade bubble appears. Option. I'm looking for sellers to. So if I want to take a sell, like here, I want to see this big buyer, this bubble fail. I want to see closure below it. That's absorption. It's got better shoes. Okay, nice. Okay, thank you everyone for being here. Join the next Chart Fanatics stream. I think we have something after this, maybe with Sanj. You can check out the schedule on the Instagram. You will see. And as always, this was just for education and entertainment, not financial advice. So manage your own risk. Thank you guys for having me, and I will see you. Ciao, everyone. Okay, I'm done. I don't want to speak if it's gonna hear me.
Doing whoa, sounds like that was an epic stream going on there. Right, we're gonna get stuck in just 1 second. Yes, the bold man, he's back. How is everybody doing? Hope you guys have all been having a good, possibly profitable day. Right, we are gonna get stuck into today's stream. We have a lot that I want to cover with you guys today. Again, I want to focus this around the psychology behind trading, but I want to start focusing this more on the charts themselves and how we go about managing our positions, managing risk, and keeping a cool, clear, and calm mind whilst we actually trade. I want to give you guys a little bit more transparency behind everything that I do, what specifically I'm looking for in the markets. And actually, I want to show you guys a live position that I have on. And as we currently stand, I'm currently getting spanked in this position. So it's going to be an interesting one. We'll watch and see how it pans out together. We'll all be either crying together at the end of the session, or maybe it'll turn around and we'll celebrate by the end. I don't know. But I want to talk you through the entire process of essentially what I am looking for. I want to give this a little bit of context before we actually flick onto the charts, because I think it will help you guys to understand how this was entirely built, and how you can start to weave in elements of psychology to give you that kind of clarity whilst you are looking at the markets. So I want to start off by kind of getting a gauge as to, I guess, where you guys are in your journey. How many of you guys are like actually have a strategy already? How many of you guys are still working on refining your strategy? Maybe you're using these streams as a way to kind of improve what you're doing. Let me know in the chat, right? I'm going to jump over to the charts very, very shortly. And I want to help you guys to understand how you can go about building a framework, both that works for you, both strategically and psychologically. A little bit later in the session, I'm going to be joined by a very special guest, which I think is going to share some pretty interesting insights to help you guys to understand how to develop that level of consistency. Today's guest has done like $300,000 in payouts. So absolutely huge insights and wisdom that's going to come from their end, no doubt. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Bakir says, show us the chart. It's coming very, very shortly. What hair oil do you use? I mean, does it look like I need hair oil, bro? If you've got something that grows it back, please let me know, because I could really do with some of that right about now. Skiller says, I'm an institutional level of trading. Nice. Very interesting. Right. I want to get into the forefront of what I want to cover with you guys today, right? As I mentioned, give me 1 second. As I mentioned, I want to give you guys a little bit more of an understanding as to what I am specifically looking for on the charts. I think that's going to really help you to give some kind of perspective as to like how I've built things out, how things are going to be framed, what you guys can be kind of looking for and expecting. And for those of you that are still looking for a strategy, a way of understanding what is happening in the markets, maybe this is going to give you some insights as to how you can start building something on yourself. Now, I want to give this a little bit of context, right? I mentioned I came up with kind of this approach to trading. It was entirely built on the fact that I had lost money for many, many years, right? That was the place that I came from, and my whole strategy was framed around building it in a way which helped me to reduce pain in the markets. That was a big thing that I was actively trying to avoid, because when you lose money for many, many years, it becomes very difficult to see the markets objectively, see it clearly without overthinking. And I wanted to make things as simple as possible. Now, for complete transparency, I am to date a swing trader. I mainly operate on either a daily, a weekly, or a monthly time frame, and I build my ideas around that narrative. But the way in which I'm going to show you that I analyze the markets today, it can be applied to any time frame, and I'm going to show you guys exactly what that looks like. So for those of you that are maybe scalpers, maybe intraday traders, I want you guys to understand a very simplistic framework, which is going to make things very, very easy to gauge what direction you should really be looking to trade in. Now, of course, as with anything that we teach and we share here, this is not a signal, it's not a service. We're not, providing you guys financial advice in any means, shape, or form. These are things and ideas for you to go out to test, to experiment, and see how they work for you. This is just a framework that I came up with that allowed me to have a lot more consistency behind what I did, to see the markets a little bit more simplistically. And I think it was always a big benefit to my trading. Okay, so I want to start by, we'll start on cable, right? This is a market that I actually have a trade on today. And I want to help you guys to understand specifically what I'm looking for in the charts, how I'm analyzing them, and how you guys can kind of get an insight as to specifically what I am looking for that's going to give me some idea of a potential trade direction. Now, there's going to be many occasions, many days, possibly weeks, maybe months, depending on the time frame that you operate on. There's going to be markets that you look at that simply provide no trading opportunity. And the first thing that I want to say is, and this is where we start to tie in the psychology, we're looking at a market and not having a trade is not a bad position to be in, right? I literally spoke to a trader in a community that I work in earlier this morning, and he talked about the idea that he got frustrated that he wasn't getting a trading opportunity for sometimes days at a time. And that would lead him to drop down a time frame to try and find an opportunity to be trading. I think this is the wrong way to really start going about this. What I want you guys to be focused on is developing a plan, a criteria that gets you in and out of the market. And when that criteria is not present, that's not your signal to be changing timeframes and figuring out how to find an opportunity at that moment in time. It's your sign to be patient. It's your sign to focus on preserving capital during that time. This was always a very hard thing for me to kind of sit and digest, but it created an enormous amount of consistency, especially with regards to risk management, when I started to get really good at applying this. Okay, so what I want to take you through is essentially from a higher time frame down to a lower time frame to show you guys a little bit of exactly how I'm kind of mapping my charts out, and exactly how I'm looking at formulating certain ideas. And I'm going to do that starting with cable, the British pound against the US dollar. And I want to do it specifically on this one because it formulated a signal for me to take a trade today, one that I am currently in. And as I mentioned, one that I'm currently getting spanked in. But with a view to transparency, this is exactly what we want to be doing here. One thing I do want to say, regardless of the outcome of this trade, I would not do anything differently. And I think that's a very important mentality, right? This is something that I remind myself of even before I sit down to basically take a trade. I want to sit here and I want to be able to look at the trades that I've taken and say, regardless of how this ends, I would take this trade 100 times out of 100 because I trust that my data, my testing all supports the idea that this is going to provide me positive expectancy in the long run. And that's a mentality that you guys can take regardless of however you are trading. You want to be looking at an opportunity with as much conviction and belief as you can to understand that if you extrapolate this out over a large sample size, it's actually going to give you a positive edge in the market. If you don't have that, you shouldn't yet be live trading, right? You should be going back, you should be collecting your data, you should be testing. These are the things that you should really be focusing on to find the consistency that you are looking for. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a higher time frame, and then we're going to work our way down. And I want to help you guys to understand exactly what I am looking for to help me to formulate an idea. Okay, so I'm going to do this from the swing trading perspective of what I tend to focus on in a day-to-day, and then I'll show you guys how to apply this down to a daily chart, an intraday perspective, and we can start working from that specific time frame. Okay. Glass Bear says, you remind me of Andrew Tate. I don't know if that's entirely a good thing, considering that guy is currently in jail. So I'm hoping I'm going to stay on the right side of things here. But honestly, I've had this before. It's the bald head and the beard. You just get labeled a Tate in this day and age, but whatever it is, we're gonna roll with it. Right. So first things first, I've started off with a very blank chart. As I mentioned, we are going to be focusing on cable. That is the British pound against the US dollar. And the time frame that I actually want to start with is I want to focus actually at the start with a monthly time frame. That may be a time frame that maybe many of you don't specifically focus on. But for me, it forms the basis of kind of everything that I start looking for in terms of understanding the nature of how this particular market is currently moving, right? The philosophy that I follow is I am trying to understand whether market is expanding or whether is it in range-bound conditions. And that helps formulate the idea of essentially what direction I want to be trading in for kind of the medium to long term. And again, you can apply this on any specific time frame that you want. Sherry says, what about the decade time frame? I mean, if you really wanted to, you possibly could. But like I said, I'm going to start here because this is kind of the raw foundations of where I would start my analysis. And then we will work down time frames to show you how this can essentially be applied to everything. Now, I want to say, this is essentially just a very systematic way to identify areas of support and resistance. The entirety of my strategy is formulated in two things: supply and demand, support and resistance. I kind of use those and overlay those on top of each other, and that forms the foundation of exactly what I'm looking for in the market. The thing that always bothered me, and the thing that really gave me a lot of confusion when it came to support and resistance, was there were hundreds of ways to draw up levels, right? You look at anybody that talks about the idea of support and resistance, and they will sit here and they will essentially say oh, here's a level. I'm going to focus on now drawing this up here. And this is going to be an area that I am specifically focused on in trading. But it's at what point do you take these levels? Where do you specifically draw them from? There's a lot of subjectivity around this. And I found this, whichever way you decide to trade, whoever you decide to follow, they all have different ways of essentially drawing lines and boxes on the chart. And so what I essentially wanted to do was to make this as simplistic, as systematic as possible, so that anybody could learn this approach and essentially draw up areas of interest that were in and around the same location. So everything that I do is based on ranges of particular candles, right? Like I said, we're going to start with a monthly chart. And I want you guys to see this the exact same way that I am kind of looking at this as the market is moving as we currently speak, right? If we were to focus on specifically this current area of price action, right? And when I talk about this current area, I am talking about this specific area of price in here, right? You can see this kind of consolidation that we have been stuck within for some time. And this is going all the way back to June 2025, right? And I hope you guys can see this as clearly as I am. The market is not trending up, it's not trending down. It is simply moving up and down between two price points, creating a range in price from a monthly perspective, right? Skiller says, I bet he trades head and shoulders pattern. I don't, like I said, it's a little bit of support and resistance overlaid with a little bit of supply and demand. And that's it. That's the foundation of what it is. Okay. So what I want to essentially be looking at here is within the monthly time frame, is price expanding or is it remaining within a specific range? Now, if we start off here, right, if we focused in on this specific area of price in here, you could look at that and you could argue that price is in a trending market, right? If I took the bar replay tool out just to clean things up a little bit here, you can see that basically from February of 2025 onwards, the markets from a monthly perspective continue to press higher and had higher closes each and every single month, right? You can see that every monthly candle was able to expand and close past the prior range of the previous candle, right? You can see this is the range high here. This candle closed outside of it, created a new range high, which closed through on this candle here. This one, we saw a little bit of weakness, but then we saw an expansion through this point in time there, right? Again, I'm hoping that's very, very simplistic. Now, when we look at this from July of 2025, you can see the characteristics of the market actually started to change, right? And what I mean by that is we went from a very bullish market condition from a monthly time frame to then creating this kind of bearish engulfing over here, again, on a monthly chart. And then what we have done since this point in time is basically just moved in range. We exceeded it ever so slightly at this point here, but ultimately, if you look at where price has remained capped within, we have essentially remained stuck within these two price points. So what that would lead me to do is essentially draw up a box around this area of price that capped price from a monthly perspective, right? And you can see all I am doing here is essentially drawing a box on the wick of the candle from the monthly perspective on the high end and the low end. Very, very simplistic. And you can see that the candles, all of price action, basically for the best part of a year, has been bouncing back and forth between these two price levels. So immediately, very systematic way to look at the charts to understand, are the markets range bound or are they expanding? And if they are, what would be specific points of interest that would allow me to gauge where I should be getting involved in this market? Purely from a monthly time frame, I would argue that in looking at this chart, the most obvious areas that I would want to be doing business are somewhere within the low end of the range or the upper end of the range. And again, this could be a monthly chart, it could be an hourly chart, it could be a 5-minute chart, it could be a 4-hour chart, it does not matter. You can apply this thought process to any time frame that you are looking on. But I'm hoping that we would all agree, price has largely remained capped between these two price points, okay? So these provide a specific area of price that will allow me to start engaging with the market. And that's the first kind of clue that I am looking for in terms of direction, in terms of how I want to be trading. if the range was to continue, then we should reasonably expect that when price tests the upper end of the range, as you can see it did on this occasion and this occasion here, it leads to a move down to the lower end of the range, right? And similarly, when it touches the higher end of the range, it creates a move down to the lower end of the range, and the lower end of the range creates a bounce. We failed to tap the upper end of the range on this occasion, but we've come down, tested the lower end again. And so the idea, the bias, the narrative that I'm looking for and creating in my mind is framed on the idea that we are going to see some kind of rotation in price, and we are going to move back up to the high end of the monthly range, right? Very high level overview. You can consider this kind of like your higher time frame analysis. But that forms the basis of essentially what I am looking for. From that point on, all we do is we drop down a time frame, right? So like I said, I've started from a monthly. You guys can start from a daily, a weekly, whatever it's going to be. We'll start with then a weekly perspective, right? From a weekly perspective, we're going to do much of a similar thing when we are looking at this, right? Which is we're going to be looking at current price, and we're going to be saying, right, where has price been contained over the last few weeks? Are we expanding, or are we moving within a specific range during a given period of time, right? Now, in looking at this, the most obvious area of price that stands out for me is this candle here. You can see we've created this kind of high and low in here. And over the last few weeks, price has remained within a range that we started on the 15th of June, 2026. Okay. So all we're going to do here is we're going to draw up another range of price. So if I draw up the range here, and I would typically draw up a range here, the only thing that I would dismiss on this occasion is that we are overlapping this kind of monthly range with the weekly range. When we've got a confluence in this way, you can keep them on, you can kind of focus on what makes most sense in terms of reactions, in terms of price. But this to me looks like the most logical areas of price that we could be focusing on. And again, I'm going to label these with a weekly range in terms of their labels, right? So again, I'm hoping from a weekly perspective here. Now you guys can start to see that between this area and this area in here over the last few weeks, price has remained between the range high and the range low. Now, when you look at the reactions that we have been having on each end of the range, so you can see the current range high in here, you can see that last week we had quite a little bit of a rejection, and we closed back within the last weekly range high that we are in. Now, that for you could be enough to formulate a bias to say, I'm looking for price to roll over. I'm actually going to be bearish going into this week. And that is the bias that I want to continually play out, right? Skidder says, Andrew, you'll be gray haired by the time price reaches these levels. Brother, I am already gray haired, right? Why do you think I have none on the top of my head? Bro's hair is going to grow by that time. My hair will grow back in 24 hours. I don't think we need to worry about a monthly time frame for that. Your model is basically mean reversion. It can be either. It can be a trending model to get in alignment with what the market is doing, or it can be mean reversion. It depends on what bias you determine based on the ranges that are at play. So for example, like I said, I'm going to work my way through and I'm going to show you the trade that I currently have on inside this market, cable, British pound against the US dollar, but it is framed on the idea that we are going to continue to see upward price action. Now, as you can obviously tell, as we currently stand, it's not looking too great. It's looking potentially more likely, and I'm only going to judge this based on the daily close, as to whether price is actually going to be expanding or whether we are going to start this kind of mean reversion and actually head back down to the lower end weekly range. Now, what I've been looking at here is that, yes, this was most definitely a weak close inside an area of interest. But if we drop down a further time frame, you can see that from here, what we have essentially had, and again, I'm framing this and I put my order in, which I'll explain in a second, off the back of yesterday's daily close, right? Going into last week, we basically punched outside of this area and we have come back down and we are now retesting this from above. From a pure support and resistance perspective, I'm hoping most of you guys will understand the idea that once resistance is broken, it could be reasonably expected to become some level of support. Once support is broken, it could be reasonably expected to act as a level of resistance, right? You see this time and time again within the market, where you see like certain levels of price. You can look at this area here, you could see support, you could see it as resistance here, you could see it as support in here, you could see it as resistance through here. So you tend to get these areas of price which start acting as kind of this dynamic area of support and resistance, right? So what I have been looking at here is essentially looking at current price and saying, right, we have currently broken and closed through the upper end of this weekly range. Is it reasonable to expect the market has momentum to the upside? Isn't it reasonable to expect that somewhere in this area, we could find buyers stepping into the market and we could look to take another leg back up to the upside? Now, I'm not saying this is going to be the leg that starts a move all the way back to the upper range high. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but when the market has momentum to the upside, would it be unreasonable to expect that we maybe at least get a retest of these old range highs in and of themselves? I would argue potentially yes. That forms the basis of my bias coming into today, right? So again, to take you through what I was looking at yesterday, when I looked at the daily candle close off the back of yesterday, this is essentially what my chart was looking at this point in time, right? I am essentially looking at this daily close and I'm saying, okay, we have come back. We are retesting this upper end weekly range. We have some light buyers stepping in here. You can see this from the wick that was created. We then have a little bit of indecision, which is what I would look at that in terms of yesterday, right? Now, you can look at this in one of two ways. Either the buyers are going to fail to step in here and they're going to take price lower, and then maybe we start a rotation where we actually head back down to the lower end weekly range. Completely possible. The view and the bias that I took to take, or I adopted going into the start of today, was that essentially price would be able to maintain this rough area of price and we would see the next leg up start from somewhere in this sort of range. Okay, that was the formulation of my bias coming into the start of today. How do we actually develop an entry that goes in getting me in alignment with what I am looking for on the charts? Very simple. We drop down to an hourly chart. This is usually kind of my point of execution that I'd be focusing on here. And I'm looking for areas of supply and demand. Some of you guys will think of this as maybe defining like order blocks. People draw these up in a variety of different ways. I aim to look at an impulsive move in price in one specific direction. If it's in alignment with the overall trend in the market, it's even better. And I'm essentially looking to identify where that price originated from, where the move originated from. And I want to see the last point at which price, before it kind of went parabolic in a specific direction. So the area that I would draw that up would essentially be this area in price up to the top end of this candle in here. Some of you guys will look at this and you will identify these areas as kind of order blocks. Sorry, not order blocks, fair value gaps, I think is the ICT terminology that most people use. So maybe you would be looking at a potential fair value gap in this sort of area and say, right, I'm looking for a potential reaction in price from this point. I'd like to go from where the candle never actually came back and tested. What was the last opening price of a candle that price started from where it never really came back to at this point in time? So I would argue that this move originated from this area in here. Now, one thing that price did, which I did really favor coming into the start of today, was it actually created this low in here and it created this low in here just above my specific point of interest, right? Now, I generally like to see those. Some of you guys will think of these as liquidity sweeps, turtle soup. There's like 100 different names to essentially define the exact same thing in price. I look at these as potential swing failures, right? And for me, a swing failure is sweeping below a specific price point, and then at some point regaining, maybe retesting, and then working its way back to the upside. But whenever I see a potential swing point created just above or just below a specific area of supply or demand that I'm looking for, this becomes a specific area of price which I'm likely to be doing business if it aligns with the wider bias that I have on the markets. Okay, so what was I essentially looking for today? I decided the first thing that I do when I'm going to draw up a potential trade is I want to decide, before I'm looking at where I'm getting in, where is this trade idea wrong, right? Where is my idea actually wrong in the market? I want to be able to define specifically where my downside is relative to where I will be getting in, right? So the first thing I do is I'll actually put up my risk to reward tool, not worry so much about the entry as we currently stand. But I want to be able to start to identify where is this idea fundamentally wrong from a daily perspective. And again, I'm only focusing on the daily perspective because, like I said, I'm a swing trader. I focus on those higher time frames. But I want you guys to be thinking about this from maybe a 4-hour, an hourly perspective. And again, we can start to draw these things up as we potentially going forward. Okay. So for me, from the idea that this trade has momentum to the upside, I would be looking at this and saying, right, well, the last swing low that was created in alignment with the particular momentum that we are getting in the market was this low in here. This was the last swing low from a daily perspective that kind of makes sense for me to put my stop loss behind, right? If price comes back below here, we are now starting to create potentially fresh lower lows, which is not in alignment with the bias that I want to create, right? So that would be my point of invalidation. The area that I would want to be getting out of price would essentially be somewhere in these highs in here. And then my entry point is going to be defined down onto a lower time frame going forward. So if I drop back down to an hourly chart, if I pull this up on an hourly chart, what I would essentially be looking for here is a sweep below this low in price here. And I want to see price basically tap down, sweep these lows, have some kind of reaction in this area of price, and then potentially rotate to the upside. Now, one thing that I often do, and again, this is where I start to loop in the kind of psychology behind things that allow me to keep consistent with executing this plan, is I never really like the idea of having a super tight stop loss. I know many of you will probably be kind of into this. You want to work to maximize your risk to reward. For me, it always left me in a place where I felt very, very anxious that the market was going to tap me out. I was always in a place where I used to get extremely frustrated when I got tapped out of a trade before the market essentially went on to move in my direction. So the methodology, the framework that I put in place to help me to counteract this was simply to start using much wider stop losses, right? To give my stop loss ample breathing room. And what I would do to make up for such a wide stop loss is I would add into a trade as it continues to work in my favor, right? Skiller says, do you look at volume? Specifically for FX, which is the main asset class that I trade for swing? No, not really. Primarily because inside the CFD space, volume is not a real reliable indicator to work from in order to look at price movement, right? I think if you're trading futures, if you're doing it inside of a regulated market, makes a lot more sense. But when you are looking at specific broker-based feeds, the volume is not going to be a true reflection of the actual market in and of itself. So no is the short answer to this. This would be so as I was saying, this would be the formation of my trade idea. Looking for a sweep of this low, looking for a potential reaction in this area. And if price starts to react in this area and then starts to tear up, I would start to add into my trade. And I will add potentially up to 4 times as price moves in my favor, right? Now, again, you want to split this. So let's say, for example, your risk parameter is I only want to be risking 1% per trade. That's completely fine. The way I would manage that is I would start by saying, I want to use a 0.25% initial position size. And if price starts to confirm that the things are moving in my favor, I will start to add and scale into this over time. So it will mean that my average entry price will change over time. So it might mean that it goes up, it might mean that it goes down, but my position size, if this starts to essentially work out and rotate in the direction that I am looking for, will be far greater than what I started. So even if this only nets a 1 to 2, 1 to 1, 1 to 1.5, 1 to 3, it can really vary on certain occasions. Excuse me. It means a lot more when your position size is heavily stacked in that favor, right? A 1-to-1 for me, like for you guys, you think of it as I'm risking $100 to make $500. The way I see it is I will continue to add and scale into my position if the market proves that my trade idea is potentially correct, and I will manage risk by essentially adjusting my stop loss as price continues to move inside of my favor, okay? So we're gonna hypothetically start to play this out, and we'll fast forward to where price is currently at, and I'll give you my current mindset around how I am currently looking at this, right? I'm gonna open things up, as we mentioned. I will be taking questions, issues, challenges, anything that you guys are thinking about with regards to how I'm looking at the chart. Happy to take any questions there is. But otherwise, I'm going to continue to give you guys some examples of how this can be applied. And again, I think what will probably be relevant for most of you is taking this down to the lower timeframes to look at how you can apply the exact same model on maybe a 4-hour chart, a 1-hour chart, a 5-minute chart, to give you more of that intraday or that scalping approach to allow you to play in alignment, which in a way that essentially works best for you. I think that's a very, very important part of trading. Something that a lot of people, I think, don't talk enough about. Having a good strategy is, yes, most definitely one thing, but making sure that it actually aligns with you as a person is equally as important, okay? So I'm gonna play this out. I'm gonna show you exactly what price did from after I set my order, because I set this not long after the daily close, which is essentially what you're seeing in price here. We'll see what price did, and we'll have a look at where price is at, and I wanna talk you through my mentality of how I'm going to be actively managing this trade. I have a philosophy that I like to focus on, which is all based around the idea of plan the trade, trade the plan, right? It's a mentality that maybe a lot of you guys have heard. It's kind of I guess a popular saying online, but it's something that made a massive impact in my trading. The impact that I'm talking about here is largely in regards to consistency. I think when most people don't have a really clear defined plan for how they want to approach the markets, they leave themselves to kind of guess. They leave it up to their best judgment based on what they're feeling at the time. And I think that is always focused on the idea of, helping you guys to be less impulsive and more systematic with how you trade. So everything that you're going to see me do here is based around the idea that I have a contingency for what happens if this trade starts to work in my favor, and I have a contingency for what is likely to happen if this trade does not work so well in my favor, and we will go from there, okay? So we'll start to play this position out. So you can see price started to dip initially, started to then move up throughout Asia. We then created a high, started to move back down, and I got filled exactly there. Now my actual entry, if I check this on MetaTrader, is 134.12.7. So I'll plug it in exactly like I have it on my chart itself. My actual limit order was at 134.13 with a few pipettes of slippage. That is where I essentially got filled on this position. So I'll put it in at the actual candle that I got filled, just to keep things clean. So you can see price immediately went quite deep into the point of interest, the area of demand that I was specifically looking for. And at this point in time, I'm not really liking the looks of what I'm seeing. I am simply looking at this and saying the market is clearly not currently agreeing with what I am looking at here. I need to be thinking about whether, one, I need to take an exit on this early, cutting my losses early on a quarter of a position size. Again, just good thinking about risk management on cutting ideas that are not working, adding to ideas that are potentially working in my favor. But I have this low in here, which is kind of my worst case scenario. This is kind of like if the market absolutely tanks and just absolutely bombs, that's going to be the worst point which I'll get out, and I will lose a quarter of a position size. So again, that might be 0.25%, might be 0.5%, depending on how much you risk per trade. And we go from there. That's like my last line in the sand in terms of defense. But I don't really want to be adding to this position unless the market starts to agree with what I am looking at here. So I continue to watch. I continue to, well, fast forward to where things are at now. And you can see that price initially found some resistance, right? We found a little bit of a floor on the lower end of this demand zone. Now, was that enough for me to start adding into this position? Not really. I still think this market looks quite weak. I still think my stop loss is fairly vulnerable. What I ideally want to be seeing is for some buyers to start stepping in and actually start taking control. And I would normally observe this from a 4-hour perspective, right? Again, it's a swing trade. What I essentially want to be looking for, and hypothetically what I will be doing probably off the back of this stream, is if this 4-hour candle close starts to show some signs of rejection, right? If we start to show that this is potentially bottoming out here, if we end with a long wick, potentially like we are looking at the moment, an ideal scenario that I would love to see is if this 4-hour close cannot close below the last 4-hour close, right? I would call this inside failure, right? You can look at this from a variety of different time frames, but essentially if we can close back above that prior 4-hour candle low, that would be potentially a bullish sign, and I would go from 1 of 4 position sizes to 2 of 4. So now I would be half a position size deep inside of this. So if hypothetically price was to then tank, I would lose 2 out of 4. So it might be 0.5%, it might be 1%, depending on how much you risk per trade. But all of my edge is really focused around just good, solid risk management over time. On my losers, I want to lose as little as possible, and I want to be in with as light of a position as possible. But when I win, I want to be adding to this trade as hard as I possibly can, right? Most traders, I think psychologically, they kind of get this the wrong way around. What you tend to find with a lot of traders is they will want to be doubling down into a trade which is moving against them. And a lot of this comes down to just natural human psychology. We all tend to experience a little bit of loss aversion. We all do not like the idea of taking losses. Fundamentally, for a lot of human beings, we believe these are bad things. We believe that we do something wrong. So I tend to look at this from a perspective of we are simply good risk managers over time, right? Risk managers don't care about being right, don't care about being wrong. They are simply focused in on the idea that if I'm going to lose, I want to lose as small as possible. And if I win, I want to win as large as possible. If this market starts to rotate, you can believe that I am going to be adding to this trade as much as I can where possible on the way up, whilst managing my stop and trailing this up before we go on to hit the potential target that I'm looking for. Now, as I mentioned, I don't know how this is going to pan out. This can be a trade that I've shown as a demonstration, which may end up resulting in a loss. And if it is, I'm completely fine with it, right? I'm risking a percentage of my account that I'm absolutely comfortable with. I'm in a quarter of a position size as we currently stand. I would not worry about taking this lot. And so my philosophy is always framed around the idea that I want to focus in on the idea of being as comfortable with losing as possible. And that means I want to eliminate as much pain that is attached to that. And I do that in 2 ways. I make sure I position size correctly, and I make sure that I'm always focused on a long-term outlook in terms of how I am measuring my performance in the long run. Okay. So this is where we currently are. This is what we're currently looking at. Like I said, I'm not currently liking the looks of this. I don't know how it's going to pan out, but it's going to be one where time will tell. I'm going to answer, I think there's a couple of comments in the chat I'm going to go through, and then I'm going to take you guys and show you how you can essentially apply this exact same framework to a lower time frame to formulate trade ideas. It's a very systematic, it's a very objective way to draw levels and zones on your chart to formulate a bias and to come up with an idea of how you want to trade. Now, again, I don't really personally trade this on a lower time frame. I'm not advocating that you should. Again, anything that we share here, it's not financial advice. It's simply to form ideas to help you guys to start testing things, to start working on how you can improve your edge in the market in and of itself. Sherry says, time and price is what it uses to find value and fair price. Volume is, I'm not dismissing the idea of volume at all. It's just not something that I have ever personally used. I know there are some traders that use it with great success. It just hasn't been part of how I work to draw my levels and zones in the market. Skiller says, how different is your strategy compared to Alex G? It's very similar. You know what? I'm going to be completely honest. Some people are probably not even going to believe me when I say this. I have no idea how he trades. I've never looked into the like his entry, his exits. I've never looked into his trading strategy. I could not tell you how similar it is because I have no idea how he trades. If you're telling me that it's similar, so be it. I'll have to take your word for it. Shirley, I hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly. Are you in a trade in gold? No, I don't actively trade gold. Like I said, my swing strategy is primarily at the moment focused on FX markets. I'm not opposed to trading it, but again, it's just not one that has currently been as part of what I do at the moment. But you can most definitely use the exact same analysis to formulate drawing up your points of interest depending on where you are. Okay, so something to keep in mind. So this is the trade that I am currently in. I want to take you guys to maybe a different market, clean things up a little bit. I will leave this on. I am streaming with you guys throughout the rest of the week. So we will look at this and we will determine how things are panning out with this, whether they're moving in my direction, whether they're not. We'll kind of follow along the progress. You guys kind of know exactly what I'm looking for here. You know that if the market dips, you know exactly where my stop loss is. I actually think my stop, let me just check my MetaTrader. My stop is at 35.40. So it's actually at that low. So that is currently what I'm looking at, and my TP is at 35.40. That is essentially what my trade is looking at. So regardless of whether this happens on stream, off stream, I will kind of document and talk about this transparently as we pan out through the week. But if it happens off stream, you guys will know. If it comes down to this area of price down in here, you'll know I'm out with a loss. If we start to reverse and show some signs of bulls stepping in this area, you guys can expect that I will be adding, and I will talk to you guys through that process as we continue on throughout the week. And if we make it all the way up here before obviously touching my stop, you guys can expect that I would have made money on this. But again, I'll share the process through each of the streams that we are doing throughout the space of the week. We got a actually great question, which I do want to address because it does form a big part of what I am starting to focus on at the moment. Skiller asks, why do you only trade FX? The honest truth is, it has been the market that I have been most comfortable with. I started trading the FX markets before volatility really started to die out. If you look at volatility in FX markets, so years ago, they were very different to what they were today, right? I started at a time, and you could obviously tell by the hairline, I started at a time where like NFP was like the biggest event in the calendar. NFP would swing the markets hundreds of pips at the start of each month. The problem is it doesn't tend to work that way anymore, right? The biggest moving events at the moment are fucking Trump when he tweets, right? And we tend to get no prior notification of these things. So FX definitely has changed in terms of volatility. Expanding my asset classes to trade with is most definitely something that I am looking into. It's something that I am actively testing, largely because I am finding it much more difficult to trade FX and capture, especially the swings on the time frame that I do so, in the way that I've done it for many, many years as of today, right? You look at, for example, Europe. right? If I swap over to euro for a second, look at the price action in here over the last few weeks. Just absolute garbage, right? I mean, as a short-term trader, maybe this is an absolute dream to you guys, but as a long-term trader that's looking for things that are expanding, moving in a particular direction, these are just not ideal conditions for specifically what I am looking for. And I think that's, you know, something that you want to kind of be keeping in mind. I try and avoid these as much as possible. There are obviously times where I get caught up in chop, just like these moments. But that's the nature of the markets, right? The one thing that I have come to learn and accept is there's no amount of knowledge or analysis that's ever going to guarantee what happens on the next trade. We don't know what market conditions are coming. We don't know when Trump is going to tweet and screw things up. We tend to have no idea. That's why I focus on the idea of just managing risk, and we go from there going forward. Okay. So I want to flick over to, let's just go hit a random market, right? Let's focus on GJ. How can you guys start to apply this to maybe a more intraday model that works closer in alignment with potentially what you are looking for? Well, the simplest way to do this is to start by thinking about the ranges on a time frame a little bit lower. You guys saw me that I started with a monthly time frame, and I was building ideas to take trades from a daily time frame built on those sorts of levels. If you guys did not want to be in trades for days and weeks going forward, which is, like I said, my area of comfort, is kind of my swing trading 101 playbook. But if you wanted to approach this as more of an intraday trader, you can use the exact same model. You could think about it in much of the same way, but you start with a lower time frame to begin with. So for example, we would start with a daily time frame here. I would look at GJ and I would say, right, if we look at the most current price action, you can see that over the last few weeks, we have a lot of momentum to the upside. This is clearly an upward trending market. The most obvious direction to be trading this in would be, in my opinion, to the upside. Now, we're going to ignore the fact that, you know, Bank of Japan is actively looking at this, which may skew your bias in some way, shape, or form. We know that Bank of Japan have been intervening in this. You saw it here. We saw it here. They've done so on many different occasions. But if we were to look at things purely through a technical lens, you would look at this and you would say, right, there is a good narrative to say that we should be bullish on this market. What is the current range of price that I am currently working within? I would say that we've got this area here and we've got this area here, right? And again, I'm hoping you guys will agree. Very, very simplistic. If you look at simply the range at which price has been contained within over the last few days, everything is basically stuck within this daily range that we are currently in within price, right? So from a daily perspective, you could argue that if you wanted to look at rotations here from a daily chart, two areas of interest that you could be looking for a reaction. One would be on the lower end here. One would be on the upper end in here. And that would be two specific areas to start with. You could then drop down to potentially a 4-hour chart, and you could be looking at this leg of price in here, and you could be saying, right, where is the most obvious range that we are currently working within? Is there something that I should be focusing on here? I would say the most obvious one that stands out to my eyes, we had this initial run up in here. You could argue that this was a specific point of interest in terms of a good expansive range. We closed higher than it here. We lost it here, and then we started to create internal ranges in this area. The most obvious one that stands out for me now at this point is this bearish candle here. So you could draw up a range low in here. You could draw up a range high in here. And then from this point, you could drop down to a 5-minute chart, and you could look at the reaction to these ranges, and you could say, right, these are the areas of price that I essentially want to be doing interest, right? If price is on the outside of these ranges, I want to be looking to take expansive moves. So you could have been looking potentially as price came in, retested this for a rejection in this area before moving back down to the downside. Or you could be looking for, again, a mean reversion play, and you could be looking at waiting for the market to reverse, coming back to inside of this range, and then looking to take the rejection in price from this area to take a move back to the upside, right? So these are kind of the things that I would be looking at here from an intraday perspective. So if I was going to trade the exact same model from a lower time frame, these are the sorts of areas and zones that I would want to be drawing up fairly objectively to look at reactive areas in price, right? I would always then refine these areas to a certain degree. So if I went back onto cable, for example, and I showed you what these kind of look like, the one thing that I didn't do is, if I show you, I would essentially draw these to the points where the candles were rejected most as we traded. So that would look something like this, right? These would be kind of my levels in here. So I'm simply refining this to the areas where prices were essentially rejected. So you could see that, you could see the reactions in price here. We had a reaction here, reaction here, reaction here, reaction here. Little bit of a sloppy one, but a reaction here, which created a nice big swing to the upside. And you would do the exact same from a lower time frame. If I was looking at this, again, we've drawn up our 4-hour levels in here. But when I take this down to a lower time frame, I could look at this on an hourly or a 5-minute, for example. You want to refine these to where the area that price has been rejected from. To me, there's a clear area of rejection that kind of starts in this area and ends in this one within this 4-hour candle. So I would move that area to something that looks like that. I would move this to something that looks maybe something like this. And these would be the ranges that I would be working within. So for those of you that are looking at this from a shorter time frame, you can see that once you've got the rough area of price to work within, once you start to refine that on your execution time frame, you can see that we've had a nice reaction in here. Again, not trying to cherry pick this. You could have immediately looked back at this and said, hey, I was looking for a rejection in this area, but there was no confirming price action to give you anything that would indicate there was a rejection there. From here, to me, this is a little bit more of a rejection. This could lead to a scalp. It could lead to a rotation in terms of an intraday play to the upside. And that could take you through to, formulate a kind of bias or a trade to carry you through that particular day. Okay. That is the kind of ins and outs of how I am looking to analyze the market, right? And again, it's just a very simplistic and objective way to draw up key areas of interest that don't require a lot of subjectivity. And again, a lot of this was born from just frustration of not knowing which levels the market's going to react from. I simply do it based on the ranges of particular candles. For me, it's monthly, it's weekly, it's daily ranges, even yearly ranges. If you swap to a 12-month chart, provide amazing turning points. But you could equally identify these on 4-hour ranges, hourly ranges, maybe 15-minute ranges if you really wanted to refine these downs, and then watch how price reacts to each one of these areas to help you to understand exactly how to formulate, these ideas, these trades, these biases based on these known areas to react in price. Okay. Skiller said, I've traded FX for 2 years and I'm never coming back to it. I see a lot of people moving over to trading indices. I don't blame you guys. The volatility specifically in FX has really become sloppy. Bakir says, what risk to reward do you prefer? As I kind of mentioned, I don't think of risk to reward fairly like in a binary way. For me, it's about my average win versus my average loss. So as I mentioned, I'm scaling into some of these trades. So what you see as like a 1 to 7.5 R risk to reward now, it doesn't really work that way once I've added and scaled into my trade. I may be adding in this area that will improve my average entry size, that will skew my risk to reward. I don't believe there's one risk to reward that works for everyone. You have to remember, like, risk to reward is one criteria. You have to balance it in alignment with your win rate. And that's what you have to kind of focus on, finding the math that actually makes you profitable from there. Right, we're going to knock out a couple more questions. and we're going to start to bring on our guest very, very shortly. Sherry says, Sand, you should try market profile at least on weekends. You can work on it maybe. I'm always open to fresh ideas. Skiller says, yeah, dude, just try auction market theory. I printed the mean reversion using market profile in euro dollar. It's subjective, bro. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I guess one person's subjective is another man's objective. For me, it's very simple. It's the range ends of particular candles. Monthly, weekly, daily are mine. On an intraday perspective, it could be daily, 4 hour, hourly. You take the wicks of each of those candles and those become your area of interest. For me, that seemed very, very objective from my side. Try market profile, no coming back. Again, Sherry, I think there's hundreds of ways to trade successfully. You got to find what works for you. What's your go-to entry model? Again, I work from a lot of price action. You saw today I took basically a blind entry into an area of demand, sweeping an old low. I like to use that a lot as well. I don't specifically focus on one specific entry model. No Andrew Tate's implied fair value gaps probably. Right. Okay. Let's work on introducing our guest for our next segment. Right. He's going to join us for probably the next better part of an hour. We're going to bring him straight on board. Today's guest is Matt. He's got some very, very interesting outlooks and perspectives on the market. I'm super interested to hear a lot more about them. He's used a lot of this to do, correct me if I'm wrong, $300,000 in payouts from the market. So super, super interesting. It's my pleasure to introduce Matt. What's up, man?
What's up, man? It's pretty early right now, but I'm excited to be on here and have a chat with you.
I can't hear you. I don't know if it's your end or my end.
Let me see.
There we go. You're here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. I'm excited to be here. It's a bit early for me, but love getting on here and chatting with you and answering some questions.
Sorry, yeah, for sure, man. I actually want to learn a lot more about what you do. Talk to me a little bit about your background, kind of getting into trading. Like, how long have you been trading for? How did you kind of formulate your strategy? I know you have was it called set and sleep? You're kind of approach the markets?
Yeah, I'll explain that to you in a bit. It's a pretty cool little concept thing I built over my time. But to give you a quick rundown, I pretty much got introduced to trading during COVID time. I used to work a bunch of jobs. I got laid off out of my job. So I was like out of this free time. I was collecting EI from the Canadian government because when they lay you off, they were paying us. And, I was like, I have nothing to do with my time right now, so might as well learn a new skill. And my cousin introduced me to trading, and I started taking little signals from him, putting like $20 in, $30 in. And that's when it opened my eyes. I'm like, holy, if this is possible, imagine if you had more money, how much more money you can make. And then after that point, the addiction came in. I got obsessed and I started dumping cash into accounts, just gambling, trying to figure things out every day, losing a bunch of money, obviously. And over time, it just led me into the path of actually learning things the correct way, building my own strategy, building rules, collecting data, and ultimately led me to this point now where I can do this full time. And I've been doing it since early 2023 until this point. And it's been an amazing journey, lots of ups and downs even now, but it makes me a better person every day and makes me want to show up and aim for the stars,
100%.
And before trading, it was my goal in life to become a police officer. So I was ultimately working towards joining the RCMP in Canada, and I was actually very close. I got to the point where I was about a phone call away from joining the police. Wow. And at that point, which was pretty crazy, is when I decided to burn all the bridges and just take trading full on, which I'm so glad I did, because I wouldn't be here right now if I had not done that.
It's crazy, man. I always I have a weird philosophy that I look at when it comes to life, and I always say, like, you end up where you're supposed to be, just never in the way that you imagined.
100%.
I've always found that true in my life. And when you speak to a lot of traders, especially the ones that end up going through and kind of doing this full time, they all have that kind of their own unique story of how they ended up where they were supposed to be as well. So it's very, very interesting. So you mentioned you went full time in 2023.
Yeah.
How much of that first 3 years did you spend like actually losing, the gambling, burning through accounts versus actually becoming profitable?
Honestly, so like when I said I got introduced to trading in 2019, it was more like, oh, I know it's there now and I'm just messing around. You know, when you like figure out something and you just like, it's the back of your head, you're just sometimes getting on there, having some fun, you know, trying to learn. I didn't really take it seriously until 2022. That's the year I actually was like, okay, you know what? It's time to take this seriously. It's time to do something else with my life. And you know, when during 2022, I was part of I had two friends of mine. They were both crypto traders, and they started to trade Forex too. And we decided, you know what? Let's all get together every night during London session in one room and let's trade together. And you know, at the time, I'm like, you know, this is pretty cool. Why not? So I would work my job, get off, go straight to my buddy's house, and we would trade. And that was the first time I actually started to make money with trading. I started passing accounts, and it wasn't because, oh, I'm some good trader or, oh, I did something different. It was because we're all in the same room together, holding each other accountable, taking the same setups. There's no room for error, because if I was to overtrade or if I was to do something I shouldn't do, my friend would be like, stop, you know, nobody else is doing that. And that's the first time I got to a payout. And I didn't, like I said, I didn't learn a new strategy. I didn't do anything differently. It was just accountability. It was just people holding each other accountable, and that's what made money. And that was my oh shit moment. I was like, wow, it was not about the strategy. It's not about knowing something different. It's literally about just following a set of rules. And that's what makes money in trading. And that's what people struggle to understand.
It's crazy because, like, I think it's the part of trading that most people overlook, especially in the early days. They just think, oh, I need this magical strategy and then I'll be printing money all day long. But that mentality of like, when you get into an industry that has so much freedom, you can essentially do whatever you like. You almost become your worst enemy. It's so hard to stick to the things that you say you were going to do. I love the fact that you touched on like the importance of accountability, because I'm huge on it as well. We're blessed. Like, you know, the fact that we're on streams like this, people could be tuning in and watching these for accountability purposes.
For sure.
To make sure they don't do those things. And these are things like, I don't know about what the start of your journey was like. I had none of these streams. Like, I had no people in person that I could rely on, and it made the journey infinitely harder. And I think had I had the kind of support group that you had, it would have been a very different start to my journey as well. So I think you got maybe, I don't want to say lucky, but incredibly fortunate to find people that had very similar interests to you.
100%. And like, you know, I always look back at that moment and I'm like, wow, you know, it was a really amazing thing for me, because if I had not gone through that, I probably would have continued to lose a lot more money and still continue on my route of like trying to figure out, oh, it's all about accountability. It's all about following rules, you know, collecting data. It's a game of probabilities at the end of the day. Because before that, I thought it was the game of ego, trying to be right all the time, you know, looking at something, getting into entries without having any reason to do it. So I'm really grateful for that. And I'm always grateful for my friends, because that room changed my life 100%.
Crazy, man. Matt, talk to me about this set and sleep. I saw this in, you know, a lot of what was mentioned in like a little bit of a write-up for you. And I mean, it's a very catchy name. I would love for you to maybe jump onto some charts, show us kind of what this looks like and how you kind of approach things from your side.
For sure. First, I'll give you a rundown of what it is, and then we'll hop on the charts. But pretty much what set and sleep is after that year of that trading floor around December, that's when markets slowed down for winter. That trading floor kind of collapsed. We all kind of started bashing. We started kind of, not like in a bad way, but we just weren't getting along as well with the trading. So everyone went their own ways at this point. And, you know, I was like, you know, I love trading, and, you know, I made some payouts. I'm like, I saw the money I could make, and I'm like, you know, I need to figure this out on my own now. So I have to build my own strategy. I need to figure this out on my own. And it took me about 2 months to do this because of the knowledge I brought over from that trading floor. And I built a strategy. And, you know, the reason it's called set and sleep is because my concept is very funny. I'm a very emotional trader. I can't live trade. I've done it. It's never been successful. So what I decided to do is I build a system where I set limits on the market and I literally go to sleep. And the reason this works so well is because I'm not awake to mess with my trades. I'm getting into my trades no matter what, no matter how I feel, and I'm hitting a TP or a stop loss by the time I'm up. So let's say I wake up in the morning and I hit a stop loss. Session's pretty much already over. I can't really FOMO into another position. Tough luck, wait till the next day. And this system has allowed me to, you know, build that consistency every day, showing up, setting a limit, stop loss TP, next day, stop loss TP. No trade, you know, that is what bought the profitability, and it's allowed me to scale to the point where I'm at now. And honestly, without limit orders, I would not be here right now.
That's super interesting. So everything you do is done via limit orders?
Literally everything. Anytime I do live market, it doesn't go well for me.
So I feel like for a lot of people, this is really going to appeal to them because there's going to be so many people, especially like maybe based in your time zone specifically, that they don't get to trade. London session obviously falls overnight for a lot of people. Maybe they have full-time jobs. Maybe they can't be at the charts. And, you know, having an approach that allows them to do things fairly like, I don't want to call it effortless, but that happens essentially while you can sleep. I think sounds super appealing.
100%.
So yeah, talk me through this, man. Get into it. Let's see the nitty gritty of what you are working
for. So I'll tell you this, guys. Though, like, it sounds fun and easy, but you don't get the best of sleep sometimes. You have some bad dreams. I'll say that for sure. But let's hop on the charts here, and I'll show you a quick little rundown. Like, for example, tonight, I don't usually like to let everyone know I don't usually trade NY session. So for example, today, part of my rules is it's the next session. I would not touch the charts even if I see a setup. I always like to keep myself consistent at a certain time frame, and if I don't take an entry or set a limit between that area, I will not really want to trade. It's just a rules I like to follow, and it keeps me consistent. Because at the end of the day, like I mentioned before, consistency and setting rules for yourself is very important in being successful in trading. So off here, guys, for example, this is a start of a new week. So in my head, I would be like, there's a new weekly candle being formed. So I'm going to be expecting a pretty deep retracement. And considering the fact that GU has been stuck on this pretty choppy range, it kind of goes against my whole strategy, because in my strategy, I need a nice trend going. And these last few months have been pretty bad in terms of that. So I haven't been trading too actively. But sometimes we got to adapt to the market conditions because, you know, as much as we don't want to force trades, but we got to make money, right? So we got to adapt with what the market is doing. So tonight, for example, what I would be looking for is, you know, this structural point right here, this high to low. My Fibonacci is broken, so I would not be looking at this anymore. My entry last night would have been this around the 6171 level, but I don't really like to trade Sundays. It's a more of a hit or miss type of day. My best trading days are Tuesdays and Thursdays. I just find that there's the most amount of volume in the markets available on those nights. Wednesdays and Mondays have usually been like stop hunt, liquidity sweep days. So I kind of try to avoid trading Mondays and Mondays and Wednesdays. But anyways, back to that. You know, that being said, right now, what I've noticed here are a bunch of lows here that need to be swept out. So what I would like to do here is, just because of how choppy price is, I'll go into the daily time frame to kind of form this position. Pretty much very simple. I use the Fibonacci from this low to high, and you know, I see here that, you know, these lows are on that 50% level, and the 50% level in my strategy is the retail trap. And what that means is this is a level where a lot of retail traders or people that want to get into positions will rush into positions around this level. So I always like to look at the level below, which is I like to call it the manipulation level, which is marked between the 6171. And then what I like to do is I grab some lines, I place it on the top of my 618 and the bottom at my 71. And then what I like to do is I look at previous price, and I try to bring my lines where you see a lot of wicks in the market. And obviously right now we're in the daily time frame, so it's much more difficult. And usually I do not mark my strategy on the daily. I like to mark it in the 1 hour, 4 hour. And the only reason I'm doing the daily right now is because price is pretty choppy, and I don't want to show you guys something that I don't stand behind. So in that case, that's why I'm using the daily time frame. But what we like to do is then find that level, like I said, where there's a lot of rejections. You can see here with these lick lines, a lot of rejection this level. The market obviously really likes this area, and there's a lot of action happening here. Investors like to get in around this level, and we have an 800 even number. So this is a pretty nice level for me to go long at. And pretty much, let's say I have that level now, and I do a few other confluences, which are highs and lows of day. But in this case, since we're using the daily time frame, it won't really work out. But pretty much what highs and lows of days are is I mark the previous and the previous night before that, highs and lows of day. Just to help myself with targets. Sometimes they line up with my zones. Sometimes I use them as just an overall context for the night, and it helps me a lot with the confluence. Another confluence I like to use is even numbers and Asia highs and low sweeps. And sometimes I like to use supply and demand zones within my level of interest. And I know this sounds like a lot of stuff I'm saying right now, but in the context of it, it's very simple and a very easy to use strategy. And the reason I like it is because I watch a lot of these videos of people with these really intense, you know, very, you know, lots of happening and I just like to keep my trading as simple as possible and as repeatable as possible, because that's what makes money. You know, when I get on here, I'm looking for Wyckoff, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for that, I'm looking for this concept, that concept. You just make trading too advanced. Like, you don't want it advanced. You want it simple. You want to be able to get on there within 20 to 30 minutes, find your level, set a limit, and you're done. You're off. The more time you spend, the more of these concepts you learn. You're just making trading harder for yourself. You want to keep it simple. You want to be able to find one level, one zone you like, and that's it. That's all you want to do. The more concepts you learn, the more you're going to contradict yourself. Harder to find bias, harder to find entries every night. And trust me, I've been there, done that. You want to keep it simple, simple, simple.
Yeah, I really agree with that, man. And I'm going to put this out there. It sounds like it's coming from a place of pain. Like, you've been in that situation.
Oh, yeah.
You've had that analysis paralysis.
Yeah. For
I
sure.
hear you, man. I hear you. So right now you're looking at cable. And again, I'm going to come into this with a bias because I don't know how much you saw of the last session. I'm currently long and currently getting spanked on my trade. Do you have a current view? Like, you're waiting for price to come down to those kind of red levels that you're looking at?
The reason I'm waiting for this level right now is because, like, we're at such a major point right now. There's a lot of, let me see in the 4 hour here. You can see we range. How my strategy works in a quick rundown is, what I look for is a range, right? And then what happens usually is price will sweep to one side to trap all the breakout traders, trap all the people who like to take buys as soon as a breakout happens. For example, when volume comes in or just got lucky and took a buy entry. And then what price likes to do is come in and then absolutely reverse and take out the lows, right? And that's how I like to trade, and that's how I get a lot of my crazy sniper entries. I don't know if some people follow me on Instagram, they can see on my entries, they're pretty crazy, and you can consider them sniper entries, because this concept is what makes it happen, is because, you know, we get that accumulation or that range, and then price sweeps out, traps all the early buyers, all the FOMO traders, and then it goes the opposite way. And you know, people see this happen almost a lot of the time because it's how the market works. One thing I like to do is I don't get on the charts and I don't look for the nicest looking entry, because whatever looks the nicest means you're probably going to get stopped out. You have to understand the market is there and it's designed for us to put fear on us, to make us make bad decisions. You know, you don't want the market to be readable. My zones, my levels, I want them to look so weird and so like sometimes my entries, in my gut, I know it's pretty far away. It's probably not going to get tapped in, but those are the entries that work, because the markets don't want you to predict what it's going to do. Because if it's predictable, everyone will make money. The ones I think, oh, this might actually work, or this looks good, it's probably going to get stopped out. Let's be honest. That's what the market wants to show you. You know what I mean? So after my years of experience, I've learned to kind of understand that when something looks too good to be true, you're probably going to get stopped out. The trades that look most insane or most probably not going to happen are the ones that are going to give you that crazy RR opportunity. Those are the ones that are going to give you the crazy entries, and people are going to be like, how did you do it? And that's what I like to do. I get on the charts and I look for the best possible entry. I don't look for what I think is going to happen. I just look for what I hope to happen, and if it happens, amazing. If it doesn't, repeat the same process the next day.
Nice. Well, you mentioned like sometimes it gives you an opportunity to get quite favorable risk to reward. What are we sort of talking here? What's your average?
So I'm a pretty I like to play the game of data. So I don't have like every trade a different RR, or I like to keep my RR fixed. I always aim for 4 to 5 RR per position. And if I'm counter trending, I go for 3 RR. And like I said, I play the long game. So I don't care if, let's say I'm up 3R and a trade reverses on me and I miss my 4 or 5R and I get stopped out or break even. I'm totally okay with that. I just know in the span of 100 trades, this is what makes me money. And this is what keeps me in the game long term. So I'm pretty fixed with that.
Nice.
And one thing to say, sorry to cut you off, is what I shown here today is not really how I trade in terms of a daily, how I show up on the chart. This is just what I see right now in the most highest probably trade I can see. But once I maybe down the road, if we ever do a London session or something, I can actually show you how it actually works in real time and how I actually view the markets at the current opportunity it shows. But just right now, this is what I see, and I don't want to show something that I don't stand behind.
Of course. Yeah. We wouldn't want you to do anything outside of that, man. And do you only look at this in the FX markets?
I look at FX markets mostly, and I trade gold, but right now I've been staying away from gold just because of the range. But gold used to be my bread and butter, and this is what I've made most of my money on, which would be trading gold. But you know, just trading Forex right now has been much easier for me in terms of limits. Gold has just been doing some insane moves due to the conflict in the war and all that stuff. So I've just been staying away from it right now.
Interesting. Are you a CFD or futures guy?
I'm a CFD guy.
Interesting.
I got a lot of people who message me like, oh, come to futures, come do this. I'm like, honestly, why would I switch to a market when I already have something that's working for me?
Yeah.
And I don't care if the markets are slow right now, if there's no volume. It's play the long game. Just be patient. And patience makes money. There's no need to switch over and have to learn a complete new market and new prop firms, all this new rules. I'll just wait and be patient, and my time will come.
Yeah, fair. And how many opportunities does this kind of like present on a weekly or monthly basis? Like, how does that work for you?
I like to take as at least 2 to 3 setups per week. That's what I aim to do. I'm a pretty aggressive trader in terms of with prop firms, and my live, they're completely different the way I trade them. With prop firms, I like to put the set limits almost every night. I don't really care because I know I want to get through those phases really quick. I don't want to be stuck in my phases for too long. I'm not really making money in those phases. So I get really aggressive with my phase 1s and phase 2s. And then fund it, I play the long game, take my time, wait for the good positions, risk 1%. But yeah, I like to take about 2 to 3 setups per week, and I spread my risk out on my account. So I'm never taking the same setups on all my accounts. I could be setting a limit on GU, a limit on USD CHF, a limit on gold on all different accounts, just because now I have the highest chance to pass an account. If I put every trade on one pair, one position, I'm being pretty, I'm just being too stubborn. I just, I want to be all over the place. Let's say buys on GU, I have buys on USD CHF because they're kind of going against each other. So I have the highest opportunity to pass an account that night. I don't want to stack all my accounts with one bias, because if I'm wrong on 3-4 accounts. Why not take a 4R win on one account, a -1 on one account, and then, you know what I mean? Just keep moving like that. It's much easier to trade that way.
Yeah. So you like the idea of like rotating accounts?
Exactly, I do. It's only on challenges. On my fundeds and my live accounts, I like to stick to my bias and just be patient. I don't really like rushing things on that. But phase 1s and phase 2s, I could care less. Get in, get out as quick as possible. Get through those phases, either pass it or blow it, and move to the next.
Interesting. So do you have anything that you're currently scouting out at the moment? I mean, we're not looking for like signals or to be spoon-fed or anything, but we love the idea of seeing your current outlook on the markets.
To be honest, right now, like for example, on USD CHF, I'd be considering longs, obviously, but right now I would not even consider trading anything within this level here because it's a range, and it kind of goes against my whole trading model. So what I would need to see tonight to take a long position on USD CHF is I would need these lows to be taken out, which is pretty far away, but it could happen. And like I said, same kind of concept. We have this range, we have this area where buyers and sellers are trapped. We have a constant battle between them. People are trying to sell, people are trying to buy, and they're trying to figure out what it's really going to do. What I want to see right now is, price to come up, kind of maybe retest these highs, and then come on its way down, bait the sell off, bait the buyers, trap as many sellers and buyers, come into my level here within the 6171 level right here, and then off we go from here. It just makes the most sense because what the market's doing here, right? It's obviously wanting to go up, but in this kind of play, it traps sellers, it makes money from taking out the sellers and the buyers at the same time. This is the move that makes the most sense to me for the market to make as much money as possible before heading to the direction it wants to. And if you look at the higher time frames here, like with this dirty range here, we need to sweep out one side, right? It just makes the most sense. Looking at the weekly, just looks beautiful. Nice big whip to the downside. Tap us in, and we push pretty aggressively to the upside. And to be honest, that's what I'd be waiting for. There's no other play for me. There's nothing else I'd really want to get into right now until this plays out.
So it seems like, and you obviously mentioned this when you were talking about your strategy, a big part of what you do is sometimes like identifying the high probable market conditions, and if they're not there, just kind of picking your moments, like sitting on your hands and waiting.
Exactly, because I've had my times where I was impatient and I just forced trades, and it never worked. And as soon as I just realized, just be patient and wait for your entries. It makes money. It doesn't matter if you're gonna have a month where you don't trade. Would you rather have a month where you do no damage to your accounts than that month you do a bunch of damage, and then the next month markets finally get good, and now you're just playing a game of recovery? I'd rather not trade that month and then next month play a game of profit. Why would I do all this damage to my account and have to make it all back next month? And then the month after the markets get back and you're stuck in this constant loop of making profits, giving it back, going into drawdown, making it back, going to profit. That's why people get stuck in the break-even phase. That's what it is. You're a good trader. You just don't have the discipline yet. As soon as you get that discipline, you get out of that break-even phase.
What advice do you give to someone to help them with that patience element, especially for and I think you'll be a great person to speak on this because you do this full time. right?
For
And there's
sure.
going to be an element where you said like, you can sit on your hands doing all the right things, but if you're waiting for, or you need the markets to essentially pay you to live to a certain degree, how do you develop that patience to kind of do all the right things and be, you know, stick in alignment with your plan?
To be honest, man, when I first started trading full time, I was making a lot of money. You know, it was prop firm. It was golden era. There was no rules. It was just make a bunch of payouts. I was doing really well.
Yeah.
And at one point, it slowed down. Prop firm started to get more rules. It started to get pretty difficult. I got too obsessed, and I was doing a lot of damage to my accounts just because I was so obsessed with trading. And what I've realized is, when you're a full-time trader, guys, you need to build a life for yourself. You can't let trading take over, because as soon as trading is your life, you will never make it far in trading. The point that really helped me with full-time trading is you need to get out there, be busy. You know, I don't want to think about trading all day. You know, like when I go out, I hate when people ask me about trading. I hate when I have to constantly talk about trading all day. I just want to live my life, and then when it's time to trade, do my trading, and then forget I'm a trader. Because that whenever I was obsessed with it, I was making so much mistakes. I'd be trading Asia, I'd be trading this, I'd be trying to be someone I'm not. And you know, I've realized, be busy. You know, during the day, go gym. You know, I volunteer. You know, I volunteer as a police officer now, just because, you know, it was my lifelong dream to be a police officer, and I was like, you know what? Why not go do something with my life and stay busy? So I do that. I go to the gym. I volunteer. I go hang out with friends. I go enjoy my passion, which is cars. So I go out with friends. We have pretty nice cars, so we go drive around. You know, just keep busy. Stay away from trading. When it's time to trade, and that helps you with the discipline aspect, and just, you know, live life. Because at the end of the day, you're a full-time trader because you want that freedom. If you're obsessed, if you're spending hours on the charts every day, 8 hours back testing this, doing that, obsessing yourselves, you're practically working a job. You know, you're a trader because you want the life freedom, you want to live life, you want to be happy, you want to enjoy. Go do that. Because let me tell you, trading is a very stressful game. It's going to put you to the biggest lows of your life, and the best thing you can do is at least enjoy that one thing it gives you, which is the freedom. And you know, take advantage of that, because you're going to have moments in trading where you're going to feel like you're absolute low. You're going to want to give up, and the most important part is to realize what you're doing it for, and that's the freedom, and to live a life you will always remember.
100%. I couldn't agree with that more, man. I think you phrased it perfectly well. I always find it like ironic, and I don't say this because I was above this. I made all these same mistakes. But you ask like most traders why they want to get into trading, and they'll all tell you it's either money or freedom, right? It's usually one of those two things. And the ironic part is, the moment the market presents you with a little bit of freedom, in that there's no opportunity, there's nothing for you to do, that is your time to enjoy your freedom, we spend all of that time trying to create opportunities that ultimately don't exist. Right? We sit there, we drop down time frames, we try and figure out like, where's the next move going? How can I get into this? I literally spoke about this, I think at the start of the stream today. I mentioned like, I work inside of a community, and one of the traders was on there saying that they use a 15-minute chart to trade. And they said for like the last 2 or 3 days, there's been no opportunity. So now they're on the 5-minute chart, trying to figure out like, where's the next entry model going to present? And I'm like, bro, you're doing everything
too much
backwards. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Another thing I feel like the problem with a lot of people is they when they come into full-time trading, or they work a job, in your brain as a human, we're designed to think that, you know, if we're working, we need to be working. Like, let's say you work an 8-hour shift, you're working all 8 hours. So when you come to full-time trading or trading, you think you need to be working more hours to make more money. And with trading, that's completely wrong. The less you work, the more money you actually make with trading. And that's one of people's biggest battles coming into trading full time, or just wanting to trade, is they think that they need to be obsessed, they need to back test, they need to spend hours, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. And that's when you're going to make it in trading. No, that's not true. It's like actually the complete opposite. Spend less time trading, spend less time learning, just keep it simple. It's very simple once you really get it. It's literally a game of controlling yourself, controlling your emotions. I tell this to all my students, and people want to learn from me. It's like my strategy, it's sick. It gets sniper entries, high RR. It's brought me so far. But my strategy is not the key to success. It's not going to make you a profitable trader randomly. It's me as a person. Like, I could trade any strategy in this world, and I will make profit doing it, because I know what it takes to be a trader. It's never about the strategy. It's about you as a person. Once you master yourself, that's when you truly will be a profitable trader, right? 100%. Every strategy is profitable. A monkey can trade my strategy, or a monkey can hit buy and sell, but with the right emotions, the right self-control, that strategy will be profitable. And that's what people struggle to understand. That's why they're chasing the golden strategy every day. They're chasing the best strategy possible, but it was never about that. It's chase the best version of yourself.
100%. Completely agree with you, man. For those of you in the chat, if you guys have any questions that you want to throw towards Matt, now is the time. Like we're up here for another half hour or so. He's clearly got an crazy amount of wisdom and experience to share with you guys. So if you guys are struggling with things, if you have questions about how he approaches things, how he looks at things, please throw them in the chat. We'll definitely go through. We'll keep an eye out and read them out his way. In the meantime, I want to continue to pick your brains, if you don't mind.
100%. 100%.
I'm always super keen. Like, I'm in a very fortunate place where I get to connect with like tons of traders. And I always say it's a blessing that I get to do that. I think the thing I'm always super interested in, I think for a lot of people that look from the outside in at someone that has achieved maybe a certain level of consistency or done like X amount in payouts, I think there's this perception that you get to a certain place in trading where everything clicks, it's sunshine and rainbows, it becomes easy, the markets are kind of this ATM that just print money whenever you need it. Do you feel like even at the stage where you're at, where you've developed consistency, you've done, numerous six figures in payouts, do you feel like you still have challenges that you're battling with?
Oh, honestly, bro, that question is funny because I think trading is much harder now. I think there's more highs and lows even now. I think it was much easier when I was unprofitable or when I just got profitable. I think I want people to understand something that like, you might think that if you're unprofitable now and once you get profitable, everything's going to change, but I'll tell you that it's going to get much harder. The pressure is going to be even higher. The highs and lows are going to be even worse because right now, all you're worrying about is making your first dollar from trading. What you're worrying about is getting your first payout and proving to yourself you can make money with it. Now, imagine when you reach the point where you know what's possible, but now you're playing the game of achieving your goals. Now you have to worry about scaling, profits, capital, protecting yourself, going and us humans, we go through so much emotions and so much moments in our lives where we're gonna have highs and lows regardless of trading or not. And how do you control yourself when you're going through one of the worst times of your life in your personal life? How do you bring those emotions, keep it away from it? Like, it's such a difficult game. And I've been through it all. I've experienced the highs and lows, and let me tell you, it's just getting harder and harder. And that's why I love trading so much, because there's never going to be a point where you're going to be like, I made it. I did it. Yeah. Every time you get more money, you scale, you have a bigger account size, you see bigger profits, it's going to get more difficult and more difficult. And it's a endless pursuit. It's going to be an endless pursuit. And 100%. Some people love that. Some people hate it. And I personally love it because I always preach being a student of life and just continuously learning and gaining more knowledge.
Yeah. I love that, man. How do you deal with that psychology behind scaling? Because that's obviously going to be a challenge that you're kind of well versed in. And I think it's one that hits people relatively unexpectedly. I think as much of a blessing as prop firms are, they give you this opportunity where your capital can scale far quicker than your actual ability to manage it. Mm-hmm. So do you have any like nuggets of wisdom to help people, with that aspect of managing more capital and scaling up?
Yeah, honestly, scaling is one of the most important parts. Like a lot of people, they get that one prop firm account and they get obsessed with it and they end up blowing it and they go completely downhill from that. It's because they're too emotionally attached to the account. One thing I like to do is when I buy prop firm accounts, I have this model that's allowed me to scale to where I'm at. Is every time I pass an account to the next phase, I purchase another account to make up for that account. So let's say I pass an account to 100K. Let's say I pass a phase 1 to phase 2, I will buy a phase 1 for that. And then when a phase 2 gets to funded, and I'll buy another phase 1. So every time an account passes, another account coming into play. That keeps emotions out, because now I know that, okay, if I build this funded account right now, I have another phase 2 and I can get that funded. And then I have another phase 1 behind that. And you just have a constant circle going. And that's how I was able to scale myself and get all these payouts and kill it in the prop firm game, is because I looked at prop firm accounts not as one account or an account I'm to prove myself to, or I have to get one payout. It's a game of probabilities, just like trading. Buy accounts where you're gonna fail them. You're not perfect. Everybody's gonna fail accounts. It doesn't mean you're a bad trader. Buy, pass, just keep going and just keep scaling that way and be aggressive. Prop firms is just a complete different game from trading live and personals. You need to just treat it that way, and you have to understand that it's a game of probabilities. It's a game just like trading. Keep buying and keep repeating the process.
100%. I like that, man. Do you ever feel like you find it difficult going through the transition between trading the funded and the challenge phases? Because I know you mentioned like you treat the challenge phases relatively more aggressively than you do the funded. Do you ever find swapping between those difficult?
I did in the beginning when I was first trading, but after a while, I kind of realized how to do it. And I realized, like, you know, you got to realize, like, the phase 1, phase 2, you're not really making money. You're wasting time. You know, time is money, especially when you're at the point where you're making money from trading. It's a complete different mindset, especially when you're trading demo. I know technically trading a funded account is a demo account, but you have the opportunity to make money with the funded stage. But yeah, once you're able to make money or trading, you realize that you don't want to waste time. And those phase 1s, phase 2s, there's just get in, get out as fast as possible. I've realized the longer you take, the higher chance of blowing that account. That's why as soon as I get to funded stage, I kind of like understand, hey, this is a funded account. I can make money on this, drop my scale back, wait for highest probable setups. And what I like to do is when I get my first funded account, that first funded account job is to be used to pay for new funded accounts. And all the other funded accounts coming after that are more for, you know, making money, putting into my personal, or, you know, just doing what I want. But one funded account will always be allocated towards, you know, being designed to buy myself more accounts with. That way I know all the money made from that, I just buy more payouts. Buy more challenges with. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Nice. How do you manage the capital allocation that you get from prop firms? Because you've mentioned like you reallocate some of it back into new challenges. Yeah. Some of it, I presume, is going into, I think you touched on, like into a personal account as well. How much of it used is like for you park this to say this is like day-to-day spending? Do you use any of it for like longer term investments? How does that work for you?
What I like to do is I like to take 50% of my payout, put it into my personal usually, and then the other 50% goes into my bank account. Okay. And then my personal account I use to just compound and grow. And at this point I'm at right now, I'm pretty much mostly trading personal now. I don't really, I trade fundeds. I have like 1 or 2 fundeds right now. I'm actually about to request a payout in about a couple of days now with funded next. Nice. Yeah, but I'm not too much on the prop firm game anymore just because of the rules. A lot of prop firms are actually putting you on risk assessment groups and all these like annoying groups that just ruins the whole point of it for me. And with my whole model of set and sleep, it's much more difficult to manage these prop firm accounts because of all the rules with news and stuff. I have to wake up at certain times, make sure my limits are not getting tapped, or I'm not getting TP'd at a certain time. So it's much more management involved. So like I said, I'm more so leaning towards my personal capital, and I'm also trading about investment capital too, which I don't, which is pretty cool. And I really enjoy doing that. I've always, my goal in trading down the road was to open a firm one day or to manage a bunch of capital for people. I think that's pretty cool, and it's something I'm going to work towards in life. I'm not there yet. It's going to be a journey, but something I do want to definitely achieve down the road in life. So that'll be pretty cool.
That's dope, man.
Yeah.
Do you find the mindset any different between managing like investor capital versus prop firms versus like personal? Has that affected you at all?
I think for me in the beginning, I had a very tough time with investor capital because I had a lot of ego involved. I didn't really care about the money I was making with the investment capital, to be honest. It was more so proving myself to show them I'm a really good trader. And I think that created a lot of problems for me. Because like I said, ego came into the game, and I wasn't playing a game of trading. I was playing a game of proving myself to people. And I actually went through some tough times with that. But thankfully, I locked in and I realized my errors, and I was able to come out of it. At one point I remember getting into a pretty significant drawdown with the personal the private investor capital. But thankfully I came out of that and came back stronger and realized from my mistakes. And that's why I tell people trading will be a constant game of learning. You're going to go through different experiences and different things that you need to just learn and go through some hardships with, and at the end of the day you come back as a stronger and better person at the end.
Yeah,
I think trading has really shaped me to be the best version of myself. Before trading I was immature, I was young, I didn't really know much, but trading has really shaped me to the best version of myself emotionally, and I'm very strong now and wouldn't have been able to be this version of myself without trading.
Yeah, I hear this a lot from successful traders. Like, the cliche and poetic way they put it is like, the best part about trading is it's not the money or the freedom, it's the person that you have to become.
Exactly.
To achieve it.
Exactly.
And it's ironic because a lot of people, they never really see it that way at the start of their journey, but it ends up becoming true for a lot of people in this game. It's very, very interesting.
And I tell people, like, besides the whole point of being a trader, like the opportunities trading has brought to me, like just from being such a better person, meeting new people, networking, my skills. Like I could probably be able to open a business right now and be very successful at it just because of my emotional control. Like I'm not really so hyped about money or numbers or this, that. I like to play the game of the long-term game now because I know how trading is. I think everything in life can be compared to trading. Like you could literally do probably a price action. You could probably do technical analysis on your personal life. If you really think about it, like we have highs and lows, you know, we go bullish, we go bearish, you know, we have a double bottom. Like it's like, everything in life is like you could bring back to trading. And that's why people think it's just candles on a screen. There's much more behind it. Like trading is a deep game. And that's why I tell people, don't worry about the money will come. Just learn to master the game because you will learn so much more than just money from it. Money is the least of your concern.
The biggest one for me was always like framing everything in life in terms of risk reward.
Yep.
Like when I look at everything through that lens now, it's like there's never just all reward, no risk. You always have to gauge it based on that metric. And it's like, well, if I want to try that, is it worth the risk that it entails? Am I willing to potentially pay that price if it doesn't work out? I think especially as like a business owner, an entrepreneur, that's like, it's a very powerful mindset to develop.
Definitely.
But you don't really get that without the trading aspect. At least I don't think it comes naturally to a lot of people. So it's a good one to have, man.
I think the one thing that people have to understand is like trading or anything in life, like life is short. You know, we don't have too much time in this world, and it's better to spend it trying to achieve your goals and achieve your dreams than to live a whole life, turn 50, 60, 70 years old and just be like, wow, I wish I would have done that. Because I tell a lot of people, like, you're going to regret it at one point in your life. Why not just go all in and for the rest of your life, just battle it until you make it happen. And at least you'll live a lifelong of like at least an interesting life. Like you're trying to fight towards something your whole life. And whether you achieve it or not, you can live knowing that you tried your best. Then just give up and one day regret it.
100%. I completely agree with you, man.
Yeah.
I completely agree. Talk to me a little bit about like emotional control. I know you mentioned that was like one of the best things that trading has done for you because obviously it helps you in many areas of life. Are there any like specific things that you do on a day-to-day basis that help you to develop that control?
Honestly, I feel like the emotional control has come over just years and years of trial and error and just like getting humbled by the markets, the market slapping you in the face a couple times. And it just becomes a part of you. And over time, it just shapes you into that version of you. Like I may sound like I'm emotionless or like I sound like, oh, I'm a robot on the markets. I'm not. Like I'm still as emotional as everybody in the chat. I'm still human. Like I make mistakes. I have days where I make poor decisions, but it's just I know how to handle myself and I know what to do when those opportunities come. I just know what to do and how to stay away. But honestly, the best thing to do is just understand that, like, you know, you're gonna make mistakes. It's completely normal, regardless of how much experience you have. And what matters is knowing when to stop and, oh, I'm doing something wrong right now. I need to take a step back. One thing I like to do a lot is just meditation. I know a lot of people preach that meditation is very important. And it's not like what, you know, you got to go sit in a dark room, close your eyes and start humming, or it's more just breathe, you know, understand when you're in a bad situation, what you need to do. Like whenever I know, oh, I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, or I'm about to make a mistake, I like to take a step back, close my eyes, take some deep breaths. And after that, I'll be like, holy shit, thank God I did that because I would have made a bad decision right there. Another thing I like doing is, whenever I want to make a decision, when I know I shouldn't be doing it, I set a timer on my phone for like 5-10 minutes. And after the 5-10 minutes run out, then if I still want to make that decision, I will do it. And now usually 99% of the time, I don't want to make that decision anymore because it was an emotional decision in the moment. So small little things I have, like little things I like to do like that really help me in those moments.
That is crazy you mentioned this, right? So I'm a huge advocate of meditation. I think a lot of people get it like, I don't know, maybe mixed up a little bit because some people see meditation as kind of this woo-woo side of like trading psychology that they don't really want to mess with. I started a while ago. I was pulling this up when you mentioned it. This is my current streak on
wow. Of you meditating?
Like consecutive days of showing up to meditate.
That's respect.
You know what's wild though? It's actually not my, like, if you look at the total days, I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this. 2024 days
wow.
on this app.
How do you only have 3 stars?
Say again?
How does it gave you 3 stars? That's insane. You should have 5 stars.
So they rank it based on colors.
Oh, okay.
Color is like an accumulation of like 20, 30, 50 other like days of showing up. I don't know, it's crazy.
That's insane. I can't say I've done 2,000 days of meditation in a row. I can't. I'm going to say that.
The problem is the hairline. Everyone thinks I'm a monk when I start talking about this stuff, so I try and stay away from it. But since you brought it up,
No, it's respect. I think meditation is so important, even besides trading. It's just such a good way to kind of quiet the thoughts and just be in the moment. And a lot of people struggle to be in the moment. I'm one of those guys that have pretty bad ADHD, so like my brain's always like just going. And meditation is the best way to kind of calm yourself down and just be in the moment for like even 10 minutes.
yeah. What specifically do you do? Because I know there's different types and methods of meditation. Do you use like an app, or like how does that work?
I don't think I haven't mastered meditation in terms of how people able to do it. I like to just use guided meditations, like 10-minute, 15-minute, close my eyes, just follow what's happening. And sometimes with the trading stuff, I just simply close my eyes and take deep breaths, hold my breath in for 3-4 seconds, take a deep breath, hold my breath in, do that for like 5-6 times, and you completely think differently. Because you have to understand, like, and people have to understand in trading, like in the moment, like emotions come, like as if you're in the casino. When you're in the casino, for example, like you're about to make a big judgment and your heart starts racing, you can't think straight, you're stressing. Same thing with trading. You're making a big decision that some people have a lot of money in the line, and sometimes you're not thinking straight. It's emotions taking control, it's your brain, it's the chemicals, and you just need to kind of close your eyes, take a deep breath, and make sure you're making the right decision. Because us humans, we're not made to make those big decisions every single day. And people understand that we're not made to make huge decisions like that, and some of us struggle at it. And the best thing to do is kind of balance yourself and be in the moment before you make that decision.
Yeah, I think that's huge, man, because that whole element around like our ability to make decisions was a huge turning point for me. Like understanding that we can only make like a finite number of good decisions each day was one of the big reasons that I wanted to start going up to swing trading. Because prior to that, I was on a 1 minute chart, I was on actually no, 1 minute's an exaggeration. 5 minute is the lowest I ever went down to, but I even found that was nuts. I couldn't, just for me personally, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I've met tons of traders that have made it work for them. I just never found the consistency. That was something I think I always really struggled with. How do you go about prioritizing, like making sure that you are in the moment making those good decisions? Do you have like a checklist or a journal that you kind of work through when you trade, or like how does that work?
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, like I don't really do that stuff. Like when I get on the charts every night, I'm pretty like, I know what I'm doing. Like I just come into it like exactly knowing what to do, and I don't really have like a checklist to check if I'm in the right mindset or do that. I'd like to just get on, set my limits, do my analysis, and get off. I don't really like to make it so advanced. I feel like if I was live trading, if I was on the markets and I need to live trade, I need to take market executions, I would definitely do something like that. But the fact that my setups sometimes take, I would set a limit at 12 and I get tapped in at 4 or 5 a.m. You can already assume that it's not gonna, in the moment, I know it's not going to get tapped in anytime soon. So I'm not really that emotional. I know it's the best level in the market. I know it's the highest opportunity. So I don't really care. Set the limit and just go to bed.
Nice. So it sounds like whether you've done this consciously or subconsciously, you've built kind of a process that has helped you to stay away from a lot of those bad habits.
Exactly.
You agree with that, right?
For sure. It's like such a routine. It is a routine. Like I get on, I have the same routine I do. And it's at this point doing that every day for almost 3-4 years. It's just part of you now. It's like going to the gym. Like you need to go to the gym to be fit and to be healthy. Same thing. I need to set limits every night in order to make money and to continue to grow as a person. So it's just part of me now. And it's the best part. Just repetition always. Like athletes, all these athletes, the reason they're the best is because they do the same thing. They practice, they show up every day. And same thing with trading. I think trading is, if you're a good trader, if you make money and you do this for a living, I consider you as like an athlete in terms of the mental game. I think being a pro trader is being an athlete in terms of the mental side of it. It's very difficult.
100%. There is one kind of final sort of thing I want to pick your brains on a little bit. You mentioned, I'll be completely honest, and please don't be offended. I don't actually follow you on Instagram yet.
No, it's all good.
I'm keen to check it out because I know you mentioned that sometimes you get these like sniper entries which you share, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that equally come for you with a lower win rate? And when I say lower, I'm talking like sub 50%. Well, how does that look for your strategy?
I would say on times where I'm super locked in and the markets are just working well and the conditions are good, I could get anywhere between a 40 to a 48% win rate. Okay. But I would say I'd average probably around like 35 to 40%. in like normal conditions, and I don't really know the numbers by heart. I'm just more of assuming right now, and from the past when I saw how my journal looked, it was similar to that. So I don't really have like a crazy win rate. I'm not right 80% of the time. Like I said, aiming for a 4 to 5 RR, it does lower your win rate. But what I like about that is I could lose 4 or 5 trades in a row, win my 5th, and I'll still be fine. And it helps me so much with setting limits every night, because I don't really worry when I'm in a 3 trade loss streak. I know it just takes 1 win and I'm completely out of the mess. And the best conditions is when you lose 1, win 2, win 1, lose 2, win 1, lose 3, win 1. Like, you're just growing. And you could take as many losses as you want, and you're still going to keep growing. And it's the best feeling possible. Just 100%. Being able to see a loss and not even give a shit about it.
100%. You know, the only reason I ask is I see a lot of traders that they love sharing the kind of like the sniper entries that they've got.
Yeah.
But very few traders ever share like the losses that they took in between to get them there. And it gives this perception that it happens all the time. You know, these are the only trades that I'm taking. I'm banging out 1 to 4s, 1 to 10s, fucking every day. And I try and explain to people like your win rate and your risk to reward are often inversely correlated.
For sure.
That's, you know, why I like to point out these examples to help people to understand that like you can be a super successful trader, but 6-7 times out of 10, you're still going to get spanked on your next trade, right?
Definitely.
And you got to get comfortable with those losses.
I think the problem is, like, for example, me, I love to show my winners. Like, I have some, whenever you have a chance later on, if you see my trades, I get some crazy entries. Like, I'm talking like one pip entry, wick entries, and they're all limit orders. So that's the reason why, because they're limits, right? As soon as they come in that level, you're in. And that's why I'm able to get sniper entries. If I was market executing, it's going to be like, oh my God, I'm going to wait for the rejection. I'm going to wait for this. And then you're already 5-10 pips away from your entry, right? So that's why I'm able to get those sniper entries. And also, like, I show a lot of winners, amazing trades, but I also take a lot of losses. And I think the issue with social media is like, there's no really benefit you get from showing your losses. Like, let's say you take all these losses and showing those too. So that's why people avoid doing it. But every trader takes losses. There's no perfect trader that has a win rate and takes all these amazing trades and never loses. I think every trader loses more than they win. And people understand that. I think people at this point, with trading being pretty mainstream, everyone does know that majority of the things you do see is, you know, the reality behind it, right? And that's a very important thing I tell a lot of people is like, when they invest in education, when they invest into people or into mentors, to really do their studying, to understand who you're investing into, because trading is a great game, but there's also a lot of people that are taking advantage of it. And, you know, a lot of people see trading and they want to live that lifestyle. They see the money, the cars, the freedom, and they're like, oh my God, I want to do that. And trading is such an easy thing to get into. You just need a laptop and some Wi-Fi, and you're a trader and you have the business. And that also brings in a lot of negative aspects too, because it's so easy to get into. So people need to understand that it's not as easy as it looks. It's very difficult. Only a certain amount of people do succeed in this game, and to just do research, because the way social media shows trading is not the actual way trading is.
Yeah, 100%. There's an interesting question in the chat from Warthog. They said, having that low of a win rate, isn't it quite tough on your psychology? Usually it's said that 1-to-1 and 1-to-2R is best for props. What's your take on this?
Honestly, I've tried trading 1-to-1s and 1-to-2s, and I just don't enjoy it, because like I said, I like those higher RR opportunities. I like taking trades that give me that bigger risk, and it just manages with my strategy better. Because with my limit order strategy, I don't mind being wrong, 2-3 trades in a row, because I'm like taking my trades, I'm going to sleep, I'm waking up, I see a win or a loss, and I don't really get too emotional about it. And from the years of me trading, it's just been so what's that word, like just in me, like it's in my head, like just I can't really make that change. And just being able to see those 4 or 5 hour opportunities every night, and being able to bang out those trades, being able to take 3-4 trade losses in a row, and being able to take that next win, clean it all up, and get 1% in profit, 2% in profit, just completely changed the game with me. And with prop firms, like I said, I like to get in and out of my phases within a week or two, and being able to hit those high RR trades, risking 1.5-2%, I can bang out these trades and these challenges in one trade, 2 trades, and just the best way to do it. And I have nothing wrong against people trading 1-to-1s or 1-to-2s. I think some people just need to do that, especially if you live trade, you want the higher win rate for your psychology. I totally understand. But with my way of trading, with setting and sleeping, it just makes the most sense for me to go for the higher RR trade.
Fair. I think the big thing that I take away, and you said this a little bit earlier on, you kind of I think you phrased it a lot more poetically than I'm going to put it, but you basically talked about the idea that the edge is you. It's you as the person. You could trade any strategy. There are hundreds of strategies that will make money, but your ability to actually make money for it relies on the person executing.
For sure.
And so like the way in which you even answer that question is like, you have clearly found the thing that works best for you as a person.
Exactly.
That's not a copy and paste thing that people can just take away. They have to find the thing that works best for them.
Exactly.
And I think that's, you know, maybe I would say like one of the core things that I want people to take away from a conversation like this. Like me and you, we've stepped up today. I started off the stream talking about how I'm long cable. You started off by talking about how you want to see it lower. Like everyone's gonna have completely different perceptions of the market. That's the beauty of like what we do, right?
Yeah, and one thing I always like in my community with my students, I always tell people like, I don't want you here to take my trades. I don't want you here to wait for my bias in the market. I want you to gain your own confidence and your own bias in the market. Because yes, I might have 3-4 years more experience than you, but it doesn't mean I'm the market maker or I know what the market's going to do. You know, sometimes you're going to be more right than me. Sometimes I'm going to be more right than you. You know, everybody sees the market differently and sees opportunity differently. So it's very important, guys, that you don't get addicted to taking signals. You don't get addicted to trusting someone else's bias. Trust your own bias. Get your own confidence, because at the end of the day, is he trading your account or are you trading your own account, right? And if you rely on someone and you rely on their bias, your brain will develop into always relying on someone else to take opportunities in the market, and you do not want that. I could care less if someone sends me a trade opportunity and it works and mine doesn't. What matters to me is I did my job. I took my position, right? And trading is a game of, you know, trusting yourself and being confident in yourself. If you don't have self-confidence, if you don't trust yourself, you will never make it far in this game.
100%. I completely agree with you, man. And there's something like ironic about this, because you find that so many traders, they get at some point in time enticed or trapped into this idea of maybe like wanting to take signals. I know you said that's how you started your journey.
Yeah, everybody has to go
that
through
need
that.
of just wanting to be spoon-fed a little bit by this, but never actually developing the trust in your own strategy.
Yeah,
and I think that's always going to be like a limitation and a barrier.
I think the main issue here is most people come into trading to make money, to become rich, and that's the problem. That's why we take signals. That's why we do all these things, because we want to get rich fast. But I'm telling you, that mindset is the worst mindset to have. You know, drop that mindset, get into trading to build a new skill, to become the best at it, and to ultimately, you know, learn to trade. Because like I said, there's a quote I always like post on my story, and it's like, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day, but teach a man to fish and he'll eat for a lifetime. So as much as you want that quick money right now, you want to get rich right now, it's not going to work. Learn the skill, develop the mindset, develop the attributes of a successful trader, and you will make money for the rest of your life, right? 100%. Doesn't matter if you're 20, you're a young guy, you're early 20s, you want to get rich, you want to drive a Lambo at 22. I'm going to tell you right now, that won't work. You know, play the long game, learn the skill, build your capital, and one day it will all pay off. And I can promise you that. Trust me, I was been in all your shoes. I got into trading to buy nice cars, to chase my dreams, to be that guy, but it doesn't work like that. Play the long game, because you will get to that point, but when you get to that point, it will work the best because you know you made it the right way.
100%. I love that, man. I think that's a beautiful message to start to wind things down. Before we bring a close to the stream, I wanted to update everyone. I know I spent the first hour talking a little bit about how I trade, things that I'm doing. I'm obviously hoping that Matt is wrong in his view on what's going to happen in cable. But I did mention, and again, I'll continue to update you guys as we go through this. I was looking for a reaction in this specific area, right? This point of interest that I drew up in front of you guys. I'm in a quarter of a position size as we stand. And I mentioned, if we get that 4-hour close, especially above that prior 4-hour bar low, I will be adding another quarter position. So I'll be in half a position size, and we see where we go. Whether that means it will work out, it will slightly improve my average entry. But again, I'll update you guys on this one throughout the space of the week. I know it's a little bit less exciting. It's not the intraday scalping that you guys are after, but we're keeping things as transparent as we possibly can. And like I said, I think it was before Matt came on, I have a philosophy: plan the trade, trade the plan. I keep it as simple and as clean as possible. And that's what I'm going to continue to share with you guys throughout the streams going forward. Matt, it's been a pleasure speaking to you, man. I will drop you a follow on Instagram. I loved some of the stuff that you shared today and stuff. So I definitely feel like we would vibe, and I would probably
100%. I feel like we pretty likewise in terms of psychology and how we outlook the market. So very important.
Appreciate it, man. Well, guys, keep in touch. You guys know Matt. What do you go by on Instagram?
I go by MattFX, so MATTT.FX.
Awesome, perfect.
Yes.
Guys and girls, that is a wrap for today. We're gonna wind down. I want to shout out Matt for tuning in and joining me in the second half of this segment. Honestly, shared a bunch of nuggets and wisdom for everyone to work through, and I think definitely given a lot of food for thought on a lot of the topics of trading. I love the set and sleep methodology. It's very catchy.
Yeah.
I think people are going to take a lot away from that, man. So I appreciate your time today, man.
Of course. Thank you for having me. I really enjoyed it.
Always, man. Right, guys and girls, I should say. That is us out for the day, I believe. We will wind down. I will be back with you guys similar sort of time tomorrow. I hope you guys have enjoyed all the nuggets of wisdom today, the strategic, the psychological, the transparency, and hopefully it's given you guys something to focus on to hopefully improve your approach to the market, right? That's the main purpose of everything that we're doing on these streams. It is with a view to help you improve your approach, your mindset, your strategy, your edge in the market. And that's always what we want to be focusing on. Appreciate every single one of you guys tuning in today. I have a trade to be adding into, so I'm going to hop off. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care.